And welcome in everyone. Round 5 of the 2021 FIDE World Cup will be what you have today on chess.com TV. International Master Danny Wrench here, flying solo to kick off the show, although don't panic everyone. Grandmaster Viswanathan Anand, the world champion, will be joining us at some point later on here in the first hour. It won't take too long for Vishy to take a chair across from me using the technology that we have that brings people together across the world. But thanks for being here early if you're on the West Coast or anywhere in the U.S. really. And thanks for being with us all month here as we have now gone to the halfway point. In fact, much further than the halfway point. It's funny. I'm thinking about it as the halfway point in terms of how we normally think of brackets and things. But the truth is a lot has happened and there is a lot more ahead. I'm super excited about what is going to go down today. So let's remind everybody of what's in store here. What is the format now that we're out of tie breaks again? We're back to the same type of format and time control you've gotten used to here at the FIDE World Cup. We now have 16 players remaining and 8 players in the women's field. So 24 total human beings still competing in Sochi. The players are paired against each other, as you know, in 2-game matches with the time control. We've already seen many times. I'm excited for that today. As much as I love Rapid and Blitz, obviously we do a lot of that in the online world of chess broadcasting. I'm pretty pumped for the high quality games we're going to see and really dive into these 16 players and 8 players in the women's section. What have been the storylines so far? Let's recap where we're at, how we got here. You know, one of the things we were talking about as a team yesterday after the event, just looking at all 16 players who remained, we realized just how ridiculous it is that two guys who we just haven't had as much time to cover their games are just crushing it. Okay, Fedoseev is very well known to the chess.com community as the Big Fish 1995. Grandmaster Casper Porine is also well known, and just they're both making names for themselves there in Sochi. Of course, when you see Magnus Carlsen, Esipenko, we know that Magnus, Grishuk, MBL are 3 of the top seeds still playing. But those 2 guys, if you had to just look at people that are clearly on form and playing well in Sochi and might surprise some people and make some noise, circle those 2 guys, Fedoseev and Porine, as we get into it today. Carlsen and Esipenko, the rematch of Tata Steel. Of course, Magnus Carlsen doesn't lose many chess games, which is why that's such a big thing we're going to focus on today, just because Esipenko is one of the few to beat him in an over-the-board tournament in the last couple of years. And what is to come for that young man, right? Is it something that today Magnus shows that he's aware that he lost, but don't get too excited, everybody? Or does Esipenko continue to show that he can hold his own with the world champion? We're pretty excited to follow that game. And then you've got Garachkina. She's leading the women's section. I think you would just have to ask yourself at the start of every event she plays in, Garachkina or the field at this point, right? Kind of the Tiger Woods factor. She's just seems to be head and shoulders above the rest. She's 22 years of age, so a borderline junior. But as my partner Ben Feingold said yesterday, really excited to see what's to come for that young woman in her chess career. And I think it's a matter of time before she makes 2,700. And will we have someone who can make noise getting into the top 15, top 10, reaching the type of standing that really only Judah Polgar and Hoi Fon have accomplished. All right, well, the fun thing about only having 16 players left in the open section is we now get to show you a bracket, right? Visually, that's a hard thing to present, even though in theory we've been in a bracket style event from Sochi from the very beginning, right? It is a knockout and that people love. My favorite event, if I'm totally honest, that FIDE runs anyway, right? Being the International Chess Federation, the governing body of our game. Of course, the World Chess Championship has the most at stake in most people's eyes. But this event, just look at the names remaining. Look at the knockout ahead of us. Wow, this is going to be fun. I mean, am I the only one who's just super excited about that? I am. I mean, look, and now we've got the women's section, Garachkina over there at the top, as we said. I mean, at this point, it's Garachkina or the field, and I'm not sure who I would pick from the field that could possibly stop her, right? Which is why you would probably go with Garachkina to win it all. But of course, we'll find out. Anything can happen in this format. So, well, let me just give a shout out to the chat. You guys are with us. I see you bright and early on YouTube. We already got about 1,300 of you with us. Bright and early over here on Twitch. Bright and early for me here. getting up super early on the West Coast. The first moves would be made at 5 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah, so let us get at us on Twitter. You know, we've got tweets we've been showing. We've got comments we've been showing from some of the chess.com news and articles. We wanted to bring up one here because, you know, we spent a lot of time yesterday diving into the stats, and we realized that this particular platinum member on chess.com knows what he's talking about, right? There are three things in life: death, taxes, and Svidler making the round of 16. And let's bring up the bracket again, just to talk a little bit about that, because, you know, some of these stats might surprise you, but you know, it's super difficult to make the top 16 and the top 8, right? Svidler has actually done it at all 9 of the World Cups he's played in. And to give you some stats that explain just how unlikely that is, the top seed only won the World Cup one time ever. That was Boris Gelfand in 2009. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen would like to change that. Ding Liren reached the final as the top seed in 2019. The stats just continue to go on, where of the top 8 seeds, the actual top 8 in the tournament they very rarely make the top 16. We have stats that say only 3 of them made it in 2005. In 2007, it was only 2, Sharov and Alexeyev. In 2009, it was Gelfand, Gashimov, Svidler, and Ponomarev. Just jumping ahead, in 2015, it was only Nakamura and Giri. So the point is that it's not an easy thing to do to make the top 16 or top 8 at the World Cup because of the style of the event. So it's one of the things that, you know, you really marvel at when Peter Svidler is a guy who's won 8 Russian championships, consistently making the top 16 at the World Cup. So anyway, we got a lot of other stuff we're going to get into today. I can't even read off all the stats. I'm sure the production team will be crushing it, bringing those stats to you live, as we always do. But okay, it's time for me to take a very quick break, because when we return, we will have liftoff. The games will get going from Sochi. So don't go anywhere. It is round 5. It's Vishy Anand joining us in just a little bit. It's FIDE World Cup coverage right here on chess.com TV, and the first moves when we come back. And here we go. World champion Magnus Carlsen. That's a golf clap. I wonder what they were clapping for. If I had to imagine, it was acknowledgement of the support, maybe of the local organizers. Who knows? All I know is now we have Magnus letting whoever that lady is, the first move, posing for pictures, pose for pictures, pose for pictures. There you go. And D4 is on the board on behalf of Magnus Carlsen, with Andrei Esipenko awaiting to respond. I got a feeling today's going to be epic. So if you only tuned in for the beginning and weren't exactly sure what you were going to do with this Sunday, it might be time for you to change your plans and just stick with us all day. I'm just going to be honest. I don't want to pretend to tell you what to do, but yeah. But yeah, that's what you should do. We've got so many huge games that are going to get underway, and it starts right here. And we're going to be talking about the fact that this is the first time these two have played since Tata Steel, where Andrei Esipenko delivered an upset that made the world turn. We might even bring you a recap of a highlight video we made from Tata Steel of that epic moment that went a tad bit viral on the internet after Esipenko's victory. So we'll bring that to you later, probably at one of our commercial breaks, so subscribers can watch it live. And okay, I mean, here we go. We have D4, Knight F6, and C4, E6 to follow, with a mainline Queen's Pawn game up ahead. Alexander Grischuk will be faced off against Jan-Krzysztof Duda as we head over to that particular game. It's actually the same initial move order here. We'll see what move is played on move 3. Looking at the main board on your left there. Other games include Etienne Becreux versus Casper Piorin. As we said, Casper Piorin, not a guy who has been getting as much attention as he necessarily deserves, just given not only that he's made the round of 16, but been pretty dominant to get here. Along with someone else who we highlighted on sort of our recap card to start the event, and that was Vladimir Fedoseev, the Big Fish 1995, as he's known on chess.com. Let's actually just remind you of all the matchups that are coming up here. So we'll just run through them real quick, because of course you can go to chess.com/events and find the games you want to watch. Remember, you can also listen into the broadcast at chess.com events. It's embedded up in the right corner. So if you'd like to view from the main site so that you can browse the games more easily, we encourage you to do so. Magnus and Esipenko right there. Etienne Becreux and Casper Piorin right there to follow. Alexander Grischuk and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. For those that are fans of chess.com, we have to highlight this is a rematch of the semifinals of the Speed Chess Championship, where Jan-Krzysztof Duda completed an amazing comeback down 2 games with only 4 minutes left. We almost rarely never see that, and then won in overtime. So they have a little bit of history as far as online events are concerned, and we'll definitely be focused on that matchup. Gujrathi, Vidit, the man, versus Durabaili. This matchup here also going to be an exciting one. These are two of the most dynamic players in the field, and a lot at stake to move on to the top 8, not just for these two guys, but let's move on to the next matchup card, Fedoseev versus Ivic. We'll talk a little bit about this, but FIDE announced that the top 8 players will automatically qualify for the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle, giving them more opportunities to eventually make the candidates. You may not think that that's a big deal or what's the headline. That's actually huge news we're going to get into today, because for players that are not north of 2730, 2750, who would perhaps have the opportunity to get into the Grand Prix based on rating, this is now a qualification opportunity for guys like Tabatabai and Marty Rosian. For the next group of guys like Svidler and Shanklin, this next matchup is also one that we're going to have a lot of eyeballs on. Again, we highlighted Peter playing in his 9th World Cup round of 16. To give you, again, another stat on that, the top seed has only made the round of 16 4 times in the history of the World Cup. So Magnus has joined that very elite group of top players who make the round of 16. So absolutely nuts. And then, of course, we'll have Vachi Lagrave and Karyakin. Man, we're going to have a lot ahead today. I'm excited. Let's do it. Okay, so here we have Fedoseev and Ivic. We've got a Grunfeld, just to quickly get into the opening here. This line with 4 bishop to d2, one of those anti-Grunfelds that has gained a lot of popularity as players can go very deep with engines. It's not a move that meets the eye and says, hey, that's not the most active move you've ever played in the opening, but the principle of the move is actually something we see in the game. So I'm just going to go through it. You want to capture back on c3, right, rather than with the normal way to capture back with the pawn, but with the bishop, and that's going to make Black's pressure that you see on this long diagonal a little bit less potent. you would see in a mainline Grunfeld. So with this capture here, the bishops already facing each other down gives white a little more flexibility in the center, whether to advance or even to capture. And it also is something that if someone plays it as white, they're often maybe not surprising a Grunfeld player. Obviously, they know, if you're a Grunfeld player, you know all the lines, but they may not have seen it coming in that particular game. So it can give white a little bit of a practical edge. More than likely, they spend a little more time looking at this than the Grunfeld player, because what is the Grunfeld player looking at the night before? Well, they're looking at everything, right? They're looking at the main lines with e4. They're looking at the main lines with, if you want to talk about another way to decline, they're looking at bishop g5. So again, sometimes you see weapons like this, and you just have to appreciate the practical nature of this moment, and that Fedoseev is probably putting Ivic a little bit in the think tank early on. Although Ivic doesn't seem to be surprised. He's actually up a little bit on the clock and has already played the move 9e6. We are still in mainline opening theory here, with the most popular move being bishop to c4, bishop takes g7 being the second most popular move after that. So, okay, we've set the stage here for this Grunfeld. Let's go ahead and maybe find ourselves a different one to look at. I want to go look at Durabaili versus Vidit Gujrathi. So let's head back over there. Here we go. Check out some more theory here. I'm going to take a sip of this coffee as the fans continue to pour in. Thanks for being with us this morning. All right, what do we have here? Mr. Gujrathi is white. We have a Slav system, an exchange Slav now, with CD5 and knight C3. Okay, Robert and I have talked about this. I always mention Robert, even when he's not on the show. We've spent so much time together. Maybe we should think about that. Anyway, this sort of system can be super potent despite the symmetrical nature. And before you go to a yawn fest and say, what's going on here? How's this going to be dynamic? Positions that are sometimes super structurally equal can be really, really sneaky, because the first person to outmaneuver with the footwork might get an initiative that the other side can't wrestle back, because there are very few things to challenge in the position that maybe aren't already controlled, right? When you have kings on opposite sides of the board, even if you're getting outplayed, there's a lot of practical ways to create a mess. Positions like this can get very tricky. And this move knight e5, this is not the most popular approach here. Bringing up our database, I can say that e3 thousands of times, rook to c1 to follow it, knight e5 this early on, really trying to create some spice. So that's an interesting thing to do. Queen to b6, a natural thing in any queen's pawn game when the queen's bishop has developed early is to poke at the b2 pawn. So, but we're quickly getting into roads of less theory. And after knight takes c6, b takes c6, and queen d2, we're already in a position where only a couple dozen games have been played. Bishop f5 looks like it's the main move here for black. The advantages for white are very clear here. I mean, if we just look at the structure, fixing the pawns with ideas of knight a4 and heading into c5, the positional outline is clear, right? You have an agenda, and that's interesting. Obviously, going for that sort of idea right away is going to allow things like e4 to become available. But if I'm just looking at this position with a bird's eye view, I'm liking this without knowing the depth of their preparation. To me, the transition makes positional sense for white. White's plans and these structures, again, if you can make 5 moves, it's rook c1, e3 and bishop d3 just to hold the e4 square, but then knight a4 and Bob's your uncle on the c file, right? Let's focus and bear down on these positional weaknesses, whether it's the c6 pawn or the c5 square. So that means black has pressure to sort of change the nature of the position, to not allow that. What does that mean when we say change the nature of the position? It can mean change the pawn structure itself, right? Things like c5. It can mean get super aggressive in the center so your opponent doesn't have the opportunity to execute a plan. And it can also mean changing the pawn structure in another way. If somehow you could manufacture an e5, a thing like knight d7 might both hold and prepare a pawn advance. So setting the tone a little bit of what we might see. I'm excited for Vidit Gujrathi's preparation to be shown with this, again, early 95. Okay, so let's continue to roll on. Probably back to the highlighted matchup of the day. We've had Carlsen and Esipenko on the camera for the most part, so let's go ahead and bring up that board and see where they've gone over the last few moves. A Catalan. Queen's Gambit declined, sort of Catalan. So I misspoke slightly in saying it was a Catalan, but if you remember, we started with a Queen's India move order for those of you that have been here from the beginning. We've got d5, a transposition. Remember, when knight f3 is played, you have a lot of options. D5, B6, old Indian, Bogo Indian type of stuff. D5 is probably just the most straightforward thing to do. After G3, bishop B4 check, bishop D2, bishop B7. Okay, so this is a common little game of tickle that black can play, because what you're saying is, yes, I lost the tempo, but your bishop on D2 actually steals the square from your knight, who you want there not only to support C4, but E4. So just as far as the theory goes, bishop G2, Rekharovka, Kon Bedesem. That's knight BD7 for those speaking Russian out there. And that's where we stand. Looks like Magnus is on the clock, taking a second to think. So I'm going to take a sip of Joe here. Yeah. 5,000 of you on Twitch early on, a few thousand of you on YouTube. Stick with us here. Grandmaster, world champion Viswanathan Anand will be here within about a half an hour. And likely with us for the rest of the day. Vishy and I will be holding it down as a pair. And I can't wait to talk so many bad things about Ben Feingold. I'm going to get Vishy to tell so many stories about Ben Feingold. That's worth you just sticking around, not going anywhere right there, let alone getting Vishy's thoughts on the amazing event that is the World Cup right now, and all the stats that we brought up that show just how difficult it is. I'm going to talk to Vishy about Peter, right? Svidler and him go way back. They're of the same generation of chess players. They've both been candidates since an early age in their career in the mid 90s. And again, when you look at Svidler and his career, now so well known as a chess commentator and chess personality, but the dude is an actual chess god, right? Peter Svidler is an actual chess god. And I can't wait to get he's had about as an accomplished career as you can have without becoming a world champion. That's the kind of career Peter Svidler has had, and I can't wait to get Vishy's thoughts on his peer. So, bishop to C3, muy interesante. Interessante. I don't know why I'm speaking other languages today. It's a little early. Bishop to C3 is not among the most theoretically well-known moves here. Queen to C2 is at the top. Queen to B3 follows. Bishop F4 is a repositioning of the bishop that's been much more popular. Bishop to C3, according to my database right in front of me, has only been played 9 times in total. And frankly, I can see why. I mean, the bishop looks awkward here, especially staring down a maneuver like knight e4. But a move like bishop to c3 has a structural sort of prophylactic goal in mind, which is what you're saying with the bishop here is you're never going to get c5 without immediately improving my pieces. Bishops don't move that way. Early broadcasting diagonal drawers do that. That's not how bishops moves. Bishop moves this way. So bishop to c3 makes sense from that point of view. But again, considering that knight e4 has been played and is a likely response, the main line for white is actually knight bd2, where you're sort of allowing this exchange and loss of the bishop pair for the fact that this brings more strength into the center. Now playing for e4 might give white even more potential for this bishop in the long run. So interesting stuff. A potential early departure of the bishop pair for Magnus could be on the agenda if knight e4 is played. But you can already tell Magnus, what did he do there? He took his time on knight bd7, spent a few moments to make sure that he played something that, whether he's prepared it or not, maybe he thinks the chances are high to throw off his young opponent, I guess, with a slightly lesser known move, right? So these are some of the things that could be happening. All right, we'll come back to that. I want to switch over to Grishik's game with Jan-Christoph Duda. So we'll go ahead and pull up that one again. Another big marquee matchup is going down. Remember, of the top seeds, the top 3 left in the field are Magnus Carlsen, Alexander Grishik, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So as far as the biggest names, in fact, I wonder what the chat would say. Maybe we could throw up a poll at this point in the round of 16. Would you take the top 3 seeds or the field to win it all? I actually don't know which I'd pick. I know that it seems like the easy take is, hey, Magnus Carlsen, Grishik, and MBL, those are the household names that many know. But these guys are all super, super strong grandmasters. The World Cup is designed to challenge and expose all the different types of formats that a chess player would need to play: classical, rapid, and blitz. And we keep talking about the pandemic from like the young guns perspective, but what about the pandemic from guys that are maybe not, maybe they're not 19 anymore, but they're still pretty damn good and know exactly what they're doing at the chessboard. And if I'm picking the top three against guys like Fedoseev, Gujrathi, Durabali, Karyakin, right, Peter Svidler, I don't know who I would take. So that's maybe the chat. I would be wondering what you would think. It would be super exciting if Magnus won. I mean, I see Stevie 221 saying Magnus going to win it all. I mean, what a year that would be if Magnus Carlsen won the World Cup and successfully defended his title. Of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi has something to say about that coming up later in November, and we will have coverage of that with camera feeds here on Twitch, the only channel that will have live camera feeds of the Playing Hall on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, mark that. We, of course, will be live to YouTube and Periscope if you're watching on Twitter right now and everywhere else. We'll be live to TikTok, by the way, for if you happen to be a 12-year-old kid out there watching way too much content on TikTok right now, more than your parents really appreciate. That's between you and your phone. Any Hooters. Okay, so let's back up and check out this opening, how we got here between Grishik and Duda. And let's do it. So we had d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight to f3 played. Another Queen's Indian move order led to d5. So this is the same thing we had in Carlsen Esipenko, as we see Andre above us there. But we're going to continue to look at Grishik versus Duda here. Knight to c3 and then dc4. So difference in terms of the games they played, just quickly to flash and remind you, g3 was played by Magnus. Grishik chooses to play knight to c3. We have dc4, e4. So we're going directly into a mainline Queen's Gambit accepted now, which is not something you see every day, especially with this particular move order. E4, a very, the most enterprising way to play the position. If we switch to the openings tab here, you can actually see, and of course you can do this directly on chess.com. All I did was, instead of watching the game live, you can actually access the analysis tab if you want to get real-time highlights of accuracy scores and other stuff. The openings tab is super effective. Just to get a very updated look at what the ECO Encyclopedia of Chess Openings tells us. So e4 is the most aggressive move to play, but the point is e3 is not far behind it. Played almost as much and just frankly the much more solid positional thing to do. E4 shows preparation, which gets me excited. You know how I feel about that. Preparation, bishop to b4 and bishop takes c4 is laughing in the face of danger of the e4 pawn. And that's exactly what Jan Christoph does. He captures e4, castles, knight back to f6. Exciting stuff, because that is not the most popular move. Knight takes c3 is, as we can see here, 117 times played. Knight takes c3, bishop b takes c3. We'll go for it. B takes c3, and then bishop to e7. Taking c3, you can just guess, is probably exactly what you don't want to do in a position like this. Losing this much time to rapid development for white, likely going to lead to some very good attacking chances. So bishop to e7, this is the main line. But instead, we see the move knight f6 by Jan Christoph. And after queen a4 check, which is the main move, knight to c6, bishop to g5, bishop takes c3 rather than bishop e7. And this is where we stand with bishop h4 and castles. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about this position. They're going to show us their prep, which will be exciting, but objectively, you like black for the optics, the bishop pair, a better center, and you go, what's wrong with white's position? Well, did we forget we lost a pawn to get here, right? So if you're just adding up the math, let's not forget that white is down a pawn. But again, you've got to believe that there's some sort of preparation that Grishik has here that's going to make this very tricky. Because if you take in every other factor of the position, the pin dynamic, and where's the dark square bishop to help with that? That's a serious problem for the rest of the game, right? Moving the queen off will allow a capture and double pawns. Not moving the queen off will forever cripple your activity and your development. Every single one of white's pieces is going to be on a happy square, right? They have their happy place waiting for them. Even if the queen has to retreat from a4, you might have a diagonal like this waiting for you in your future with dirty things intended for the king side. Bishop to d7 is the most natural developing move here, and really the only thing black can do because b6 is prevented. So I wonder if bishop d7 will be the move that is coming for black. But again, if we're just taking stock of white's moves here, rook e1 to b1, queen back to the diagonal, the b1 h7 diagonal. Wow, I'm excited to see this game. This is already a very, very 3-result kind of position. The kind of position where the computer says 50-50, not because it thinks it's a draw, but because it's like, I don't know what's going on here, and I don't have the depth. I don't have the depth to go deeper here, right? This is a really, 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 really exciting game. 2 bishops, better pieces, the potential for a kingside attack versus an extra pawn for Duda. And again, it all started with this really aggressive choice from Grischuk to play for the e4 line rather than the more solid e3 that you often see at the high levels these days. Like I said, even though e4 is statistically played just barely a little more, I feel like e3 is the move we would normally see. So exciting to see what happens there. We've got Svidler and Shanklin on camera. Let's pop over to that one, huh? Peter Svidler with the white pieces, as you can see, versus the American Sam Shanklin, the only American currently still dancing in Sochi. Been an amazing event for Sam Shanklin, who has not lost a single game, right? He's drawn and won. So as far as proving to be a tough guy to beat, Sam Shanklin is just that. This matchup is anyone's guess at this point. I mean, if I had to pick on paper at the start of it, coin flip, I like Peter Svidler's experience. But at the same time, Sam Shanklin, again, maybe the most untalked about, best prepared player in the world. I believe that Sam's opening preparation is that good, and we don't think about it. I mean, just not just because he hasn't totally cracked into the world's elite. You think of guys like Fabiano Caruana in terms of preparation, or if you're talking specialty openings, guys like MVL and his Najdorf and Grunfeld, right? But Sam is a super well-rounded, super solid, super deeply prepared guy. And it shows in tournaments like this where he's just such a tough out, because part of the key of still dancing in Sochi is don't lose. You may not be able to win every game, but as long as you don't lose, right, you're going to get yourself all the way to the Blitz and the Armageddon tiebreak. So, and I know that was a bit of a Captain Obvious stat. Forgive me for that. But yeah. But okay, let's continue here. Let's see what openings we had between Shanklin and Peter Svidler. E4, C5. We've got a Sicilian, a Rossolimo Sicilian with bishop to B5 check. Knight D7 and then A6. Okay, so this is good stuff. And even though it starts out with a Sicilian move order, you're very quickly heading into a Ruy Lopez, a Spanish structure with C3 and D4. That's the only intention you can possibly have when you put a bishop on D3, right? Because the bishop does not belong there, and nor does any other piece on his team want him there. So bishop D3 signals that we're going to head for a Spanish type of game. Rook E1, E6, and then C3. Followed by bishop e7, bishop c2. Not even really referencing the openings book here because just kind of know this stuff. This is very straightforward theory. And after knight bd2, queen c7, and knight f1, you get a position. This is a Ruy Lopez with one difference, right? Pawn is on e6 instead of on e5. So let's take stock in the positional differences, right? White still has the possibility of going aggressively toward a king side. That's always on the table. And so black can't ever underestimate the transition there. With that said, black's position is also slightly more flexible than you see in a Ruy Lopez. The disadvantage of the pawn being on e5 is the disadvantages, I should say, are kind of numerous, right? To start, in a normal Lopez with the pawn here, these two squares are always left open. What exactly does a maneuver like knight f1 usually signal? I'm headed to the e3 square to pop in there, or even g3 to pop into the square, right? So everything you see white doing traditionally in a Lopez here normally has the e5 structure. So it's a slightly more closed position in nature, but black has structural weaknesses that he can't undo. Here, black can still play e5, but he also doesn't have to. right? And keeping the position open also means this bishop has a slightly brighter future than it often might have in a Spanish. The bishop is still on b7 in a lot of Spanish games, also on d7. But this position just has a little bit more maneuvering. I would almost equate it to what I always say: why are the top players always playing the Italian these days, right? The Italian is played at the high levels these days so often, precisely because it's less committal with this d3 line than you get in some of the main line, very deeply played out Ruy Lopez theory, or positions where you've got the knight on c3, right? It's precisely the fact that both sides have a lot of options that the top players are attracted to, because it gives you more room to outmaneuver your opponent, to out-prepare your opponent with subtleties. So anyway, I would equate it to that. So this is going to be exciting. Sam castled right in the face of danger and is inviting some of the most aggressive potential ideas here for Svidler. And we see Peter doing a little bit of the shimmy. I kind of like that. Wait, can we get an instant replay on that? Look at the shimmy that just went down. I'm going to ask Vishy if the shimmy signals confidence from Peter. Does it signal, deep preparation? Does it signal the need for preparation H? Is that appropriate? Can I talk about that? I don't know, but I just did, right? This show is not sponsored by anything like that. But there you go. I don't know what the shimmy is all about. Checking in over here. Checking my shout out to my boy Butta, John J-Dub, saying I look fly today with the suit. I appreciate that. The suit is actually meant to cover up the fact that I didn't want to wear my long sleeve collared shirt. So I've got this is a very comfortable on my skin Lululemon polo. I'm going to be honest. It's very nice. It's very silky. My skin feels good. Okay. But I'm covering up the fact that it's a short sleeve in here. So the jacket is actually a cover up for my intention to look fresh. I appreciate that. And thank you for the text message there. I don't know why you're not in bed right now. It's really early, John, but appreciate you being with us. Checking in with chat. Appreciate everyone here. That's what I'm doing on the old laptop. All right. Well, we've got a lot of other matchups to check in with. We're going to continue to roll. I think we'll continue to rock and roll here until Vishy joins us. Who needs a break, right? You guys don't need a break, right? You guys having a good time, guys and gals? I say so. Tabatabai, and Marty Rosian. How did we get this position? We're going to find out right now. We have d4 and c4. Again, everybody and their cousins starting out with the knight f6, e6 move order. But now we have our first mainline Nimzo. Again, if you're just tuning in, both Carlsen and Grishuk played the move 3, knight f3. If we're just doing that thing we do where we compare all the openings and the preparation that the top players are bringing to the round of 16. So we have a mainline Nimzo with e3 and then bishop d2. Now, so c5 is the sharper commitment. Often when you get e3 and bishop d2, the route you can choose is actually d5. And again, because that's a direct transposition to a queen's gambit. But what do you normally see in a QGD, a queen's gambit? Well, you see this bishop on f4, as we have in Vidit Gujrathi's game, a Slav. You see it on bishop g5 in a QGD. So often black will play d5, transpose into sort of an equal looking queen's gambit. C5 is a big commitment because this is a Nimzo move. But often the Nimzo moves are based on this transition here, meaning the doubled pawns are what you're going to get. If you're playing c5 to give up the bishop, that's usually not what you want to do when the bishop is going to be able to capture, kind of like the idea I said in Magnus's game, where now the opening of this structure certainly helps White's chances. So I don't think we're going to see that, but I'm just pointing out that c5 by Marty Rosian is definitely kind of a sign of whatever prep he's bringing to the table. And with a3 and the trade, the thing you have to do now if you're going for this line is you have to go for the bishop pair early. That's exactly what Marty Rosian did. Knight e2, b6. After d5, we get bishop a6. This is a fun Nimzo. b3. I got to check the openings book here because I'm already thinking, wow, are we really? We are not following super popular theory here. For sure, we're not. b6, d5 is the main move, but it hasn't been played many times. And after bishop a6, we're already basically in original territory. I know there's still a couple games here, but as far as the top players are concerned, you're looking at this openings book and it's anybody's guess as far as who prepared deeper. And the fact that B5 is played by Marty Rosyan, I love this move, and I love how well these guys know this line. The capture eliminates White's idea of having a dominant dark square bishop, so that's good. And after the capture on D5, I assume we're going to see knight takes D5. No, queen takes D5 is on the board, and I am not exactly sure what to make of this line. Neither is the Engine, for the record, so don't judge me. Seems pretty close to a coin flip. If we take stock, both the pawn and the rook are hanging, which means you wonder if black has to come up with something dynamic as a response here, whether that's like queen f6 to hit the knight and slide to c6. I mean, queen to c7 is an option after queen a8, knight c6. White will obviously give up the queen for the two rooks, so I doubt that. Also, queen a5 is an option now that we're here just seeing some obvious moves. So this is sharp, and it may be getting out of my realm of being able to evaluate. So as we have our camera on Fedoseev and Ivic, I think it's time for us to bring on someone who might be a little more prepared, not quite so out of his depth when it comes to this Nimzo theory. That, of course, you know who I'm talking about, the Vish. Vishy 64 the King, as he's known on Twitter. Don't go anywhere. When we return, Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup continues now with world champion Viswanathan Anand. We will be right back. And we are back as promised now with the one and only Viswanathan Anand Vishy. Thanks so much for being with us yet again. And we are now in the round of 16 at the FIDE World Cup.
Yeah, quite a dramatic tiebreak day as well yesterday. So
yep. And so many big names still playing, so many stories ahead. I want to get your thoughts on a lot of the stats we were looking into with the team yesterday. Just really appreciating how hard it is to win the FIDE World Cup. I learned that the top seed has only made the round of 16 4 times at the FIDE World Cup. Does that stat surprise you?
Slightly, but you expect very few of the top seeds to survive because the format is so unpredictable in its nature.
Right.
Still, you would have thought the top seed would be one of those to make it, but
right.
It's surprising it's quite low.
Yeah, I agreed. And you know, it makes a stat that Peter Spidler has made the round of 16 all 9 times he's played the World Cup, even more mind-blowing. But okay, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, actually, I think he's a machine in this format because
yeah,
he's the only one who really seems almost indifferent. He's happy to coast along. He doesn't seem to feel any stress at all. Yeah. And I think that's why he's so good at it. And he takes his time. He's one of the happiest guys to go into tie breaks. And at least that's the way it looks outside. So I think he's almost...
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We managed to bounce around a whole bunch here in the first half hour, set the tone. But one of the big matches that we didn't even get to at all is the one in front of us now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the white side of Berlin. It actually makes me feel better that we hadn't gotten to it yet because, well, this is pretty much all theory, and we've seen MVL play these positions so many times. Though he is now on the clock, and behind 30 minutes in doing so, he's really taking his time to think about this last move from Karyakin. King takes d8. We'll run through the Berlin here, Vishy. You know, we make a lot of Berlin jokes, but the truth is that this position is played for both sides at the highest levels because it still offers chances, I guess, for both sides. But I'm going to go through this main line with knight h3. You can yell at me when you have any kind of thoughts to add. H5, the more direct approach for black rather than kind of the flexible H6, right?
It's actually the more theoretical line because many of the lines here used to be very, very forcing, but theory has been moving along. Yeah. When I was the player who introduced Rook h6 actually in a game in Amber in 2011 against Grischuk.
Yeah.
And Rook h6 is a nice move. Subsequently, the line caught fire. Everyone started to play it, and it's become the main line.
You were a trendsetter.
But I always thought it's a slightly harder line to play because I think there are more natural ones to play in the Berlin. But in Rook h6, there are sequences that you used to need to know precisely, especially the knight e2 and b6, bishop a6 lines. There's a lot of theory. But nowadays, this seems to be the one that everyone heads for directly.
Okay. And so to talk about the idea, right? Obviously, these positions have been played so much, but the bishop f4 variations with h3 were kind of all built around the hope that white can kind of punch e6 through and get tactics that take advantage of the king in the center. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying. So this approach of h5 and rook h6 combined with the bishop on e6, you say it's a super precise line black really needs to know well. Can you give us a little bit of the high level of black's goals in playing against white's 4-on-3 in this Berlin structure?
It's not very abstract. I mean, the lines are concrete, but the idea of rook h6 is very simply that black threatens bishop takes g5 and rook g6. So white has to react. So white either plays knight g4 or he can move his king and so on. And if you capture on e6, you play rook takes e6, and in fact, black has a decent position. Either knight h4 g6 or something like that is coming, or g5 could be.
Right.
I simply meant that there are lines, I think, where even if you forget your precise variation, you can still cope. But in h5, there are at least 1 or 2 lines. I'm almost making a pun out of this. that I've forgotten which ones exactly, but you need to remember well. Okay, so that makes any sense.
You're saying these are lines you can't forget, and you've forgotten which ones you can't forget, right?
Yeah, something, because I haven't played this in a long time.
Right.
But when I was preparing it, I thought there were line sequences you actually need to know exactly.
Yeah.
Well, but Karyakin is as much of an expert on the black side as Maxime is on the white side. So right. This is a battle of heavyweights in this line.
Yeah, for sure. Rook takes d8, king takes d8, and that's partly why I guess Maxime really takes his time before committing g4. For those following on the events page at chess.com, you can see that the time stamp really shows you White took a lot of time here, more than 25 minutes before committing the g pawn. That's a big move here. And after h takes and knight to d4, pretty much immediately from Karyakin. So Sergey not too thrown off. Like every Berlin, we could make a statement here and say, oh, it'll eventually be a draw, but let's not do that. And instead talk a little bit about the trickiness here, right? Black is threatening bishop takes g5 with knight f3. Trading on e6, black will take with the rook, and you've still got these positions where White has a 3-on-2, but also the pawns are maybe kind of targets for black. What do you see when you look at this? And maybe this is one of those lines that you can't afford to forget, even though we've forgotten what to do.
Well, already knight d4, I thought the move was usually knight h4. At least when you go knight e6, rook e6, and then hedge g4, they usually go to h4. So, but knight d4 certainly looks like Karyakin has checked it, and Maxime is now thinking for a long time. Well, the problem with these positions is it's so easy for it to fizzle out that that's why I think people prefer anti-Berlin alternatives, because those don't fizzle out quite so easily.
Right.
So moves like d3 and all this recent stuff with
all
bishop
the
a4
other
and d4 and all that.
Referring to for those who really want to know Berlin theory, there's all kinds of other ways that White can play move orders, that even either rook exchange, just ways that you can attempt to add a little bit of footwork and maybe get something with some maneuvering ideas later on, so it doesn't fizzle out. But here it seems that knight takes e6 is the main move, but there's also rook to d1 here, right, to pin the knight. Both are options, and maybe they'll transpose something like rook d1 and c5 eventually with a trade here. And White's idea usually is to quickly move the bishop away so you can start to advance your pawns here, right? Or is there some other plan here for White?
No, that's pretty much it. Bishop g3. I don't know if black can play king e8 or even king c8, because when you play f4, I have this move rook g6 still, so you need some more effort to make it work.
And the g pawn is a problem.
And if you play g5, then you lost your square on f5. So,
according to Peter Dockers, our guy working hard with all the news reports, if you're not reading the daily recaps at chess.com/news, that's a you problem. H takes g4 was a novelty. It's probably one of those novelties that's kind of a foregone conclusion, where the move order is sort of the only debate. But because overall H takes g4 is kind of probably an obvious idea. But
okay, Maxime seems to be going rook d1 now.
Yeah, he's got the Maxime hover. Slides the rook to d1, the Maxime hover. We had a Peter Spidler shuffle in the chair earlier. I was going to ask you to translate Peter Spidler's shuffle, if it was like a confident shuffle, if you played against him when he kind of shuffles in his chair. Who are some of the top players who are most annoying to play with their body language at the board? Let's be honest. Let's just air it out here. Who are the most annoying body language players to play? Or if you don't want to be controversial,
you get used to each guy. I mean, Anish and Hikaru like to stare off into space.
Okay.
Swidler and me, probably our eyes go out a while, but I don't think we stare quite that much into the roof and the ceiling and all that.
Right.
But they're not guys who are too annoying.
Yeah, just animated.
Maybe the more confident ones like Nepo and all, but what's more annoying is when they actually have a good position. Then their stuff annoys you more.
I guess annoying is. I was just kind of being funny, but I guess animated, right? Gary Kasparov was known as super animated, right? You've played against so many players throughout generations, so Gary was one of those guys who really obviously was engaged at the board, right? To say.
I mean, he wore his emotion. I mean, his emotions on his face, his sleeve, if you like. He really could not. If he played a bad move, and what was annoying about Gary is if he thought your moves were bad, he would
let you know,
smirk at them, and that's very annoying because I mean that is really annoying because you feel that you would rather not have that opinion expressed that way. But anyway.
Yep. We see Anish Giri watching our show. Shout out to Anish, because he just made a quick tweet about the 13 Rook H6 that you played for the first time at the highest levels in 2011. I don't know what you're trying to say, Anish, but we'll come back to you later, buddy. All right. Speaking of coming back, we got other games we haven't looked at yet. We can always go back to the top and look at Magnus and Esipenko, who I'm not exactly sure if this position is live or if we've got more moves being played. There we go. No, actually, this is, sometimes you wonder because it does happen with DGT relays. Sometimes the boards freeze. In fact, I was sitting here an hour early before the game, and whoever was messing with the top board, the move D4 and E4 kept being played in the relay, even though the games hadn't started yet. So but okay, they're just thinking for a long time, and both players really trying to navigate their way in this sort of obscure Queen's Indian / Catalan. Vishy, any thoughts about this?
Bishop C3 is one of those lines you're kind of aware of. I didn't think that C5 was the main move there.
Yeah.
But it's a bit strange that they play C5 and then start thinking so long. But many times when you're thinking, you're not really caught off guard or something. Quite often you're just trying to collect your thoughts and wake up even. So
yeah, according to our database, C5 is actually not the main move. Knight E4 is the main move. So C5 is possibly a move that took Magnus a little bit by surprise.
Maybe Anish can tweet something about the value of C5.
Yeah, Anish's
Anish,
game is strong.
I know you're dying to tweet it, so just say it. Come
on. So Knight BD2 is played to stop Knight E4. I mean, I was pointing out the obvious for you join. I mean, the bishop on C3 is going to obviously add a little bit of dynamics if you do try to do the typical thing in this structure, which is play C5. But Esipenko just goes for it. So this will be exciting to see. I think the most natural.
But I mean, B6 is a natural move, even if you get hanging pawns or something. It seems quite reasonable. So
yeah, B6 makes sense.
The Catalan is a problem that nothing seems to be very alarming till suddenly it is, and then it's quite late. So
yep. Okay, well, I want to bounce to one of the games that is super far along because we may not have a lot of time to look at it. That's the one between Fedoseev and Ivic. They are already in a rook ending where, there doesn't seem to be a lot of life left in this one. So we'll quickly go through the opening, but probably just preparation that was successful for Black. We've got this Grunfeld also with the bishop heading to C3, kind of a fun little theme of the day. All mainline theory here. We have C5, D5, E6, trade on D5. This is all mainline theory. Knight C6 is not as popular as Knight D7 apparently. So, but have you ever played this this Bishop D2, Bishop C3 line?
Yes.
Okay. So
you saw my game with Nepo last year's, and
yeah, that's a kind of a famous.
I played it in the match with Magnus as well, and so obviously I'm not a heavy D4 player, but I have played Bishop D2. It is it's a line with which is quite popular recently.
Yeah. So what's the do you feel like is there something more to this position than Fedoseev is able to get? Looks like we're headed toward a road of a lot of simplification very quickly.
My feeling is the best White can do is some sort of 4 versus 3, and it'll be a draw. But
in the live position,
yeah, in the current position, it should be drawn. I mean, that's all I think.
Okay, well, we won't spend a lot of time on this one then, because doesn't seem like it's going to give us a ton to look at. A game that does seem to have, well, there's a lot of games with a lot of spice, and again, you can go to the events page and choose them, but we haven't looked very deeply at Vidit's game yet versus Durabaili. So this one is, whoa, E5 on the board. F2 is threatened. I like it. What's going on here?
Yeah, my hunch is still, well, my initial feeling was this looks premature, but I mean, knight G4 and all that, but
yeah,
maybe it's okay for black. I can't.
we left it with knight E5. Obviously not the most popular theoretical move, but you know, a straightforward idea, right? White has all the positional goals over here on the queen side if black doesn't do something. So I was kind of highlighting black usually does something aggressive here, and in fact he does so, but I didn't look at knight H5. That's an interesting move. And after bishop back to E3, you repeat, head to G4 and punch E5 through. So we are officially in original territory here, both sides on their own, and Durabaili a little bit down on the clock.
I don't know. Let's say I play E3, which
Okay.
I can't make H3 work because of ED4, knight A4. Well, let's try H3, ED4, knight A4. If I go queen B5, do you have queen takes D4?
Queen takes D4 looks really good. Defends the knight, hits the knight, and prepares E4. So yeah, so probably you're right that although
what exactly is black's plan?
No, actually that looks good for white. So that means if H3 is played, what exactly is black's plan? Sorry for repeating you, Jinx. But yeah, what is black going to do on H3 here?
So ED4, knight A4, that is what, queen B3 or queen B5? I think it has to be one of those two.
I think you were right. I mean, this just looks good for white in both moves. Queen takes D4.
Yeah, and maybe now there's something specific with C5 or some.
Yeah.
Some such thing, but I'm not able to make it work. What else could black do here?
Yeah, this looking good. So
coming down,
but you can't play E5.
Well, the point is, there's no way black just went into this for fun. So let's try and figure out what's going on.
Right.
H3. It's not.
I mean, the other moves are H6 and like, okay, not H6 obviously because H6 we take and the pawn is pinned, but F6 is a move, I guess. Looks ugly. What if I just back up?
But head G4. No, but now I would play knight at 6, and I think this is quite nice for black. But
okay, headed to F5. Gotcha.
Because I think if you play after bishop F6, bishop H4, knight at 6, you have to play H3 first. We were analyzing F6, bishop F4, knight at 6, FE5. I think if you go DE5, I'll play knight F5 before FE5.
Right.
And that's
not ideal.
Not ideal, no. So what should black play instead? So maybe H3, F6, maybe H4, FE5, FG5, D takes E5. And like, what's the evaluation here? Bishop takes G4.
I mean, it's equal according to the computer, but that's more like unclear, less equal. It's a total mess.
Yeah, it's a fun position, something new.
I agree. Let's
see how this evolves.
I kind of said at the start of this game, I thought these two guys, I mean, Vidit obviously, you know, knock on wood for all fans in India. He's played very well, and he is the only grandmaster from India still in Sochi. So, but Durabaili also playing very well, just outed the young Abdusattorov, and so he's he really, I think, was more dominant in that match against Abdusattorov than the final score showed. It obviously went to tie breaks, but even in the early tie break, he was really outplaying Nordebek with black, and until a single blunder. So Durabaili playing very well. Anyway, yeah, this is an interesting position. I like it. Exciting. Man, I think the
And also
coffee's
there is
hit.
the simple move e3, whereupon you get a normal,
Yeah.
sensible position. I don't know why Vidit felt he had to play a3. After knight f6, couldn't he do better? Could he play h3, for instance, and just go bishop f4 and e3? Or is there something specific against that?
In which move?
2 moves ago, instead of a3,
Yeah,
could he have gone h3?
just to stop knight g4.
Yeah, but then maybe the point is e6, and if bishop f4, then maybe c5 or something like that. So.
Right. Okay.
Okay, but a3 is not a point, and bishop g5, e5. Has
Yeah,
he played
h3.
h3?
Okay, he's played h3. Yeah, so we have it on the board.
Okay, so that is the question I had as well. If ed4, knight a4, and what does he have?
Yeah, I think ed4, knight a4 looks really good for white. I think f6 is
Could be
probably,
f6, yeah. Could be f6.
and I think we're probably going to get that crazy wild structure you were talking about with a big exchange here because of what you said. Moving the bishop to h4 allows knight h6, and that doesn't feel good. So okay, all right. Well, we'll come back to this one. There's a wider view there of the playing hall. Everyone's still left standing. I want to head over to the women's section for the first time today. We haven't looked at any of the games for the top ladies in round 5 just yet. So let's go ahead and do that. All things start at the top with Gorodkina. We said before the show, would you take Gorodkina or the field at this point with 7 people left? Your thoughts, Vishy, on the 22-year-old from Russia. She's playing great chess. Who would you take at this point, Gorodkina or the 7 other players to win it all?
That's tough. There's 1 versus 7 odds, but I would probably take the 7 then.
Yeah, the odds are to take the other 7, but then you ask yourself who's going to beat Gorodkina, and it's hard to answer that question.
Yeah, no, she's obviously been very impressive, and that's quite important.
So Gorodkina is playing Sudukasova, Zagnidze against Anna Muzychuk, Kostyniuk, shout out to Alexandra, Chess.com's director of Russian content, doing amazing things for Chess.com and the community in Russia. And then we have Zhang Yitan versus Katerina Lagno, and all the games, not a single one of these games looks like it's headed for a dead equal position yet. A lot of life left in all 4 of these games. We'll quickly run through this opening here for Gorodkina. We had a Nimzo, classical Nimzo with Queen C2. Good stuff, straightforward stuff, a lot of theory, and this is probably the one that actually is closest to equality or just dead equality of all 4 of the games we just looked at. But any of these games, shout out to you as one to give an opinion on or kind of a thought about where it's headed. 95, that's a spicy
This
move.
one's interesting.
Yeah,
this one's interesting. I don't know, will I start with bishop b4?
Yeah, another Grunfeld.
Or maybe would I prefer to commit to move later and play bishop c2? No, I can't play bishop c2, bishop e2. So I have to go bishop b4.
Yep. Queen to c7, I assume, because of e7.
Yes, and then f3.
Yeah, I like it. I like white a lot in this position.
Yeah, and I don't know what should black play. If she goes bishop d7, I can just take on e7.
Right. A pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can have this trick with bishop a4, but it's not that much, I think.
Right. Yeah.
It's still
Bishop
a pawn.
a4 is probably just a big trade, and white can now.
I mean, white's bishop is slightly awkward, but
right.
It is an extra pawn. So.
Yeah, not the best bishop, but you're up a clear pass d pawn, and black's 2-on-1 that you have typically in all these Grunfelds is.
No, I must say I like white in that sense. I mean, after bishop b4, queen c7, I can also play h3. Same logic.
Mm-hmm.
I think all this bishop h3 stuff doesn't work. Bishop h3, king gh3, knight f3 check, king g2 king f3 and I'm out.
Yeah. Looks like
So no, that's not it. And then
looks like something I would do. No good for black.
and I could play h3, so that's also available.
Yeah, so this move seems super straightforward. And it feels like maybe whatever the theory was, that already white seemed to get the better of it, because the last several moves since bishop g4 are very forced. d5, queen c5, knight e5, and if bishop b4 is played, I
mean, it seems comfortable to me. If you have to play bishop c8, then something has gone wrong. So.
Right. If f3 and bishop c8 has been played, then it's almost just as bad as losing the pawn, right? White makes any kind of natural move, bring the queen up, put the other rook on c1, and you're in a dominant position. So
yeah,
Lagno has something to prove here in the live position, especially if Zhang Yitan plays bishop b4. So we'll keep our eye on it. Again, you can head over to chess.com/events and check out all of the games and and still watch the show. If you want Vishy and myself to be commentating in your ear, even if you browse to other games, you can go ahead and do it. Let's head back to the open section. F6 has been played.
We guessed correctly, so it's f6.
Yep. And okay, f6 is on the board. So yeah, I'm guessing that Vidit will capture and and we'll get the exact structure we were talking about. Look at that zoom in to Grishuk there. That's a game we haven't looked at nearly enough. I'm gonna head over there because this was a fun line just from the start of e4 played. Vishy, if you missed the opening, the most aggressive way to play the position, sacrificing the pawn. It's pretty much all theory, but still a line that definitely gives chances for both sides, right? If you look at it quickly, you go white is just so much better, but then you remember that black is up a pawn. Knight e7 allows the double pawns, so we get the structure we anticipated, and with rook to b8, Grishuk is on the clock. Your thoughts about this one?
If they've checked it, it should be equal. I think black is doing fine here, but
but not.
I'm not.
Wouldn't necessarily
at least the last time I looked at it, black was supposed to be okay here, and I don't remember if I had queen d6 or rook b8 or what detail, but I don't know if white should play d5 here, but
yeah,
I'll just go bishop d3, queen d2, and
positionally attempting to split the pawns. Yeah, so d5. Yeah, Duda hasn't. I don't think Duda has gone to a single tiebreaker match in the event.
That's impressive, actually.
Yeah, just talking about the players at this point as we get down to it, you see that little number above the playing hall. Everyone, 24 participants remaining. That means 16 in the open and 8 in the women's. But yeah, Duda, one of the only players in the round of 16 who has not gone to a single tiebreaker, and he'd like to keep that streak alive against Grishuk here. So yeah, you're thinking that d5 is the right approach here. We're not going for any kind of attack.
No, I just kind of tossed that out. I would end up playing something like bishop d3 and try to.
I mean, I would just move
because black wants to play b5, bishop b7.
What do you think about my plan? Too simple. Queen e4.
Which one is it?
Queen e4, bishop d3.
Queen e4. Let me go b5.
Okay, then I go for this. f5, I assume.
And then I can go knight g6.
Okay. You're saying you're stopping my checkmate threat. I've read you loud and clear. If I had unlimited moves, I would play h4, h5, and queen g4 and win. But I'm realizing that I don't have the firepower to really make this attack work. So jokes aside, I think it is kind of good to see that that's part of the problem is you lack the bishop or you lack another knight. And there's really, a very solid defensive setup here for black, which is why your plan of d5, even if it's not possible right away, let's just say that if this occurs and forget the fact that white's losing the pawn, this would be the positional way to create some havoc here. And a4 is played to prevent b5. So there you go. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, a4.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see if Krisha can make anything happen. We talked about the fact that Peter Svidler is just an absolute monster among men, an actual chess god in this event, like you said. We'll come back and talk about his game with Sam Shankland, which is starting to heat up a little bit and maybe even favoring the 8-time Russian chess champion. So don't go anywhere. Vishy and I will continue. It's round 5 of the FIDE World coverage here on chess.com, and we'll be right back. And we are back here. All eyes on the position between Magnus Carlsen and Andrei Esipenko. We've seen a few moves, right, Vishy? They were really taking their time to the point where I was curious if it was a TTT relay error. But no, Magnus just really took his time before playing knight b to d2. After the move b6 was played, knight e5, bishop b7. As you anticipated, we would likely get a hanging pawn structure, which for those who don't speak French is this type of structure where you have two pawns in the center. Neither is isolated because they have each other, but they are isolated from the rest of your pawn islands, so to speak. Pros of this type of structure often include you have a little more space and are keeping the other minor pieces at bay. But if the position does simplify, both pawns are targets, even more so than, let's say, a normal isolated queen pawn position. So quick high level, that's the type of thing that Esipenko is considering here, Vishy. And what do you think? Is e takes d5 just a natural capture? I mean, it looks good from my perspective. That's a hanging pawn position I can get behind, not just because we have some immediate threats, but clearly he's also considering knight takes d5 as well, and maybe even bishop takes. What are your thoughts here?
I would probably play e5.
Yeah.
And I think white would follow up with, no, I don't know if white follows up with e3. No, e3 might be the way to go. But I think black can just put his rooks on sensible squares and he's there. Yep. Queen e6, rook d8, rook c8. It's not nothing too difficult. Also, I don't immediately see what's too wrong with knight takes d5, but it feels a bit suspect.
Yeah, obviously this would be isolating your own pawn, right? You might see Carlsen play rook c1 and hope that we get a whole bunch of trades with something like this, and just to kind of
the problem for Carlsen is after knight d5 you can't do rook c1 because I take on c3 and you'll have to take with a pawn because if I take knight d5.
Yeah, because if rook takes, we have bishop g2
and queen b7 takes b2 and
wins the pawn. Okay, so that's actually maybe partly why Esipenko is considering knight takes.
But here, no, sorry, e3 doesn't work because I just play d4.
In the main line with ed5.
Yeah. No, cd5, ed5, e3, d4, ed4, cd4, bishop b7. Can I step aside with rook b8 or something?
Well,
okay, I'm throwing out lines, but I think it basically looks.
Rook to b8, what a move.
No, here knight c3, I think, and then take on g2.
Okay.
I could start with rook a d8 here. After bishop g2, king g2.
So ed5, e3, d4. White should probably take first on b7, but
yes,
to avoid your line with bishop g2.
Yes.
And now you still have this move, though. Kind of interesting.
Well, let's start with bishop takes b7. No, instead of ed4.
Yeah, bishop takes b7 here.
So, but don't leave the pawns on e3 and c5.
Yeah, that's what I have here. Yeah, bishop takes b7 after d4.
Yeah, and then so ed5, e3. I think d4 doesn't work. Bishop b7, queen b7.
Yeah, because if you just take now, I am kind of winning the pawn cleanly.
Yeah, the compensation is kind of nebulous. So,
well, Magnus.
I don't think rook a b8 works here because you'll just come back and.
Yeah, it's a spite. It's a spite.
You have a nice square on c4 for your pieces. So.
Yeah, but even like if rook ab8, the bishop just comes back to g2, let you take c3, and white has won a healthy pawn. So Magnus obviously taking a little bit of a break after working pretty hard here at the early stage. I wouldn't say walking around is a sign of confidence, but I would say that he spent a lot of time on knight bd2 and bishop to c3. Really, I mean, it's why you see on the clock Carlsen is actually behind, but now Esipenko's turn to think. He's 1-0 against Magnus, right? A lot of people talked about the victory, of course, from the Tata Steel event. We'll actually play the video for you at the next break that we made of that super dramatic, emotional moment for the junior Esipenko. But but he's a talented kid, right? A bright future for Esipenko.
Sure. And he's also made impressive progress in the last year. So he's very strong now.
Yep. Apparently 95 was the first move that was officially a novelty. We know this line is slightly obscure compared to excuse me, some of the mainline Queens Indians, but 95 was the first official novelty for those keeping score at home. Okay. Well, I think E takes D5 is the move that he'll play, but obviously, like you said, he's spending some time on this knight takes D5. Dingley Wren has played this move bishop to C3 from the white side against Magnus, who was on the black side a couple of times. So there's history in this variation.
Yeah.
Some fun little factoids. What other game should we check in with? Etienne Bacrot is taking on Casper Porion. This one looks like it's fizzling out relatively quickly.
Yeah, it is compensation, and
yeah.
In fact, Maxime is the one who seems to have a nice extra pawn.
Okay, we'll go back to Maxime just for those. This is actually not only is this preparation, this is actually still theory. This is following the game. Karjak and Carlson from Norway Chess in 2018. So this has been played before, and Black does have compensation for the sacrifice pawn. Okay. Vache Legrave and Karjakin in a Berlin to make Vichy proud, right? You get proud when people play the Berlin. You're kind of, you know.
You play it once in a while because it is one of the most important openings in chess, and it's good to keep in touch with it because you will face it often, and you have to play it with both colors. But on the other hand, if you play it all the time, it gets a bit boring.
Right.
But it is a brutally tough line to crack.
Right. This is a good example of. I mean, Vache Legrave is up a pawn, but it's still going to be a tough one to convert. What are your thoughts on the winning plan here? The normal 3-on-2 advantage you have is there, but sort of split currently. F4 is still an idea because an exchange might bring the rook here. But immediately you got to deal with this, and I assume something like B4 is going to be met by some sort of counter shot, like A5 or something to start to kind of poke at these pawns and open up the rook.
Yeah, so let's try to make sense of that. The problem with rook D2 is Black is going to go rook A6. If you play B3, then he's going to probe the B pawn first, and so endlessly try to kick you around. So I think White will play B4 here. If Black then replies with A5, then B5 locks the rook and you can't come to C6. So I think you want to start with rook C6.
Okay, hitting the pawn.
And so B4, rook C6. And I think now's the time to play F4 if you're going to do it.
Okay. You're giving up the pawn with a tempo here.
Well, the problem with rook D3 is you play A5 and you get counterplay because now B5, my rook is already on C6, so I'll come to C4. Or I'll play rook C4 and then A5 and break up your pawn structure. So B4, I'll go rook C6.
Right. So you're saying...
No, you're doing it with B3. I mean, B4. Instead of rook D2, B4.
Yeah. No, that's where I'm at.
Sorry, I'm saying the thing. But anyway, and here this is not good because your rook is trapped. So you have to play rook C6. And if I go rook D3, you can start with rook C4.
Right.
No, if you play rook C4, I have rook F3.
Okay.
In fact, instead of B4 as well, I have rook F3. And then what is the line? Yeah. Rook B2, I have rook F3, but you can play king D7, rook takes F7, king E6 minimum.
Yeah, this looks like a quick turnaround that the Black is happy with. In fact, the 3-on-2 could actually become very dangerous for White on the queen side in the sense that Black might be winning some pawns. Rook C2, rook A2.
Yeah. And now rook F3, so...
Yeah, but this starts to feel like Black is the one in the driver's seat. So the line you were looking at with...
No, it's still White pushing, but the thing is, black will, if the king comes to e6, there's a kind of fortress effect. And so rook takes thing. And now I can go rook a2 first.
Right. So which line? Let's
And-
start from the top again. So you're saying b4, or no, you're saying rook d3 right away, giving up the b2
It's
pawn.
one idea. I mean, the other thing is to go b4, rook c6, rook b3, and try to play rook f3 there. So it's a question of which one you prefer.
Yeah, it's key timing that the white rook keeps the black king cut off. Obviously, if black could just pop the king from c8 to e6, this is a completely different position.
Yeah, so when your king comes to e6, I'll have to go to h7 so that I can check you and kick you around.
Right.
But the
Yeah.
question is, how many pawns do you want to drop on the way to this paradise? So-
Right. So if rook c6, rook d3, maybe you play a5 anyway. I mean, so rook c4 is also, I guess this is the most straightforward try, because if you force rook f3, king d7, rook f7, king e6, rook h7, I can probably take c3. Do I take c3 or g4? Which pawn is the question?
Well, then if you're going to take on c3, why do you bother playing rook c4? You can start with a5, for instance.
That makes sense. So you might as well take
Try to get a useful move.
Okay.
And this could well just be full compensation for black. So the other thing is to play rook c4.
Okay.
Rook f3, rook takes g4. Rook takes f7, king d7. Rook h7. And I can play, if I want, king e6. And
Yeah.
now when you check, I have the f5 square for myself. So I don't see any progress that you can make here. I'll go rook c4 next move and I'm doing fine.
Yeah, the computer's
I'm
eval
beginning to
too.
suspect that Karyakin is very much in home territory and this one is
Right.
safe.
The minister of
But this
defense.
is, I mean, clearly he didn't just play knight d4 for fun, and this might just be equal.
Yeah. Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is he's got a lot of fans rooting for him. We see that our Chess.com France coverage actually has more than 10,000 viewers right now. So shout out to our French speaking community, who none of you can hear me right now, but shout out to you anyway. Vichy, do you speak French, or is that one of the only languages you don't speak?
Well, I learned French in school, but my French has stayed stuck there for a long time. In
Yep.
fact, as my Spanish started to get better, I started to forget my French because they're quite similar and you don't mix them up. So now my French is possible. I mean, I can stumble around France and get by, but it's nothing to write home about.
Okay. The games, we have had no results. So for anyone just tuning in, this is round 5 of Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup. We are now down to 16 players, tons of marquee matchups. We've been looking a lot here at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's games and his camera. Let's go check in on Svidler and Sam Shankland, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
The guy who we said we've been applauding his efforts all day. Again, he has made the round of 16 all 9 World Cups he's played in. And just one stat, there are many that kind of show how mind-blowing that is. The number 1 seed in the World Cup has only made the round of 16 4 times in its history. So for a guy like that to be as consistent as he is in this format, here we see he has a little bit of an edge against Sam Shankland. For those tracking the opening theory, Vichy, it was all theory until h6 by Sam. This was the first novelty, apparently. h6, bishop d2. Rook to c8. This is basically a Ruy Lopez without the pawn on e5 for black, the Spanish kind of structure for white.
Yeah.
And with the trade on d4 and then b4, doesn't want bishop c3. Everyone wants their bishop on c3 today, and Sam says, no, thank you. Not going to allow that.
It could just as well be that gaining a little space like that is nice for him.
Yeah.
So, and if bishop d3, he can keep kicking it with bishop a6. So
right. And that's exactly what he does here.
Sensible. Yeah.
He threatens it, and so Svidler plays bishop d3. But now we have a single pair of rooks traded and Shankland on the clock with a basically deadlock as far as time is concerned. Okay, so again, super solid. Sam Shankland is a very tough guy to beat. He has not lost a single game in Sochi. Not a lot going here. What would you say is the advice on the tension here, right? There's this, the main thing that's different about the structure is the fact that the black pawn is not on e5, right? So that obviously comes with some pros because it means that f5 is not available for white. You like the pawn on e6 because it controls the squares, but it also means that white always has e5 on the agenda. What would be the Vishy Anand advice on when white should play e5 here or not?
I can't say that white ever wants to play e5.
Okay.
Because I will take and go knight d5, and if you try to do something on the king side, I think I still have knight f8 to covers a lot of squares there. I would play e5 if I was convinced it was going somewhere strong very quickly. But black can easily, for instance, I don't see what's wrong if black plays rook c8.
Yeah, I think
can you exploit this very quickly? E5, capture, and knight d5, queen e4, knight f8, queen g4, something like that. Maybe it's happening quite fast.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering about.
Yeah, and if king h8, then knight h5. So this could get awkward, right? I think this
so there
is what
could
you
be a
want to
time when we
avoid.
play e5, right? This is what I was wondering is there ever an opportunity where suddenly every piece just flips to the king side and black actually has less defense than met the eye just a few moves ago, right?
Yeah, it can go quite fast once it goes wrong.
But you make a great point. Obviously, as long as knight f8 is on the table, this is, what is the phrase? With the knight on f8, there is no checkmate. Then you're never really trying to, you're never really in a position where this is devastating. But
I mean, black could, for instance, play rook d8, and this is fairly prophylactic because if now you can never play e5 because I can take on f3, take on e5, and rook is d8.
Okay, very nice. And I'll just show that if e5, chop down. Takes.
If gf3, then d5, and you knight takes e5, and you win a pawn.
Yeah, just showing that. And if gf3, then shake
and
bake.
Shankland actually went bishop a6. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, looks like he has played bishop a6 indeed.
Okay, that clearly eliminates e5, queen e4 forever, but white is going to get the c file. So bishop a6, queen a6.
Bishop a6. If you trade queens, takes. Am I just playing rook?
What does he do against rook c7?
Rook c8 or rook c7? Both look good. Whatever.
Maybe rook c8.
So is it
possible black can weather all this? But yeah, you want to take with the rook
on the board with like rook takes a6. Feels
okay,
scary.
then let's do rook c8 check.
Always give check. I say you got to check to have mate.
No, this you don't want to do because I'll play e5 and.
Yeah, this looks good for white.
Maybe not. Let's see. d5, knight d5. Do I actually have a knockout blow?
Just queen e4.
g6.
I feel like I'm just like sacrificing things here. Like, where's my checkmate? Maybe I have nothing. Okay, so not queen e4. Apparently the computer must like something here with the eval bar. So
yes,
no computer moves.
I mean, it looks very nice for white, but I'm just trying to see what's the knockout blow because black is threatening queen b7, so it's got to be pretty quick. Maybe bishop takes h6.
Ah, look at that puzzle rush. If I take with the king, you're checkmating me, and if I take with the pawn, now you
then queen e4 check, queen g4, and throw.
Look at that.
Okay, but hang in there. After bishop takes h6, if you go queen b7, I have queen c2 check, and I'm a pawn up. Okay, so that's
you just saved the rook. Can't take because of rook h8, and something simple like moving the bishop back is probably enough for white.
Yes.
Okay. Well, bishop a6, maybe that was a dumb suggestion by me then to take with the rook. I think you probably have to take with the queen.
No, but it's you didn't have to go king h7. You could go bishop f8.
Ah, that's fair. Yeah, that's actually kind of critical.
Which is probably more relevant because you're threatening queen b7, rook a8, kicking me out of the 8th rank.
Okay. I love.
So let's see what happens. Now if I play e5, take, I guess. Take, knight d5. How bad is this?
This is exactly the type of line you were saying when white would not want to play e5 because now you've overextended. E5 is actually a target.
Well, now that we don't have our light bishop and we can't play queen e4, those are excellent squares for the knights. I remember them from my Meran when I first started playing the Meran. Whenever I'd get the structure, I'd be very happy.
Yeah.
Because actually black is seriously better in the endgame. That b2 pawn is weak because that the black pawn is on b4 and so on.
Yep.
So if I can start swapping queens and
Marin
rooks, is nice.
Your Marin is the best in the business. Be honest. How many times have you won a game in the Marin based on pure preparation? Is it like a dozen?
I've won a few games with preparation, but most of the time, as long as the preparation landed me in a comfortable position, I did quite well. It's an opening which suits me.
Exactly.
Unlike the Grunfeld, for instance, where I've hardly ever won a game and I've either suffered or equalized due to my preparation. But clearly, the opening doesn't suit me, and I think it's best I drop it.
But on the white side of the Grunfeld, you've got your immortal victory over Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, well, you can't build a resume on that one game, but
yeah.
Okay, actually, one more thing, Danny. After bishop a6, rook a6, I want to play d5. I think this is the move I really want to play. D5.
Spicy.
Because now I want to land in rook c6, so you have to make a decision.
And
what
you
do
want to land in on f5 if I let you take or push.
That's the hope. If you go knight c5, I can play d6. You don't want to play fe6, but if you play knight e6, then I still got knight f5.
Right. And if you play fe6, you're just positionally, I mean, even like e5 or something.
So maybe I want to play d5.
I like it. I like d5. So that means Shankland has to be thinking here on.
So then maybe what Shanky really wants is queen takes a6.
Yep.
Well, let's try queen takes a6 again.
Okay. Queen takes a6.
So you capture everything.
Take everything.
Yeah. First, if you go rook c7, I think what I want to do is to rook a8. So that if you play e5, I can interpolate bishop d8, and then I should be okay.
Okay. But I love your d5 idea. I mean, even okay, here I guess no, but I'm pointing out that the knight actually can't take on d5 because d7 falls. So I love the idea of anchoring in d6, the c6 square, opening up f5. D5 is a fun idea.
Yeah, but I think it's a resource for the middle game, not for the end game, unfortunately. Because d5, ed, and then that pawn is just there for the taking. So
yeah. We've got Mr. Svidler fully focused in on the position. Looks like we actually have seen the queen trade and rook takes a6. So that is
it's hard to believe that rook takes c6 would be the move. So they're here. Rook c7, I have rook a8. What about rook c8 check? What does black do?
Rook c8 check. Now I can play king h7. I'm no longer worried about devastating things on the diagonal.
Yes and no.
But
no, you can play this.
The open file belonging to white it makes this a 2-result position for Peter in that he can keep. I mean, you can even just start bringing pieces over like knight e1, knight d3. Like I don't know, like you can
or king to d3 is
exactly like some sort of way for white to bring pieces into the center. When you own the only open file, you feel like a dictator on the board.
But black is going to like these. Black plays rook a7 and maybe knight b6 or d5 and knight b6 and knight fd7. Those knights are going to start jumping a bit.
Yeah. But I still, something happens. Still feels like white is, white is in control of the general direction here when you
but not too much.
Yep. All right, well, let's quickly look back at Magnus Carlsen's game with Andrei Esipenko. One of the big matchups of the day, of course, we know, is this rematch between the world champion and the young 19-year-old from Russia. He did play e takes d5, Ishi. So spend some time before committing ed. And now after e3, rook f to d8. We've got a couple of.
I think he's broadcast his intention for next move, so white's got to deal with that. And maybe knight b3, but then I go rook a c8. And
this just feels good for Esipenko. Like, I feel like, I mean, from the beginning of this game, Magnus has been using a lot of time, maybe trying to out-prepare his opponent, but it's not really working. And now he's down 20 minutes on the clock with the white pieces. This is like the hanging pawn position you show people in lessons as an ideal hanging pawn position. Like, you've got
this is one of the better hanging pawn positions, and maybe the reason Magnus is down to 40 minutes is that his idea against it is quite insipid. So maybe this is just not worked out.
Yeah. Well, he has made a move on the board.
Let's see what he did. He made some sort of move.
I think it was b3. I saw a pawn push. I'm not exactly sure what it was. Oh, no, it was rook e1. Okay.
Rook e1, okay.
Apparently, I can't read Magnus's body language from here. What good am I as a commentator if I can't read the body language? We've got you for the chess. I don't even know why I'm here. But
what is e3? Why is he allowing d4?
Yeah, well, rook e1 hits the bishop on e7. So it was rook e1, not b3.
Yeah, and so I go d4. Yeah, sorry, rook e1. I go d4. Let's try to figure the obvious move first, right?
I assume I can just take. Although I also have bishop a5 you got to watch out for. But okay, let's say I just take.
On d4. So let me play bishop g2.
Yeah.
Already you don't have bishop a5, and this is your losing. No, you have e7, but still, that's not for an advantage. cd4, if you play bishop a5, I go queen d5 check.
Yeah, you win the bishop. That's a problem. And I can't take d4 for those calculating the tactics, because at the end of the line, black wins the knight on d2. So I think d4 has to be met by bishop a5. I think this has to be the move.
Yes. Now let me play bishop g2.
Okay.
Just because we can. And then what can black play here?
I mean, even just rook e8 looks
Can
okay.
I go d3?
You want to play d3 and sack the exchange?
No, d takes e3.
Oh, d takes e3. Okay, I misheard you. I mean, I'm still going to take here on d8.
Then let me see if I can make this e takes d2 work.
Wow. You're a lot more aggressive with sacrificing.
No, but rook takes e7, and I cannot get rook d8. So once I get rook d8, that pawn on d2 will stop your rook queen from ever moving.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's no way I can make this work, because queen takes d8. You can start with queen f3, and I'm almost
yeah, and you're toasted.
For instance, or you could play rook e3 and queen f3. So I can't get this to work. Okay.
You're so much more aggressive with Magnus's pieces, Vishy. I like it. Yeah.
No, at the board, I think these things. It's just they don't work.
Oh, I know. I'm teasing, obviously. But all right. Well, Esipenko has some things to think about, but he does look like he's in a pretty good position. Once again, the young man from Russia holding his own against the world champion. And so, on that note, we're going to take another break, but not before we throw it for our subscribers, at least on Twitch. You will not enjoy a commercial. You will enjoy this video that really highlights Esipenko's huge victory from earlier this year. One of the biggest things to happen since the return of over-the-board chess, really due to the last year's pandemic. So enjoy this dramatic recap of Esipenko's last game against Magnus Carlsen, and Vishy Anand and I will be back in just a few minutes.
Knight c3, b5, and look at Magnus's face.
Did he miss it? I'm wondering. Yeah, he is not happy at all. Esipenko is looking to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen. This is a historical moment for him. It is just groundbreaking. If he wins this game, he will be one of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen. And as I mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen did not lose a classical game of chess for 125 games. The guy is hard to take down. And in his first opportunity, Andrei Esipenko is about to do the unthinkable.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. Historic moment. He stopped the clock. 18-year-old Grandmaster Andrei Esipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game
mean, look at him. That he is exhausted from the fight that he just brought to the world champion.
One of the best day in my life. Yes, I feel very great, and I have nothing to say.
And we are back here as fans tuned in to Magnus Carlsen's game with Andrei Esipenko at the break. You'll be tuning into Magnus Carlsen's game versus Jan Nepomniachtchi in November versus for the World Chess Championship, the title on the line. It's going to be epic, going to be awesome. Mark your calendars and join us then. But right now, we got to jump into a game that just brought us a result rather quickly, but not one that was unpredicted by Vishy Anand. They literally played the entire line you were analyzing, Vishy, starting with the move B4 in the position we left it. It's the most natural thing to do given the fact that the pawn is threatened. Rook to C6, as you said. Rook D3 is the best way to defend the pawn because it also threatens Rook F3, Vishy. Rook C4, just as you predicted. Rook F3, and now the key is that Black is giving up this pawn in exchange for activity. Just to highlight the position, if White had a way to improve and not let the king in the game, this is probably a different type of result, or at least White can keep pushing. The real key defensive point, Vishy, was that White can never really go after this pawn without Black immediately improving the king, which dynamically makes all things equal because that active king is going to make up for the pawn, right? And that's pretty much what happened here.
Yeah.
The trade. And
then they just repeated.
They just repeated moves because for Black to push for anything would include allowing the White rook to be dominant on the 7th rank. And for White to do anything but check is probably risking losing as well, due to the fact that Black is going to take one of these pawns, and the active king is actually very, very advantageous for Karyakin. So, wow, we have a result. Shout out to all the fans watching at ChessCom France. Unfortunately, MBL's game is in the books, so that ended quickly. But what do you think? I mean, this is kind of what you expect in a Berlin where both sides come super well prepared, a 35 move draw, and this is why people use the Berlin as a punchline, right?
A bit, yes. There are draws in all lines, but the Berlin is particularly hard even to make slightly interesting. I think you have to work much harder with White even to squeeze a little bit.
Yeah.
Than you have to work with Black. So that is another problem for White.
Yeah. All right. Well, as you can see there, the game that has been on camera while Vishy and I gave you the quick recap of how MBL drew Karyakin. Is still Esipenko on the clock. So we've now had time to take a break, play a great video. For those of you who haven't checked it out, you can also see that recap of Esipenko's dramatic victory at our YouTube channel. But not much has changed. So I say we look at some of the other games. There's a lot of exciting games going on this round. And again, you can follow them all at chess.com/events. I want to go back to the game of your countryman Vida Gujrathi versus Durabaili, although again, you could argue that Grishik and Duda is a great one to check in with. Tabatabai and Marty Rosian, also a really interesting Nimzo. I want to get your thoughts on at some point because you are an expert on this subject. I don't know if you got the memo. You're an expert on the Nimzo Indian, Vishy. Did you know that?
Got it.
You are. Yeah.
I am now.
Oh, okay, you are now. But we've got this. Look at this. This is an original position, and we love those. What is going on in this position between Vida Gujrathi and Durabaili?
Well, White's obviously got a great thing going on the king side. And the advantage for him is he can return the pawn with knight d6 check almost at any moment he wants.
Yeah.
What's Black going to do? Black can play b4 for a start, which kind of speeds things up very quickly. Then the question is, should White bail out immediately with knight d6 check, or should he... I mean, bail out, I mean, simply reduce the complications. The ending is by no means dead, but
Black probably needs to castle before taking here because of taking g7, right?
Castles, I would go at queen d5 check.
Wouldn't it be sweet if you could sack on h7 and checkmate me? But no.
Well, queen d5 check, I might be able to grant you your wish. Queen d5 check, king h8, queen e4.
Okay.
So you have to play h6.
Right.
Now I can go queen e5.
You're relentless, threatening rook takes h6.
Yes, I don't know if you can play ba3 or something, but
oh wow.
Rook h6, king g8. It's messy, but I don't like this. I suspect you would rather just take on d6. Oh, but then you're taking on g7. Okay.
Yeah,
No, that is not fun.
but hold on, D.
If you play b4, then knight d6 is awkward, I think. What should you play instead? You can't play bishop e7. Can you go? I mean, you would guess that Durar Bailey could have checked this, but who knows?
Durabili is, I don't know. Time doesn't suggest to me that either player is playing on preparation at this point.
Well, it's a very obscure line, so there's no particular reason for them to have checked it.
Yeah, it started down the slightly obscure roads when 95 was committed. Got even more obscure with this knight h5, and then Vidit's choice to play a3 and allow knight g4. And if I had to guess, I think from then on, we have definitely had both players on their own, doing their best to solve kind of a very complex position here. So, no, I don't believe that. Don't believe
this has happened yet. Yeah,
has been played yet. Yeah, the position is currently right here with queen takes g5.
Okay, so what can black play? Black can play bishop e6 here.
Okay, that's a good one.
If you go knight d6, I'm going to take. You take.
I almost want to take g7 intermiss.
Well, if you take g7, I have rook g8. That's the advantage of having knight.
Yeah,
and by the way, that means that earlier my assessment of ed6 wasn't necessary. I could start with queen g7. So I was wrong a bit earlier. Yeah. And here I would say, let's play queen takes d6. Queen takes g7. Rook g8. Well, might as well queen h7. And then b4. And maybe I've got enough counterplay because your king side is still a bit off.
Yeah, this is a really weird position. 3 results, and one that I would, on a practical level, kind of disagree with the computer or agree with you, because I mean, maybe a computer can play this position for white, but a human being is like, how do you solve these problems?
It's very rich. I mean, for instance, I could play rook h6 here. I realized that I might be just lost. Because if ba3, I go queen takes g8.
Yeah, this is key.
And so rook h6 is one of these nice moves when you have an open h file.
Yeah,
I'm beginning to think this is looking very good for Vidit. Maybe rook b7 instead of bishop e6. Not the first move that comes to my mind, but it's got a lot of advantages to it. Maybe rook b7. But then white can play rook c1 maybe.
All the way back here. Instead of
bishop e6, maybe rook b7 just to solve the g7 problem.
Okay, I'll bite. I'll take it. I like it.
Or I can, instead of rook b7, I could just bite the bullet and go h6 and see what you do. But I don't like that. So
yeah.
Oh wait, there is queen c6 instead of rook b7. There's queen c6. How are we doing here?
This hits the knight. Now you can't really play knight d6 freely because of queen c3 check.
But you can play f3.
Just f3 is simple,
and this has the bonus that my king can scurry away to f2.
Yeah, I love the bonus of a safe king. Yep, I like that. Okay, well, Durabili is.
No, wait a minute. Hang on, Danny. Wait, the line with bishop with what was it? Queen c6. No, not queen c6. Instead of h6, we
H6.
saw some line with bishop e6.
Okay. Wait, queen c6 or bishop e6?
Bishop e6. Let's try bishop e6 again.
Okay.
If you play knight d6, bishop d6. Yeah, ed6, then maybe castles is fine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking Black should have done, because I was focused on the theme that you ended up highlighting, which is, as long as I don't allow any drastic craziness, this white king is just in trouble, and the development is no fun.
Talking with Uncle Danny.
What?
No, it's
I play.
someone wants
hey.
to say hi.
How's it going, buddy?
Hi,
You have to come in
everyone.
the.
How you
I
doing,
play
dude?
chess on chess.com and Chess Kid. Both I like.
Okay, but Mike, Fun Master Mike isn't here, so you can tell me. Do you like Chess.com better than Chess
I
Kid?
like Fun Master Mike.
Yeah, we like him around here too. Is it getting late for you?
Bye.
When's your bedtime?
Bye, thank you.
Bye, buddy.
Yeah.
See ya.
I can say it on the camera.
He's the best.
Okay.
The many calls we've had recently about other things. It's good to see he's still up. It's getting late for him, right? It's 9 o'clock for you almost.
No, it's 7:30 only.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're still.
All righty. Well, H6 has been played. The computer doesn't like Durabailey's H6. What's the?
I don't like it either. It feels quite wrong.
Back to your point. Now knight D6. We missed earlier. You can take G7 as an intermezzo, I think.
Yeah, but here I want to play bishop f8.
Sack.
Queen takes g7, h8, and now queen c6.
Yeah.
There is rook h3. That's a problem. Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, there's actually rook h3. Otherwise, I might be escaping. Rook h3 is going to kill that. Okay.
But I think your idea has merit. Again, all based on the theme that White has problems to solve. Like, what if we play b4? Like, there's no rook h6. This position is completely unclear. I mean,
but I can play even f4 here if I want.
Okay, and you're escaping.
And if ba3, I just play rook. I can't go rook h3 because you'll play a2. So it is a rich position, but it just feels very wrong. I mean, it feels like there's going to be a knockout blow somewhere. Give me a second. Let me just try to find one. So you played b4
with human beings playing. This is
h6, knight d6. Yeah, you can't start walking with your king, so you have to go bishop d6. And after bishop d6, I also have queen g6 check, by the way.
Oh yeah, back in the main line. By the way, it looks like queen f4 was played by Vidit, so he doesn't go for any of this. He plays queen f4. Wow.
Okay, which also looks good, by the way. But anyway, now can I go bishop e6?
I still just want to.
Yeah, go b4. I can always play bishop e6 next move now.
Yeah, let's play the most aggressive approach for Black.
Yeah,
I'm getting more nervous.
Wasn't 96 just very strong? Why did he reject it?
Just take here. Can I do this? Because if you check, I'm running out. You're not mating me.
Yeah, but again, if I start with rook h3, what are you going to do? I mean, I literally want to play rook h3 takes a3.
Apparently there's something here, but I don't know. Oh, can I just play your a2 again? You can't take because queen b1.
But then I can go queen e4 check.
a2, queen e4 check.
King f7, rook f3 check.
It's amazing that there's no like win here.
And then queen d5 check takes a2. Is that working? Queen takes a2.
Yeah. There were obviously some other opportunities there, but the evil eval bar distracts us. This is a very hard position to calculate. It's the players are probably seeing the tactics deeper than anything the computer can do on kind of a very quick depth. But I'm still surprised that Vidit didn't go knight d6 though.
Yeah, it looks like just such an easy upgrade over this one.
We see Haik Martirosyan on camera for the first time today, really. Let's go look at his game. Tabatabai. I don't know why I always bounce around with the pronunciation, but Tabatabai is playing the white pieces against Haik Martirosyan. Like I said, this was kind of an interesting Nimzo. 11 takes knight c3 was the first novelty, although just a month ago, Caruana played the move rook to c1 here against Levon Aronian in this Nimzo. So So knight e2 was already kind of a deviation from the Caruana Aronian game from Paris a month ago. But what are your thoughts on this Nimzo line here, right? We're facing this bishop d2 thing with c5 rather than transitioning to kind of the QGD structure, which you often see here.
I think with this pawn on f4 and everything, white should be slightly better at least.
Okay. In the
I like white's position more.
Yeah.
It just seems very comfortable now. And I'm also after king f2, I'm threatening something like knight e4 if I want. I like white. What black is going to do is another question. Maybe rook f b8.
Rook f e8.
b8.
Oh,
to try and get rook b2 in. And
yeah.
Can I take on d7 then?
King f2.
Okay, king f2, let me take on a3. You have queen b2, rook a1, queen b4. Yeah, that works.
You save the day because the knight
so
is
rook takes a3.
So wait. Queen to b2.
I don't know that is necessary. Maybe you can take and go knight e4 or something.
What if I just avoid the queen trade too, and then like knight d5 is coming, but I don't know how to do that. If I go queen d2, I self-pin.
Queen c1 you can play.
Okay. And then if like, okay, bishop takes a4, loses to rook a4. Bishop to b7, I was, this is what I wanted. Something.
No, then rook b1 is over.
Oh, rook b1 also wins. Okay.
So you have to go to c. You can go queen b7 and try to play knight b4. It's a hell of a lot of trouble for a pawn.
Yeah, feels unnecessary, like an unnecessary amount of trouble. But I'm with you now. Now looking at the position with the pawn on f4, the way the structure favors white, the weak d7 pawn, Marty Rosian has his work cut out for him. We're getting a number of moves apparently in the Magnus Carlsen Esipenko game, so I guess we'll head back to that one and just check on it. A5 and bishop takes f6 quickly played. A lot of games still going, as you can see here before you. You can go to chess.com/events and check them out yourself. If you would like, you can still listen to the live commentary at the chess.com events page directly. Just click on the play button in the embed of this Twitch channel in the upper right corner. Well, takes and rook to c1. It still looks okay for Esipenko. Still a hanging pawn position where I like black's chances, but we will say
Look, first of all, I can play bishop takes b2 here. Hang on, bishop takes b2.
Rook takes c5.
Bishop a3.
Okay.
And I want to route that guy to b4, after which your knight and rook are kind of jammed there. How could this possibly not be fine? Absolutely fine for black. I think simply hasn't worked, panned out for Magnus. Rook c2, bishop b4.
Yeah.
And you can't move your guys. I mean, you may just be able to cobble out with some queen b1, rook d1, whatever, but you're not, white's not.
Yeah. It looks very decent for Esipenko. And again, not that the world champion doesn't have good chances to hold, but we've been liking the direction of this position for black for a while. And it's also been kind of added to the fact that Magnus hasn't ever seemed comfortable in this particular game. He took a lot of time to play 8 bishop c3 if you're just tuning in, and then even more time to play knight bd2, which is kind of where we're at, where he's got a 15-minute time disadvantage. And it didn't come with anything of note for white. If anything, black got a great hanging pawn position with the bishop here to help support it.
Yeah, I like this plan because I want to get my bishop to b4. The problem with c4, which is also very strong, is that b3, c3, knight f3, and I couldn't see a knockout there.
Yep.
But even that might be good for black.
Okay, well, Esipenko is going to be, I mean, philosophically, what I was going to say is bishop takes f6 for Magnus is based on, you know, when you're worse in a hanging pawn structure, for an educational takeaway for the viewers, you're often looking for trades, because if you get pieces off the board, it's easier to target the pawns in theory. And the pawns are so restrictive and the space is so strong for black that if you let it stay that way, your pieces are sort of cramped and often fighting for squares. So bishop takes f6 is kind of a weird move to play. It gives up the bishop pair. But Magnus's idea here is he's trying to simplify, trying to liquidate so that he has some more chances to maybe get pressure on the pawns. But with it comes the bishop pair, and definitely your idea of taking b2 and headed this way, Bishi, feels it's not a 2-result position yet, but you definitely like black's chances if they head to the endgame this way.
I mean, it looks very much like Magnus is trying to bail out of something he hates, some position he hates. So
Right.
that's the impression it gives.
Yeah, exactly. And that was kind of my point on this, is it's doesn't look great, but he's trying to bail out. And so we'll keep an eye on it. Still again, a lot of other games going. I want to back up to another matchup. Let's head over to Alexander Grischuk versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, we have missed that one for a while.
We've missed that one for a while. If you're just tuning in, we do have one result in the books already. And that was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Sergei Karyakin, who have already drawn their game. So they will move to their second classical battle deadlocked. We are now in the bracket of 16, and you can see the updated result there on the right side between MVL and Sergei Karyakin. So Maxime will now take the black pieces in game 2 tomorrow. And we'll
I think Karyakin might try d4 tomorrow and try to poke Maxime's Grunfeld. Who knows?
Let's head over to Grischuk and Duda and see how they're doing. We've got their game up.
Okay, so what happens if I go king h7?
What happens if you go what?
King h7.
King h7. Okay.
I mean, I just want to play bishop b7, b5 if I can. Perhaps even b4. So even c5 looks good. I don't think Grischuk has very much for the pawn.
Yeah. Well, you were saying earlier that you felt that way, and I was bullish on Grischuk's early pawn sacrifice. It was all theory if you're just tuning in. The pawn sacrifice started with this very aggressive line where you give up the pawn to get the initiative as well as the bishop pair, particularly the absence of the dark square bishop once this trade occurs. But yeah, there's, where to go from there, especially if you can double the pawns but not get a whole bunch. That's, maybe not a great sign for White's compensation. And from a practical point of view, Black will be a little bit under the gun for the rest of the game just because he has the open king. But I like Black as well.
So king h7. What is White's plan even? Maybe White can play rook h3 and queen d2 or something.
I do like rook h3. Also, just queen to d2. I mean, this is the one target. The one target, your one chance, one opportunity for a kingside attack. If you give Black a few moves, it's, completing development. You could even just put the rook on g8. I don't know. Vishy, what's going on here?
I like king at 7, and for the moment, I would evaluate it as slightly better for black. But
Okay, king h7 has been played. It looks like, by the way.
right, and
on
I
the board.
don't really see the follow up for white. But rook h3 and queen c1 or queen d2 looks like a way to go.
Okay.
Even then, I don't have a threat, but eventually I'll move my knight and I'll have one. So.
Well, let's back up. We can we'll head over to got that nice broader look of the general playing hall. There's Vida Gujrathi still thinking with white against Urabaili in a really complicated game. I want to go check on a game we haven't looked at in a while. Fedoseev versus Ivic. One of the storylines we highlighted earlier in the day was that Vladimir Fedoseev has had one of the more dominant performances so far in Sochi that nobody's talked about. Not out of any offense. There's obviously a lot of big names, a lot of interesting storylines, but Fedoseev has, I don't believe, had a tiebreaker himself. We'll bring up his score, but he's been not really on everyone's radar, but having a really, really strong event. And yeah, so
there's really nothing happening in this game.
yeah, it's
my sense is white is trying to get 4 versus 3 with both rook, with all 4 rooks on the board.
Yeah.
And they're both playing a waiting game, but Ivic could try to decide this further. He could go rook c4 here. And then play rook takes a2 and c2, and then he'll get a 4 versus 3 with only 2 rooks on the board.
Yeah, highlight a little bit why.
Or like I could go rook b4 and try to go rook b2, because if we take on c3, I take on e4, and that is horrible as well. So.
Right. I'm gonna play rook takes a2 for black, even though it's not great, and then keep both rooks on the board. And what are the winning chances for white are much greater with both rooks versus one, and that's purely just because of the potential to create more targets, right? When you've got 2 rooks and the things they can do. Is there any other sort of takeaway on why the 2 rooks are much better than 1 rook for white?
No, the thing is, if you played, for instance, in this position with white, if you played rook e1, then I could perp you with the other rook. I could go rook. Let's say my king was on g7. I would go rook a3. And then on every square on the board, I can offer an exchange of rooks till you come to c1. So your rooks will have to be together, hanging together all the time to avoid exchange.
Right.
And my rooks will have to be on the same file in order to pose that problem. Even 4 rooks is not that much here because the rooks haven't broken out.
Right.
But at least you could call it a slight win.
Right.
Whereas if you get to 2 rooks, then it's just a dead draw right away.
Right. Okay. So Ivic is on the clock, and I liked your idea. Rook b4, rook b2 seems like the most forcing thing, but rook c4 also fun to threaten rook takes a2 and then c2. So most likely this is a draw. We definitely just wanted to check in with Fedoseev and Ivic while we still have them on one of our static cameras there. And speaking of which, let's go back to Svidler and Shanklin, another one of the top boards with an opportunity for us to tune in immediately and see how they're doing. I'm liking Svidler's position. I wonder if a few more moves have not been made here.
They've just played rook c8 check now. No, sorry, there's something else happened on the board. So yeah, sure. So rook c8, this is the position.
Yeah, I think it was actually the line that we were talking about. I was confused whether it was my analysis or the live board, but yeah, it's exactly the line we looked at is kind of what happened here.
Makes sense. I mean, Svidler can't do anything forcing, so you bring your king up to d3 and then start rerouting your knights like you mentioned. h3, knight e1, f3, knight to e2, knight to c2, and try to shuffle them around.
Yeah, it's a position where white is going to continue to push. Shanklin will continue to defend. b3 has now been played by Peter Svidler. Yeah, it was funny when we first came here. I was wondering if there was a relay because this was the position you and I had analyzed
Yeah.
we had looked at something just like this and just highlighted it would be hard. Black would love to play like bishop d8 and rook c7 to get the rooks off, but you can't with the d6 pawn being targeted. So what's your ideal defensive setup here if you're playing from Shanklin's chair, Vishy?
It would be to get the king to d7.
Okay.
But what can white do in the meantime? I don't know. In fact, it looks playable. Suppose I just start my trot off with king f8. What are you going to do exactly?
So king f8?
Yeah.
Usually I like you playing both sides because then better moves are made. So you just keep no, I'm kidding. I mean, okay, obvious ideas are like bishop f4, but also the plan you already highlighted of like bringing, I don't know what the...
Yeah, but if the king comes to d7, then your rook needs a square to retreat to.
Right, so
what you could do is you could play bishop e3 so that you threaten d5. Maybe
okay,
that's
bishop e3. Like I said, you can play the moves for both sides.
And then I think I would just end up biting the bullet and playing d5.
It feels like a win for me as white. Feels like
Probably, but you go e5, and then I have two possibilities. One is to go knight e8 and to go knight c7, b5.
Ooh.
The other would be to go knight f d7, knight b8, and then bring the king to d7. But white would have knight h5, keeping things awkward there. Yeah, it becomes more specific because black clearly wants to do something on the queen side, but that g7 h6 structure is going to haunt them a little bit.
Yeah, this is a really instructive point Vishy just made for all the viewers to keep in mind, because when you look at this pawn structure, you don't immediately recognize that that's a weakness, but this pawn structure is known as the grip, where white has this sort of 4-on-4 advantage, even though it's equal, because the space and the g7 pawn being a target is really critical. And you can forget that if you get too distracted on the other side of the board, that even though the position is equal over there, white does have chances to make progress against the pawn. So you got to be careful. I like that. Okay, so Shanklin's going to have to be thinking here for a little bit. We've got some Peter Svidler and Sam Shanklin stats to feast your eyes on. Feast your eyes. Shout out to 11,000 of you with us on Twitch. We've got about 5,000 of you with us on YouTube. 3 of you wondering where Mixer went. 17 if you don't include my grandma's 4 alternate accounts on Facebook. And about 5 of you on Twitter. All right. Well, still a lot of games going, as we said. Round 5 is rolling along here. Why don't we check back in with the top games in the women's section? Again, highlighting storylines. We talked to you about the flying under the radar guys like Fedoseev and Purian. We talked to you about the Esipenko-Carlsen rematch, but also Garachkina versus the world is a storyline that has us continuing to wonder who can slow her down. She somehow managed to turn an equal position into one where she's probably pressing now in this endgame with the rook on the 7th rank. The computer says this is equal. This looks horrible for black. I feel this is such a tough position for black to play. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page.
Because I'm also going to take on.
I'm
simply going to take on a7, and I don't see how you're going to convince me not to.
This is reminds me of a nightmarish game I had once where I thought I was defending really well, and then all of a sudden my opponent got a rook on the 7th rank, and I realized the position was no longer equal.
No, this is horrible.
This looks horrible for black. So maybe the computer thinks that black can hold this with some really accurate play, but I call the bluff on that. Garachkina continue to press. Let's look at the board, board 2. Nana Zagnidze versus Anna Muzichuk. A couple of well-known ladies to the chess.com community, compete in a lot of our online events. This one looks just dead in the sense of, Nietzsche equality.
Sure.
I'm not even going to pretend to invent a spicy storyline in this position. So we're going to move on to the next one. Kostyuk and Gunina.
Now we're
This-
talking.
This is fun. What is going on here?
Now we're talking. This is a
Yeah,
fun position.
what is going on
Knight
here?
G3. And I mean, I like black. What can I say?
You like black. Yeah, I don't really want to take on G3 because that parts ways with the dark square bishop. But what else am I going to do? I mean, note that if I take here, I probably get checkmated in some way with bishop
Well,
c5 check.
No, come on, that's boring. Play
Yeah.
queen b6 check,
Okay. Queen b6 check, and then if knight,
knight
F2,
f2, queen
sack.
takes f2, and you'll
Oh,
thank me.
you dirty dog! I love it. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Welcome to the building, Vishy Anand. Yeah. So so don't take e5 because Vishy will sack his
Yeah.
queen and mate you. I think I have to take here. So let's look at that. Bishop takes.
Yeah, so you can take, I take, and maybe you play h5 to stop black playing h5.
Mm.
Yeah, it looks reasonable for white.
But like you said, you like black. I'm coming around. I mean, I hate the dark squares, and if black just
Yeah, well, I was trying to force matters a bit, but I think h5 is reasonable. I've stopped h5 myself.
Yeah.
And hopefully I can play queen e4 and bishop d3, and I'm in the game. Also, instead of h5, could I go queen e4? Just put the position, put the queen on e4, and let's see.
or maybe even f5 now that we're here because
I don't know where exactly. Let's start with e4, and then we'll work our way up to board.
I thought I was going to take here, but what's your idea? That's no good because of queen d.
No, then I go queen d5 check, and I go bishop d3. And now I want to play queen h5, and you will never have a check on the a7 g1 diagonal anymore. And maybe I've solved my problems here.
Yeah. I feel like I really influenced you earlier with my determination for checkmate, right? I definitely had more of a positive influence on you than Ben Feingold has ever had. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Great, great. Someone clip it and ship it to Ben, please. Appreciate it. All right. So bishop takes h5. Maybe white's position is better than we first thought because I can't get to the dark squares. You really want white to move the pawn, but if white doesn't do that,
Maybe black can play queen f7 here.
okay. Do your idea with h6, I guess.
Bishop c8. I don't know. Nah, bishop c8, queen b5.
I want to play b4 in so many positions, but just.
But why do I need h5? Sorry, we were discussing queen e4, right?
Oh, that's right. We
don't need
switched.
h5,
Okay, yeah. We switched to queen e4.
h5 might be playable perfectly, but just to throw this in the, you can play bishop b7. I play d5. I mean, I'm just making moves randomly. No,
No,
queen
let it
c5 check.
You've got this. Oh wait, but now you open up the diagonal, and that can't be what you want, right?
Not too much. Bishop takes d5. Of course, I could have played knight e3 instead of king h1.
Yep. That's why we say Vishy take the wheel. That's why we let you play the moves. Although even in this position, I can take on d. Oh no, you take with check. Sorry.
You can play rook f8.
Oh, and you're threatening rook f4. Nice.
I go bishop d3. You'll go rook f. You'll go g6. Now you're threatening rook f4, trapping my queen. So what am I? I'm going to go queen g4.
Threatening bishop takes g6.
Yeah, bishop c8. Let's try bishop c8. Did this? Wow, I managed to somehow mess up with white because now if queen g5, you have e4.
Oh, wow. E4 is a nice move with bishop f4 next.
And
Or,
you get
know.
bishop f4, trapping the queen. I was just trying to win the
trapping,
knight,
not
but it's
even
trapping the
forking.
queen. Yeah, that's a
Okay,
bonus.
yeah, even
No,
better
okay.
than I. Okay, very
So
nice.
d5 is insane.
Okay, it looks like queen f5 has been played. So wait.
And bishop c8 as well. Okay.
Yeah, so since we left it, bishop g3 was played, followed by queen f5 and then bishop c8. So
Wait, now I go queen h5. Actually, white is doing well here. Queen h5.
yeah,
In fact, white is doing very well because if you play g6, I go knight f6 takes on e8 and I attack c7.
aha. You take with tempo.
Yeah. So what you're going to do? Queen h5 now.
Yeah.
And I've got bishop d3 coming up. Hey, this is looking very good for white.
Well, and it's going to be a fun finish too, because we still have, oh, I guess about 13. Okay, so not as many moves as I thought. Oh, it looks like queen h5 was played by Alexandra, but still a decent amount of moves. Time pressure is approaching. The fourth game in the women's section we have not looked at in some time was this Zhong Yitan game versus Katerina Lagno.
Mm-hmm.
We've definitely had some updates there, but we're gonna take a quick break and come back, so we can be here with full energy for time pressure, which is approaching in both sections. If you're just tuning in, only one result has been in the books here in round 5 of the FIDE World Cup, so don't go anywhere. Vishy Anand and I will be back in a few minutes to bring you to the thrilling moments of time pressure in both the open and women's sections. It's chess.com's coverage of the event in Sochi in just a few. And as we continue to roll into what'll probably be some of the most exciting moments of round 5, you can get excited about the merch that's available to you at a discount. Use the promo code World Cup. Go to go.chess.com/merch. Get yourself a nice little sweatshirt, a nice hoodie, all kinds of options there. Continue to make requests in our Discord, by the way, if you got ideas for merch. We love when the community tells us ideas, and we'll continue to keep that store fresh like the kids like it. So, hello, fellow kids. It's me and Vishwanathan Anand with you here. Well, Magnus seems to be doing what Magnus does. He's kind of holding on, transitioning. I still feel like Black has very decent winning chances as long as that A pawn stays weak, Vishy. But the timing seems a little awkward, right? Magnus managed to get the rook up. You haven't established the bishop yet on C3. So let's see what happened here since we left.
I think now it's a draw. So
Yeah.
this, I prefer bishop b2, b3, a3, b4 because but I think now it's just a dead draw.
Okay.
He's going to keep harassing the bishop. Black can repeat, but whether he has anything more, I don't see it.
Yeah. Again, Vishy referring to the lines we were looking at, suggesting Esipenko's best chance was to play bishop to b2. Instead, the queens have come off, and the trade of c5 for b2 in this order doesn't seem to have yielded enough. Now bishop c3 would just be met by trading, obviously, and of course the opposite colored bishop position is an easy draw, even just like rook d1 or something like that. So I wonder if they might even repeat. I mean, I hate that one of the most anticipated games of the round would end quickly, but Magnus frankly has not gotten really anything with white, which he didn't get as much.
It's a draw. It's going to be a draw. They're repeating.
Yeah. You think they're just going to repeat now?
I don't see what else Black can do. He can't defend that bishop. He can't defend it with the rook on d8 because I'll take and play bishop d5 and I'm skewering the rooks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you move the other rook, then yeah. So I don't see how he's going to make this happen.
If you move the other rook, then
I've got a nice trick for you. I go rook takes b4.
Okay.
Rook, no, not this. You're supposed to play the other one.
Oh, rook b8.
Rook a b8. Then I go rook b4, bishop c3, rook b3, bishop d2, and rook e b1. So.
Huh. Nice.
Even that you have rook d7, but okay, then you're paralyzed forever. So you can never move out.
Yeah. Okay, that's a funny line. Is rook
But
a7?
if rook a7 as well, I should be able to do something similar.
Well, here you could even just move the rook so that bishop c3 isn't a threat.
I could go rook d1.
Yeah, and then if bishop c3, you can move the
Knight
knight
b1.
anywhere.
Knight b1 and I'm good. Or knight e4 and I'm doing well. Yeah, knight
Oh,
b1.
knight e4 too. Very nice.
Yeah. Something. So I think Esipenko should repeat. It's only going to get harder for him and I don't see any upside. So.
Well, Magnus might even be hoping he doesn't at this point, given that he's had such a struggle getting an advantage with the first move today. But if Esipenko plays on, maybe Carlsen gets some outside chances. Let's back up and take a look at a matchup we haven't checked in with for a while. Etienne Bacrot is playing Casper Piorin, and Casper is also one of those guys who, like Fedoseev, we highlighted before the round, flying a little bit below the radar, but sneakily having an amazing campaign in Sochi. So let's back up and take a look at the game between Etienne Bacrot and Casper Piorin. An endgame.
Yeah, by now this seems to have fizzled out totally. In fact, I would take Black.
I would take Black other than his time on the clock, though I guess.
I think it's probably still under control, but I take Black now.
Yeah, I mean, the king is just so much better than White's king. So.
Yeah. Also, White has committed h3 and f3, and it makes it harder to defend and so on.
Yeah. Okay, close to equality, but Okay. I mean, this was a very theoretically known game for those who missed the earlier point. They were actually still following Karjakin Carlsen from Norway 2018 up to the move 18 rook to d1. But this is a gambit that Black employs with success, given that White just struggles to complete development. Ultimately, the trade on f3 often gives Black chances to get his material back, and so that's kind of what happened here. And the game has fizzled out, except as Vishy noted, if anyone really has chances now, it's Black with the super active king and the split H and F pawns. But all right, not the most thrilling game, I guess, from a perspective of, you know, what's on the board. The most thrilling game is probably the one that we kept coming back to and spent the most time on every time we did, but that's between Vida Gujarati and Durabaili. We'll head back there again because yeah, look what's going on here. The pawn has gotten all the way to b3. Something has gone a little haywire here. Vishy, take the wheel.
Well, I was thinking whether I would want to play bishop d6 or play king d7, which looks crazy, but maybe I want to play king d7.
Well, Durabaili
Is there a
did
first win
just
after
take.
king d7?
He could have played king d7 maybe.
Oh, he took on d6. Okay, then it doesn't matter. But
Yeah, he didn't. He took on d6, and Vidit has already.
well, I didn't want to commit bishop d6 too early because White now can play queen e5, and it's he played b2. Okay.
Yeah, he's just all in.
And
now
if
on
rook b1,
rook b1's the only move.
yes, I think we can agree on that.
I mean, the most obvious thing is like, can I get away with a bishop a2? But then you're inviting queen e5.
Isn't it just you'll go king f8?
So rook b1 has been played. Time pressure not really significant for either player. It's still 15 moves to make.
15 moves in 20 minutes each, roughly, right?
Yeah, should be okay. And queen c5.
Oh, queen c5. That I like as a
Yeah.
move because it. I mean, I was very worried about queen e5, and somehow queen c5 didn't occur to me.
This
Can
is
White play rook h5 here?
Aha, but gosh.
But then you play g5 now.
Something. Oh, g5. Yeah, very nice. Followed
Because
by
if I go queen f6, you have queen c1 mate, so you have to come back queen d2. Okay.
classic.
So
Yeah, this is such a strong move to hold White's threats, threaten some obvious things.
okay, let me go bishop e4 here. Let me play bishop e4 here. That way I defend b1 and I'm threatening king f1 g2 maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's nice.
You can go rook f8, kicking my queen. Queen d2.
Kind of the only move, and now maybe
Yeah, now if you take on d6, I take on b2. So you would take on
take
a3.
or you can take d4 then.
No, then you have queen b4 check, take, and you can follow up with a4, a3. I
Uh-huh.
wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, so bishop e4 might be a bit slow. I really want to play rook h5, but I can't make it work.
And White still castle? You can.
White can castle. That is true.
I feel like we've forgotten with the king in the center that White can still castle.
Maybe he has to actually.
Yeah.
But then we lose these rook h5 options, but I think at least my king is out of danger.
Yeah. I right as I said that, I quickly scanned the notation with my eyes, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think White has ever moved the king or the rook here, so you can't still castle. Wait, is that what was played?
Probably is.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. Rook h5 and all this stuff is not working, so I
Right.
go for it. So what can Black do now? He can play rook f8. Queen e4 maybe.
Queen e4 hits the bishop, but now your king d7 comes back to mind.
No, but then rook f d1. And what's your knockout blow?
Yeah. Castles is actually really key because now at least I have a chance to maybe
Yeah,
defend
get the
myself.
d4 pawn.
Feels like white is barely holding on here.
He might simply be better. I just don't know. It's a very complex position.
Everything that we've predicted, by the way, is happening on the board. So rook f8 has been played, and queen e4 has been the response. So, super.
Now it's
sharp
interesting.
game.
Maybe black should go king f7 actually.
King f7.
But then rook f d1, and how do we move on?
Felt so
from here?
counterintuitive to shut off the rook, but yeah, maybe that's the key. And now black.
Well, if my king is on f7, then I can follow up with bishop rook f1, rook f d1. I can go bishop a2 maybe.
Win the exchange. Yeah, and this check just forces me.
And I'm able to hide shelter on g8.
Yeah. Castling by hand, as they say. My favorite way to castle.
Well, the no castling.
No castling. So are you officially the world champion of no castling now?
I think it's almost the first 4 games, the only 4 games that have been played. So it
know,
would be a bit of a stretch. But
You defeated, fellow world champion Vladimir Kramnik. For those who don't know, we're referring to Vishy and Vladimir played a no castling match not more than a few weeks ago, and Vishy managed to get the better of Vladimir Kramnik.
But look, he's almost the creator of this variant, so
Yep.
certainly a good result. But
Yep.
world champion seems a bit
It was
premature.
a lot of fun to follow either way, and especially as someone who's a big fan of. Wait, do we have a result or do we have discussion? Looks like it. Oh, okay. It is a result. It seems they repeated. So we'll quickly head over there. Magnus Carlsen, unable to get anything with the white pieces, ultimately does settle on a repetition of moves. I think they had to call the arbiter because it was before move 30, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. but
Because of that, but they repeated, 3
Yeah.
times.
you can agree to a draw before move 30 if the repetition is clear, and especially if you make it clear to the arbiters you intend to repeat.
Because if the arbiter isn't there, you could just keep repeating till move 30. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So some small discussions about the final moment there between these two, but Esipenko remains undefeated against the world champion. 1.5 out of 2 games, not bad for the youngster. And they repeat moves, and ultimately, sorry, not that line. That was not what happened. That was our analysis. They repeat moves with the rook playing tag with the bishop, and ultimately they have a draw. So all right, another one of the top boards is done. If you're just tuning in, the only other top game to finish was Maxime Vachier-Lagrav's draw against Sergei Karyakin. And so we have 2 results in the books here in round 5. And where to go now? A number of options. This Vida Gujarati game is definitely the most exciting. I kind of want to go back and check out Grishik's game with Duda, as well as Tavatabai's game versus Marty Rosian. Choose your flavor, Vishy. Where to go first, Grishik or Marty Rosian?
Let's go for Grishuk.
Nice. You passed my test, barely. I was testing you. Okay, well, what do we have here? Grishik is doing everything he can to prove that he's not down a pawn for nothing.
He may have done a reasonable job of it, but how should black proceed? Should he play b4? What is white threatening? Is he threatening queen g4, rook g8, queen h5? Not really. Queen f4.
Queen f4 now played. The camera is fixed on Svidler and Shanklin, for those wondering. There's a lot of games in that playing hall, so sometimes the cameras are fixed on a board. So we'll keep a view there on Svidler while we look at this game between Grishik and Duda. But
okay, let me play h3 where Grishik is. Let me play h3.
Yeah.
What does Duda want to do?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'd love to just use the A file, but moves like rook A1 fail to bishop takes F5, so don't blunder that.
It's not the end of the world. You can play knight F5, rook A1, knight takes G3. So that is an option.
That's actually true. For funsies. For funsies, we'll look at it. In fact, black is actually just doing very well here.
Yeah, but hang on. So after rook a1, let me go rook g4.
Okay. But now,
Queen d2.
yeah, queen d2 just looks
Knight
delicious.
takes f5. What's happening here?
Knight takes f5. Wowzers. I'm taking. Am I not taking e1?
You could go queen g1 check, king g1,
Oh.
rook takes b1, and knight takes f5.
What's
That is
funny
nice.
is that the only saving idea here? That's what's wild is if you take it, I'm taking and mating you. Just as
Yeah.
the point, everybody, is everything is traded here. In the end, white
That
has
was my
queen
big
f6
trap, but
and queen g7. But you play queen g1, force me to take, you win with check, and then you win the knight back, and black has a rook and 2 minors for the queen. That is
Yeah.
a fascinating line. You're playing like a computer, Vishy. I think that's the only move, or queen h1. They're both the only
yeah,
move.
queen h1.
Fascinating. Okay, so h3 I think has been played by Grisham.
Yeah, I think rook a1 can be done. Let's see if white can do anything different. After rook a1, can I play knight takes f5?
Okay.
But you can start with rook takes b1. And this wins for black.
Yeah, there's no queen h6 as long as my queen's on f4, so that's good.
No.
Yeah, this should be good. Even rook g7 just fails because king back, and then what do you do next? So, okay.
Actually, that was clever of you because after rook g7, check, king h8, rook takes b1, knight f5, you have rook takes f7.
Wait, rook g7, king h8.
Rook takes b1. I cannot play queen f5, so I have to play knight f5. And then you have rook f7, which I wouldn't have had in the other position. But maybe rook g8 is strong.
Wow. How quickly a position like this where Grishik is trying to put pressure on the black king could flip around with tactics like the rooks coming to the g file in the first rank. So,
okay, so I like rook a1. Just play rook a1 and let's see what's going to happen here. Rook a1. You can go rook g4. What else can you do? Bishop f5. I think we agreed that
bishop f5, yeah, doesn't
if
work.
bishop f5, I have a nice move again, Danny. I can play queen f5.
Nice.
No. You have rook g7 check. No, this doesn't
I
work.
throw in the check. Okay. So
No, then king g7 and yeah.
yeah, you take.
So no, I can't do
Okay,
that.
So you got.
So I play knight f5 and I take knight g3, and I think that ought to be enough.
Yeah, we looked at that line, I think.
Though I have queen takes b5 in the end. You could play queen takes h4. You don't need to take on g3. You can play queen takes h4 and you're winning.
Yeah, 2 pieces for the rook. Very nice.
Or better, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
If not rook a1, what else are you going to do? You can't play rook g8. You can't move up muscle. You can play b4 maybe, or no, but then rook g4 and we're kind of walking into problems.
Let's back up and check in on the game between Tabatabai and Martirosyan. We've got a direct look into that board currently, and a lot of things are happening. It seems like it's petering out, but still moves being played pretty quickly. Where we left it, Vishy, rook takes a3 indeed was played as we discussed. Not exactly the same position.
No, but he did it when the rook was on a2, so he couldn't play queen b2 and take over the a file. And
that's really
the sack
key.
I didn't like so much. I think now he's probably spoiled his advantage. Well, does he even have an advantage? If I take on c1 and I go back bishop c8, black is doing
live
absolutely
position.
fine, isn't he?
They almost repeated, but they have now taken on c1. It's Martirosyan's move. Maybe he'll play bishop c8 as you suggest. We see the young man from Armenia there and his Iranian opponent. So these are two names you should start to get a little more familiar with if you're not. The those who follow chess.com's online events are very familiar with these guys, as they have made names for themselves and really done incredibly well. In fact, Marty Rosian is currently playing in our junior speed chess championship. He has a match coming up shortly here, and we've pretty much put the junior speed chess on pause because so many of the players are in Sochi competing in the FIDE World Cup. We see Jeffrey Zhang there on the right side, who was just sent home, but okay. Marty Rosian is a star. He has already sent top players like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov home, and now he's holding his own as black against Tabatabai in this first game of round 5. I like it. You make a really good point. Again, for those who were missing the line earlier, Vishy described, the rook d8 move was really key by Marty Rosian. Taking a3 would have been a big mistake because of this very nice queen b2, where you force the trade and suddenly black has all kinds of problems. But he didn't do that. He played rook d8 first, and then after inducing this awkward rook a2, now he can grab the pawn, and black is up a pawn in this endgame. So I know the eval says it's equal, but if anything, Marty Rosian's position might be preferred if you can relocate like you're saying and you have this passed a pawn. What do you think?
It could be that white still has some pull, but I think black can always return the extra pawn. I would say this is balanced. It's going to be equal.
Okay. I was imagining if you could get the bishop here and trade, you would have the knight on b4, and the a pawn feels like black could push that position.
No, but I'm going to go rook a1 right away. If you go bishop, unless you start with rook b8.
Okay. Now
instead of bishop c8, you start with rook b8.
Okay.
Oh, whose move? Oh, it's white's move. Sorry, then it doesn't work. I have the wrong move.
No, it is black's move in the live position.
Oh, then he can play rook b8, rook a1, bishop c8, and he has the rook and swing along b2 or something. So
right, and there's no immediate win here of the a7 pawn because the knight is guarding it. So
this looks nice for black.
Yeah.
I mean, I suspect white has more than enough compensation, really, but
yeah, maybe something like bishop f3 and then you move the knight. I mean, but well, the roaming cam live from the playing hall in Sochi has zoned in on Vidit Gujrathi and Durabaili. Why don't we head back to that one, because it's that's an exciting one. Again, if you're just tuning in, this has had us on the edge of our seat today. King f7 has been played. Looks like that's still the position on the board. So Vidit in thought here, and now under 10 minutes. Nice close-up view there of Durabaili.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to throw something g5, b7, something, and see if it sticks, but I'm not really able to make it work. What can white do?
What if we?
Funny move is queen h7.
Sorry, what?
A funny move is queen h7.
Prevent me from my ideal setup.
I want to play bishop e4 and then have something there, but I don't think this works. For a start, I don't see what to do after rook h8. So
yeah, just kicking the queen out.
Okay, what else can happen? Maybe g5.
I was going to say, what if we play the move we've been looking at, rook d1? Is there?
Okay, then bishop a2.
Yeah.
What's your knockout?
I guess I was taking for granted how straightforward that plan was. We looked at this before we left the game, and you're right. Black is probably just winning the exchange. Okay, what if I bring the other rook to d1 to avoid the tempo? The idea being that if you play bishop a2 now, I have just weirdness. I don't know, weird stuff.
Yes.
You can win the exchange though. Yeah,
but then after that, white is much better.
By the way, Vidit has
in fact, that is what he has done. You're right, rook b d1. So that makes sense.
Vidit has just played the move rook b to d1. Nice camera work there. Zoom.
Okay, let me go rook f d8 and then see what you're going to do. because now all the pressure is off the b2 pawn, so it's never in danger. And I'm going to play rook takes d6. Maybe Vidit wants to go rook d2 and then rook c2, but
Wait, rook to d2. Oh wow, you can get away with that because there's no b1.
but I can play queen takes d6 if I want.
Yeah, a3. The problem here is a3 is hanging in so many of these positions. I feel like black is a moment away from just transitioning to a winning endgame.
Also, I could play bishop a2 instead of queen takes d6. I don't see a knockout there for black or white.
Oh, the computer does. I don't know what it is. What's
It's just rook takes b2, queen e7. Of course, yeah. Sorry.
or even queen e7 first,
Yeah,
and then rook
and
takes
rook b2.
d2.
Yeah, no, of course that doesn't work. So then I have to play queen takes d6. I have to get rid of that pawn because it's too dangerous.
Right. What a wild game this was. This has been a lot of fun to cover from start to finish. Vidit playing well in Sochi. Obviously, you've been able to follow his career since he was young because he was, from India. Your thoughts on how Vidit has played overall? You see him in good form, and what do you give him as far as chances in a tournament like this to keep going?
Well, everyone who's reached this round is already survived 4 potential accidents. That's the way you have to see it.
Right.
And with it, is certainly capable of holding his own against anyone. The reverse logic also applies, but
Yep.
Yeah, he has good chances. He's played a lot recently. I mean, online and stuff. So
Yep.
It's not like he's rusty. And here he is. The only match he really had to survive was the one with Adiban.
Yeah,
so
the one that we covered together against his fellow countryman, the your boy from Chennai, Adiban Bhaskaran. Bhaskaran, I mean, wow, what a coin flip match that was. Almost made it to Armageddon that day when you and I and Ben Feingold were doing commentary. Yeah. Let me ask you a question I asked the chat earlier in the show. Vishy, at this point, would you take the top 3 players remaining, Carlsen, Grishuk, and MVL, or the field to win it all?
I might take 3.
You might take one of those top 3?
I might take one of those 3. No,
I would probably still take the field. I think it's a borderline 50-50. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is one of only 4 number 1 seeds to ever make the round of 16 at the FIDE World Cup. That shows you just how difficult this event is. But
yes,
so many strong
Magnus actually got knocked out in the first round
against Buhong
against Bu a couple of years back.
Yep.
And I think because Magnus is actually ideally designed for knockouts. He's good in all the formats and all the time controls, and he's got that going for him.
Yep.
Obviously, he's number 1 in every single time control. And if you throw in MVL and Grishuk on top of that, I'll take it. But it's heavily based on Magnus. But
yep. No, it makes sense. Obviously, the result against Buhong Shi from a couple of years ago, it was actually the second round, but Magnus's first game. Because for those who don't know the format in the FIDE World Cup, the top players don't join until the second round. So yeah, obviously Magnus looking much better than he did that year. But anyway, I think it's a fun question. Chat can debate it. I don't know what Vegas would give the odds at this point, but it is hard to pick against Magnus for sure, even though today was a tough one for him. He was unable to get a good position with white. And if you're just tuning in, Magnus Carlsen has already drawn his game against the young Andrei Esipenko. There we have Etienne Bacrot there playing the white pieces against Casper Pioron. How do I pronounce that? Pioron?
I thought it was Piorun, but
Pioron? What happened here? The Black's position still looks better to me with the active king and the split pawns, but white has, since we left it, I feel like
Not
we have the
anymore.
same
Now I think
position.
white's pawns on the queen side are worth a bit more. So I'll play
Yeah, I
knight
was gonna
takes
say,
f6,
like, it's the
king
same
takes
position we
f4,
had
and
it.
maybe b5. I might be okay already. Or white might be okay rather. The side I'm taking, I will put it that way.
Yeah,
Knight
white.
takes f6. Yeah.
Do you defend the pawn or do you go for counterplay?
No, I want to take on f6.
Okay.
And I think I'm going to be slightly faster than you. So knight takes f6, king takes f4, I guess. Let me throw in b5 and see what happens. No, I got it. Go back one move for a second, Danny.
Yep.
Instead of knight takes f6, let me start with b5.
Okay. And if I take,
I take with the a pawn because I want to dominate your knight.
okay, very nice, instructive. And if I take,
And by the way, there was one more trick in the position. Instead of b5, there was knight g3 check, whereupon you have to conduct a shameful retreat back to e6.
I love that. The walk of shame. The king retreats. back.
Yeah, I think white is now for choice here.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it's not huge, but the only one who's doing this is white.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder where this went wrong because a few moves ago we felt the opposite.
I don't like g6 in principle. It just feels that g7 pawn supporting f6 was like a wall, and I like that.
Yeah. Okay. Instructive. Yeah.
But admittedly, Bakro seems to have forced it by playing knight g3.
Yeah. He's.
Maybe you should have played h4.
I think actually you're probably right. H4 was probably best.
And then maybe Etienne would have gone. If you had gone f4 check, I can go king d5, not allowing you knight e4.
Yep.
And so if you play knight
knight f5.
e4 instead of f4 check, then I want to play knight d5, and I want to give you a check on f4. After that, you cannot move your king or knight because I'll have king g3, something like that.
That's a really instructive idea. You know, it's funny because I think that obviously hindsight 2020, and these guys are very strong grandmasters, but I think that probably he underestimated how valuable this sort of, like you said, this sort of wall fortress was, and was hesitant to put his pawn on the same color square as the bishop, or likely he made some sort of like more general evaluation and didn't realize how critical it was because yeah, h4 looks like it was like a concrete way for black to maintain an advantage here. This looks very good for black. Whereas what happened in the game, this slow approach with g6, and suddenly white is pushing, just like that, everything turns around and white's pieces come to life. So
what did Etienne play? Did he play knight g3 check,
they
king
played
back to
knight
e6? I think he went for that trap actually.
yeah. Again, king takes f4 was not possible because of the
F4.
fork problem on e2, and we have a break problem we're going to take very quick. We're going to solve it by giving us a couple minutes to refresh ourselves before time pressure really sets in. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's more of our coverage. Round 5 of the 2021 FIDE World Cup continues right here on chess.com TV. And we are back here yet again with the FIDE World Cup. We have had a result while we were at the break, Vishy, and that, of course, was between Alexander Grischuk and Jan-Christoph Duda. A very specific perpetual based on a concrete line. Final position, Grischuk is down a rook, but it was all calculated before he entered it. After h3, where we left it, rather than rook a1, he played the move king to h8. First of all, what are your thoughts on that move? It's not a move you and I even considered at all for black.
No, I did not consider that at all. At least it solves the problem of rook g4, and maybe it just led to a forced draw. But I'm still, I mean, of course, it makes sense to play it safe, but I don't see why he turned down rook a1.
Well, you and I spent a lot of time looking at this. Now that the game's over, I can see the computer was recommending bishop d5, just a super solid move for black.
Basically just passing the move. And if rook g4?
And if rook
Give me 1 second.
or queen back to d6, and there's nothing to it, apparently. So.
Oh, that's a cold-blooded computer move.
Yeah. But okay, Vishy and I spent a lot of time with rook a1, which I also think would have been better than king h8, but due to a combination of being worried about maybe rook g4 ideas because the pawn is pinned, as well as things like bishop taking with check, I guess Duda played king h8 as a prophylactic measure, but instead it allowed rook takes e6. And the rest was actually just a very forced draw. F takes e6, knight g6 check. After the trade, your only way to stop the checkmate is indeed rook g8. And we have a perpetual on the board. So really kind of a shockingly fast ending there between Grischuk and Duda. But okay, we'll leave that. Let's go to the game that we had most of the fans tuning in on at the break, which was between Peter Svidler and Sam Shankland. As you and I observed looking at it, it seems like the comfortable edge continues for Peter. Although Shankland has gotten kind of all the moves you would want to get, right? Where we left it, the king and the knight were still over here. So the defensive setup has been established, although still white has the grip over here on the king side. So there's always this sort of long-term chances as well as domination of the c file.
Yeah. I mean, if I can get f4, then I should be, at least have a hope of something happening. And I'm not sure what exactly black is supposed to be threatening here. So that helps as well. I would still say this is equal, but it's more pleasant to be white.
So if you were white, let's find a plan. Is it something like just moving this knight so you can establish your goal, as you said, getting the pawn to f4?
That seems like the obvious way to proceed. I mean, I don't see what else I'm going to do, but knight g1 or knight e1, and then trying to get f4 in seems to be good.
Right. You get f4, you bring your knight, I guess, just back to f3. And again, just to highlight for the viewers the instructive point of why white is making progress here. Although the position is symmetrical, this is a good example of where space can really prove strength in a position, even if you don't have, even if your opponent has no weaknesses. Just to show, if black keeps moving, the point is eventually something like this occurs. And what are your options? If you take in those scenarios, you're always creating a mini 2-on-1. So you instantly split the pawns. And if you ignore the rest of the board, white actually has a 2-on-1 majority. If you don't take, well then white will take and strap you with a weakness on h6 itself, right? And whether that proves enough to win or not, it's at least enough to prove progress. And so I think sometimes viewers or chess players can look at this and be like, yeah, like, what's going on? What's the plan? I'm not worried, but there actually is something to worry about here for Shankland. And it seems that 91 is indeed on the board. And that's an instructive plan to remember, that just because it's symmetrical and there are no structural weaknesses, there are ways to make progress here in this pawn, with this pawn advantage of space on the king side. I like it. I like it a lot. Sorry about that, Vish. You had to go on an instructive pawn structure lesson there. You know how I feel about pawn structure. It really gets my juices flowing.
Okay. I think Vidit and Vasif are heading for a draw.
Okay. let's
I'm not
move-
sure. I'm not at all sure. Wait a minute. Let me play. That seems to be very critical now. Let's have a look there.
We shallst.
Yeah. So quite a lot has happened.
Yeah.
Bishop A2 was the move I was considering while we were waiting. And then Vidit found a way around it. He played put the pawn on D7 simply, and well, let's have a look.
Yeah, we've had a few moves here. I will update the board in just a moment, everybody. Okay, so rook b to d1 was played. Bishop a2. d7, king g8. Yeah, this was the line we were kind of looking at. Rook b6 played. Queenie, wow. What a crazy run of moves they had. We can back up and make sense of it in a later. I just want to get caught up. Because in the live position, the queens are off the board. And white has won d4. Vidit has probably seen the worst of it. He's more than willing to give up the exchange if he can
I think
get
it's now a draw
Yeah.
because he has taken this thing, but I'm going to go rook b1, bishop d5.
Yeah, exactly.
You play king f7. And then I think rook a4 is going to clinch a draw, probably. Because I'll just be in time to protect everything.
Yeah, some sort of.
And if I play f3, king f2, g4, I'm safe.
Wow. Looks like we're getting the exact line we just analyzed on the board. If Vidit plays the move rook to a4, then Vishy remains a prophet for foreseeing the future.
I think black has to play rook d2 here.
Rook to b2.
I mean, in that end position I mentioned, they haven't gotten that
Oh,
far
in
yet.
the
So let's
okay,
see what's
we'll
happening.
catch up to it.
Yeah, so I play rook a4 here. Is that what Vidit did?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Take first.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
then
he's gone to a4.
Rook to d2. Yeah, we'll stay in this analysis line because they might actually be, they look like they're about to head to the exact position that we have on. King takes e6, here comes rook takes a5. And we see rook to d2. We are one move away from the position Vishy and I already have on the board. Yep.
Basically, if I play f3 and king f2, then I'm completely safe. So what black should be aiming for is try to make sure you don't get that easily. So I was trying to make rook d2, king f1, and then some bishop a2, c4 work, but I'm not in time. I think Vidit is in time to establish some kind of fortress.
Yep.
And it's going to be a draw. That's my wisdom on that.
If e2 ends up being the base of the chain, it's going to be very difficult for black to prove anything. You'd have to have
on the
a
other hand,
rook
if you
on
play e3, then bishop f e4 is terrible for white. So that's the point.
Right.
The pawn has to stay on e2 and as long as possible.
Right. And the pawn also has purpose on e2 because it defends f3, who defends g4, who defends h5. So if e2 is the base of the chain, black would have to have a rook on the second, a bishop on the diagonal, and then some other way to distract, because you would assume that white will have a rook defending, and there's, even if you lose the a pawn, there's no way to make progress there.
Yeah. But this was a great game. It was fascinating.
A wild game. I mean, probably one where there was other chances earlier for both sides, but
For sure.
the players will look at it afterwards and come up with their takeaways for sure on where maybe they missed some opportunities. But yeah, likely this heads to a draw. Vidit maybe is happy given how spicy the position was earlier, and Durabaili will also look at it and maybe see that he had some missed opportunities. So
Yeah. Yeah, rook d2, but I can't see him getting there in time.
speaking of missed opportunities, we don't want to miss ours to catch up with someone who a lot of fans on chess.com know and love, young Christoph Duda. What's up, man? How are you?
Hello, Danny. Hello, Vishy.
Your microphone's a little low for us. We'll try to work on that, but it's good to see you. And congratulations so far on what's been a pretty good run in Sochi, at least to this point. Not to jinx you, knock on wood, but how do you feel about how you played so far at the World Cup?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I haven't committed any big mistakes, which is essential in a knockout format, I would say. Yeah, so far so good. Managing to win without tiebreaks, which also counts for something. Yeah,
yep.
So far so good.
Well, we'll try to get it set up. I think Vishy and I would like to talk to you about the position you had with Grisha, because we were curious about your decision to play King H8,
which we didn't even see as was legal.
Yeah, we had spent a lot of time. I mean, no criticism meant, but we had spent a lot of time actually just looking at your game, so the timing was really perfect. We were analyzing Rook A1 for you and other options, and then we went to a short break and came back, and you had drawn with King H8. So why don't we take a quick look at it? Take us through what you were thinking, if that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to play King H8, to be honest, because it allows this perpetual, and I thought I have a decent chance to take over that position. But on the other hand, I didn't see a move for me, to be honest, because Rook A1, I thought was losing to Knight F3. Because Knight G5 is a threat, and after Bishop takes, Rook takes, there is Bishop F5 in the end.
Huh.
So
Vishy and I didn't even see that. Okay,
yeah, it's very easy to blunder with black here because there is always some Knight F3, Rook G4, like I don't know.
That is nice. That is very nice. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see a move, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. And Vishy and I spent time looking at all the crazy things on F5, but we frankly just didn't see that.
F3. That's very good.
By the way,
I wanted to play Rook A1, but it's not working. So, and Alexander told me that he thought King H8 to be the only move in the position. So,
wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I somehow like my position, but didn't quite see a way to play.
Okay.
Apparently, the computer wanted to go Bishop D5 and simply say nothing's happening. So, but we didn't see that either. So.
No, I was calculating like this, but I mean, such consolidating stuff. But yeah, somehow I thought it's very easy to blunder here with black. Like you have to be alert all the time.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't sure even about Rook G4 and Queen D2, Knight takes F5 even maybe.
Yeah.
No, Queen D6. Okay. Queen D6 I didn't calculate at all. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. I mean, Bishop D5 was better in terms of practical play, but yeah, I just didn't see how to play, how to aim for more, and and after King H8, Rook E6 was kind of natural, I guess, in given situation because it's very tense and like it's difficult to play for both sides actually.
It makes sense. You helped me and Vishy understand it. Frankly, we just missed Knight F3. It's such a very nice and subtle shot, and so regardless of the way it finished, overall, if we remove it, objectively, it seems like an okay result for you, right? You've drawn with black, right? In a 2-game match, you'll now get the white pieces against Grisha. Do you want to tell us what opening you're going to play tomorrow? He's not going to watch the show, so you can tell us.
Yeah, it's actually up to him. Yeah, because he's playing black, he's going to choose. I mean, and I'm not going to tell what first move I will play. Okay. Yeah, but I have a strong favorite, to be honest.
I'm teasing, obviously. Young Christoph, you've won your previous matches, all of them without a need for a tie break. Now, having drawn the first game, you get the white pieces. How do you keep yourself in the right state of mind, right? Obviously, you're just focused on the next game. You're feeling okay. What's your mindset to get a little bit of rest for tomorrow and take us into the mind of a super grandmaster preparing for tomorrow's game?
Actually, the entire event, I've been trying to win with white and clinch with black. It didn't work out against Idani Puya, but I was lucky enough to win with black in that case.
Right.
I mean, I think it's essential just not to make blunders. obviously easier said than done, but yes, I mean, I'm playing reasonably well by this stage. So yeah, and it's also important, I think, to have objectives because the worst scenario is, for example, if you play with white and you are not sure if you want to win or make a draw, then I think it's like the worst thing to do because it's often like, I mean, it's easy to lose when you're in such a mental state. So yeah, obviously I'm trying to win tomorrow, but I also don't mind playing tiebreaks, even though so far in my career, I think I've lost all of them in the World Cup.
Well,
yeah, but
you may have lost tiebreaks, but you have an epic result against Grishik in our Speed Chess Championship, right? Where you came back down 2 games. So do you feel comfortable against Sasha and Blitz if it comes to that?
yeah, possibly. yeah, even more comfortable in bullet, to be honest. But there will be no bullet, whatever happens. So yeah, I'm very happy to play against Alexander Grischuk because yeah, he's obviously a very strong player, very creative person, and yeah, and with quite high rating, which I also appreciate. So yeah, very excited to have a chance to play against him, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions for you. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm not necessarily rooting for tie breaks, but I do love chess, so it would be exciting to see you two playing in a blitz tie break, depending on what happens tomorrow. Vishy, any other questions before we let him go?
I'm still full of respect that he saw knight f3. So
that was great.
I mean, it seems like it doesn't even threaten anything, and then you realize that black simply can't play it. So
yeah. Okay. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, young Christoph.
Hopefully see you next time. Yeah.
Sure.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, that was great, Vishy. He showed us what we missed. Neither one of us
that up.
Knight f3. That's kind of funny. Well, now we've got this game we've been kind of waiting to jump to for a little while between Svidler and Shanklin. A lot has happened. We should probably dive into this one because I'm not sure that the advantage has gotten any better for Svidler. What happened here over the last few moves? He did get f4.
Why didn't he play e5? Maybe he just thought it's very slow, and black's counterplay with a4, ab3, and rook a8 is faster. Maybe that he just decided not to.
Yeah. But I agree with you.
But still, I would play e5 here.
Yeah.
And if a4, I would simply go f4.
Okay.
I guess rook a8. You want to keep that ab3 till the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I can play knight c2, knight 1 to c2, and I've got my clamp on the other side. I kind of like this. I'm not sure why he didn't play e5 actually.
Yeah, and also regardless of the concrete points you just made, that a4 doesn't seem to be, it's not without risk. It weakens b4 to this knight 1 to c2 plan, so that's important. But e5 just feels like the right way to squeeze the position because So anyway, Svidler may still have an edge, but instead of e5, he played the move f4. After the trade, we see knight c7 to d5, knight to d3, and bishop to d6. And are we caught up? No, knight takes e3 has been played, and this is where we stand in the live board. So white still has a little bit of an edge. You have the more active king, but I also think that e5 seemed like the proper way to squeeze the position.
Yeah. I can't really see this one being huge for white. So, yeah, I don't get it. This one is...
Well, he's going to take with the bishop. I think.
Then I go knight d5.
Right, yeah. Why allow the check? So now knight d5. And my thought was...
maybe knight e5 check.
Knight e5, you take it. I take with the pawn.
But you have knight c3. Yeah, it's just not... I originally thought I can go king f3 and try to play for f6, but it looks a bit weak.
Yeah, I mean, even the rook ending just doesn't offer a ton.
No,
Yeah,
there
but-
I would actually even hope for something because I could play f6 in the end.
Takes.
But knight c3, king f3. It's not that I really want to win on take the pawn on a2, but I want to play rook b5 or something and try to liquidate over there.
If
Rook b5, you can still play f6.
you do
Knight
take
a2, I have rook a1, rook a5, so that
Yeah.
won't work.
so rook b5.
But then f6 works.
Yeah, I like it.
So instead of rook b5, you can play e takes f5. G takes f5. But even there, rook b5, I have bishop f4, and I'm coming with rook g1.
This was partly why I thought that taking the bishop was better because of the
Hmm.
constant threats of f6 and
Yeah, well, you could, but if after you take, what are you going to do? So you knight e3, king e3.
yeah, definitely a worse rook ending. We should note king and pawn ending not possible for the fans keeping track of how to lose
Yeah,
into a king and
f6.
pawn ending. This is exactly the type of combination you want to avoid when your opponent has a large space advantage with the pawn sacrificing for the breakthrough. So, yeah, okay. Well, Svidler still has a teeny bit of an edge then, I guess. I don't expect any other move besides 95 check to be played. We see Peter has just come back to the board. He's like, where'd Sam go? He's like, hey, where are you, man? So Peter's not someone who looks into space, you're saying. He's
And he's going to contradict me. But anyway, okay, he's back to the board. Good.
he might have been distracted by something in the room. Now he's back to
Yeah, looking at space, you really have to look up, isn't it? So
yeah, exactly. Focus position number 1, head in hand. Well, if you're just tuning in, we still got a lot of chess ahead today. We've had a few results in round 5, but lots of exciting games. Nobody yet to get a victory. We've had 4 draws thus far. Carlsen, Esipenko, Bokro, Porian, Duda and Grishuk, and Vache Legrave and Karyakin all drew their games. I feel like we should probably check in with Vida Gujrathi's game just to make sure that it's headed the way we think it's going to. I'm gonna switch the board there real quick.
Sure.
Because White is down a piece, but I agree with you. There doesn't seem to be a ton of progress to be made. This isn't the ideal setup we talked about, though. What happened here? So after,
Well, I can play king e3, f3, and king f2. So I don't
Okay.
see how black can stop anything.
right? Yeah, the main thing White doesn't want to do is extend the pawns too far, or actually put them on dark squares would be worse because then the bishop
Yeah.
would get surgical and probably create more problems than you would have by putting all your pawns on light squares and then just making sure that e2 is the one pawn you defend.
I mean, if I was Durard Bailey, I'd probably take the draw now. I mean, repeat in some way or do something like that. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that even means. How do you make a draw again? So
Yeah.
You just have to keep playing.
We're getting some requests in chat to maybe go over to the women's section, some exciting games going on. And apparently Alexandra Kostyniuk is no longer better where we left her as White. So why don't we head over there to the women's side of the event and go check on Kostyniuk's game with Gunina, where a lot of things have happened. And what's going on here? We got Gunina. On the clock. It looks like it may likely be a draw, though, if the bishops of opposite color stay this way. But the white king is potentially in danger on the dark squares if this black queen could just find a way in somehow.
No, but this is actually a bit more complicated because if I go, for instance, bishop d4, you can't take on f4 because then I have way too many pawns.
Yeah.
So you would have to take on g3 first. And if you're going to take on g3, well, we might as well have done it in the previous move, right? Yeah, so bishop d4.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Did that happen? We're analyzing. Okay.
No, I just played bishop b4. I'm
Yeah, I think
assuming
bishop
rook
d4, and then I don't see maybe rook takes g3 then.
although there is rook takes g6 at the end of the line, but I assume that this just can't be good. I mean, the king moves.
Yeah, so you go king d1.
Yeah, can't go to
You might have a draw here, to be honest.
Just to look at this, I guess this will run into rook takes g6. Yeah, the computer instantly says draw.
Yeah, that's it.
So not that. But again, if bishop to d4.
Wait, rook takes g3, I have e4. Excuse me.
Oh, right away, it's just winning. And then you have
Yeah.
a discovered attack. Okay, very nice. e4 takes, shake and bake, take the rook. Okay, so that's not, yeah, bishop d4 looking like a strong candidate move for Gunina. And what would happen in this game? We're going to leave the live position and go back to where we had queen to e4. Oh no, this is not quite what we had. We had the queen heading to h5. And we were really liking Alexander's chances here. But bishop takes g4, queen g4.
But
and then
Gunina found an amazing plan, which is to go a3, b3, and now she went, what did she go? Rook a4? Rook f8.
Yeah.
So here, the question is, could Kostenyuk have played d takes e5? Or could she have played bishop takes b5 instead of bishop d3?
In the live position?
In the current one that we're analyzing.
Yeah, she played queen e4.
Then this amazing move, rook a4 turned up.
Yeah. No, but you're right. This plan, I mean, we were liking White's position here, but Gunina gets credit for the idea that she eliminates the attacking chances and then just goes all in on the idea of playing on the dark squares, which is exactly what you want to do when you have an opposite code bishop position. And so even if it wasn't perfect from a practical perspective, this was a very strong plan by Gunina, and the dark squares start to become a real issue for White. Yeah. Wonder if queen c5 was even better. But okay. She played rook d4, rook takes h4. And oh wait, no, there's no way. She didn't play rook takes g3. This is where we currently stand in the live game, as we can see. Okay, well, some other games also finished on the women's side of things. We continued to come back to the question, who could slow down Garachkina? Well, apparently Sadukasova can at least start with a draw as black. That's a big result. Obviously, she held that endgame where you and I were big fans of Garachkina's chances. So we'll just quickly play through that because that was very well defended. She got active with the rooks, gave up the a7 pawn, but had counterplay. Just traded off everything here and just managed to get herself a draw against the top seed in the tournament. So shout out to Sadukasova for starting off with a very big result. Zagnidze and Muzichuk also drew a knight endgame. Zhang Yitan and Katerina Lagno are still playing, although I'm just going to call this one now and say draw. So only Vishy Anand could win this position with black. But Kostyniuk and Gunina will be the one game that I think will have a lot of fight here for the rest of the day, with Kostyniuk trying to hold this. So, all right, we'll keep our eye on it. We're going to head back over to the open section. And Vida Gujrathi still on the move against Durabaili here.
But he's kept his entire pawn advantage. So now, if I go rook d2, what exactly is black going to do? Maybe king e5. But then I go king e3 and I get my f3 g4 thing.
Yeah. No, there's just, I mean, white at some point will play g4 once h5 is attacked by some piece. I mean, but I'm trying to imagine what's a setup black could even go for, right? Forgetting the moves in front of us. Is there even an ideal position where the pieces could be that would be winning? I have a hard time visualizing it.
I mean, I find it hard to imagine that black could be in any danger, but I'm starting to think that if he keeps drifting along,
Yeah.
it's 3 pawns that white has. And if he can keep all of them and you haven't captured the a pawn yet, nah, I mean, it shouldn't happen, but
Well, if somehow g7 became a target, right? If you made the mistake of allowing g7, then we really got problems if we're Durabili. But I agree with you. It shouldn't be an issue. And probably if white pushes too hard, you could risk losing. But as long as white sits, when you're playing these
yeah, I
endgames,
simply don't see what to be afraid of.
yeah, like what's the plan? So
Hmm.
there's one other endgame that does have a lot of fire left in it, though. Let's go back to Shanklin's game with Svidler. We've got Sam on camera right there, so we quickly jump over.
Maybe Sam should simply play a4 and try to activate his rook. And if f6, just play gf6 for the moment and it might be controllable.
All right. Bird's eye view, Mr. Shanklin, considering what you and I were analyzing. Does he want to go into the rook ending or does he want to keep the knight on the board?
I would still hesitate about the rook ending.
Yeah.
It's not my top choice.
It's going to be a tough position to hold. I mean, obviously Svidler will be pushing as long as he can.
Yes.
Shanklin working hard at the board.
Which is why I like a4 because if you go f6, gf6, bishop h6, I can start with moves like rook g8, or I can play f5 check and rook h8. I can play f5 check, for instance.
Oh, I
and
love
if
that.
gf5, I have rook h8. So I'm not in danger yet on that side.
Yeah, that's a really nice idea, this a4 move.
And it gives me a head start if I want to play a b3 and rook a8 and then come via a2 and try to fight your pawns from the other side, from g2 or e2.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah, flip.
I should get into concrete variations though.
You're also now threatening knight c3 and knight a2 if I don't do anything.
Yes, but let's say you play rook f1. What am I going to do?
Can I go for this idea, or is your plan is too strong over here? What if I?
No, I'm only threatening f6. So, ooh, king d3, and then f6. Okay, let's see what happens after f6.
Wow, this could become a position that is quickly a three result option. Anybody could win.
Maybe just gf6 and then ab3, and that pawn is going to be a lot of damage. Yeah, no, this I get.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's check in with one other game. Well, actually, a couple games still going. We'll leave the cam on Shanklin, but I'm going to quickly flip over to Fedoseev and Ivic here real quick because it should be petering out to a draw. No final predictions that would tell me otherwise, right, Vishy? I mean, should still be a draw, despite how awkward it looks.
I don't even see what black is aiming for. I mean, white is aiming for. What happens if I take on f4?
Yeah.
What exactly is your plan?
Well, he's done it, so we're going to find out.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that one should be, and then there's one other game, Tabatabai and Hike Martirosyan. Okay, well here Martirosyan has really made something out of the position we left it.
He's made a kind of a hash of it, hasn't he? Because I can go rook b2 now, and if you go rook h7, I simply play king f8, and you're nowhere near creating any kind of. If rook check, I go king g7 because I'm controlling the f6 square. You can't do very much with your knight.
Yeah. What would happen here? I mean, we left it in the position anticipating bishop c8. It actually was what was played, bishop c8. Or sorry, no, actually, yeah, bishop c8 was played, and then the king came to f8. So the plan we anticipated, black did everything he could to hold on to his extra pawn. It's possible rook b1. I don't know, it feels weird, but after bishop e6 and rook b7, black's pieces start coming to life. This just turned around quickly here to really give Martirosyan some good winning chances. And what a storyline he continues to be there from Sochi. If he wins with black, he's in a commanding spot to yet again move on when having the white pieces. So, okay, Fedoseev and Ivic have finally drawn their game. So another result in the books. Not to use the term finally in any sort of disparaging way, but this one didn't have a lot of life to it from start to finish. That's the truth. So not Vishy's favorite game today.
Well, there was other stuff with more action, but
yeah, no, not to put words in your mouth, but yeah, it was definitely one that didn't have as much action as others. But it's time for us to take a break in the action, Vishy. Every single game has reached time control, so there are no time scrambles, and that means we're gonna let you go and enjoy dinner and family time before. Don't let him watch too many Fun Master Mike videos before he goes to bed tonight. You know?
Okay. I think he's probably on course to watch some Snoopy. So
yeah. Well, thanks again for joining us. This was a lot of fun. When I return, I will be joined by the one and only Grandmaster Robert Hess. So you can't spell chess without Hess. Don't go anywhere, everybody. Our coverage of the FIDE World Cup continues in just a few. Thanks again, Vishy.
Thanks. That's a nice
And could it actually be Grandmaster Robert Hess? I am so excited for you to join me today. It has been way too long, and I'm so glad you stepped in here on this Sunday afternoon, sir.
Well, I'm sorry you had a downgrade in your co-commentator, but at least I put on my Sunday's finest.
No downgrade. You can't spell chess without Hess. And that t-shirt looking fit on you, by the way, looking good. Not just the green pawn. You're just looking good. All right.
Yeah.
Well, before we jump back into the games, let me give a quick shout out, reminder to everyone. Today is the finals of Tournament R2. If you missed yesterday, wow, what a crazy heartbreaker for Connor Sea-Dog, as Chad Dog, as he's known on chess.com. But it'll be Giguk in the final yet again, and taking on Esam from the fighter game community side. So anyway, if you haven't been following that event, it's been a ton of fun. Amazing moments. These guys are hilarious and a joy to watch, and hope you tune in for the final. Right now, Hess and I are going to tune in for the finish of a few of these games here that, man, Robert, it's so great that you're here. I feel like we haven't, last time we were doing commentary on a guy like Hike Martirosyan, it's the Junior Speed Chess Championship or the Title Tuesday events he plays in. But this guy is putting on a show right now in Sochi. And we'll come back to that game. We are now in the rook ending between Svidler and Shanklin. But what can we say about this guy's performance right now in Martirosyan, and what are your thoughts on this current position?
Well, I mean, Hike just looks like he has a borderline winning position. I heard Vishy talking about it. He's like, what went wrong for White? And I honestly didn't catch the intermediate period when it looked like Black was up a pawn, but White still had chances to now. But it looks like Hike is really in great form in Sochi. And he's such a dangerous player in all time controls. And I think we underestimate his classical chess ability because we get so focused on the online presence. Hike Martirosyan, one of the best blitz players that we see on Title Tuesdays and all the Junior Speed Chess Championships and other events. But he's a great classical player as well. And Amin Tabatabai is having a great event, but it's just not his day.
Yeah. Amin Tabatabai also very well in tune to the online community, but like you said, it's not his day today. And we can back up and look at that quickly. Vishy and I admittedly did kind of rush through it because this was the spot. And if you just evaluate it from here, yes, Black is up a pawn, but it's kind of like, who would you rather be? You look at White's knight, you look at White's rook, the bishop preparing to improve itself. But then it was like suddenly out of nowhere, Black just slowly unwound, and maybe you can spot what a better defensive setup might have been for White. But I kind of said, Rook B1, not just because the eval bar just didn't make sense to me to maybe relieve the pressure, because as long as you're hitting A6, the bishop can't move. And if you move A5, then moving the knight offers the trade. So I thought if you could say pass here, maybe that was the best for White. Just whatever, pass.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the pass was probably a good thing to do. And Rook B1, you're always tempted in chess to do the active play, to infiltrate with your rook if you can. But Black just really couldn't do much of anything at that point. And somehow perhaps it was nearing the time control. It looks like just underestimated this knight A5 idea, and the rook on A1 was covering that square. The knight went over to A5, scooped up the C4 pawn, and then Black has these two imposing pawns on D6 and C5 connected and ready to advance.
Yeah. No, I think that's probably the fair point. And obviously we were focused on another game. So probably time pressure is the other conclusion. Not to say it was bad, but maybe enough for him to kind of change his perspective. It's very hard to sit in a position when you're down a pawn because you feel the need to prove your defense, when sometimes the best thing to do is make the other person prove they can win. But all right, so we've caught up. And I think giving Martirosyan his due and just saying he is clearly the one who's going to be pushing for a win. We'll see if he can come up with it. I want to go back to Svidler's game with Shanklin. Is that cool with you? I mean, I'm so used to, you can drive, you can take the wheel if you want.
I'm happy to be here.
How does my suit look today?
You look fresh. I mean, you look dapper. I don't know if you knew that I was coming, if this was all a plan of yours, because I didn't know I was supposed to join the show today, but all of a sudden
you did. You filled in, and you're awesome. And okay, wait, now the rook ending has become, I thought Svidler was pushing. So Vishy and I spent some time kind of debating Black's best approach here, whether it was going to be to keep the knight. Vishy liked A4. Instead, the rook ending ensues. Rook B5, King E4, and then
they
F6.
They drew, Danny. They're signing the score sheets right now.
Oh, wow. I think think it was this F6 move that Vishy and I missed. We spent some time looking at this and just kept making points that we wouldn't like the rook ending because F6 will eventually come from white. But Shanklin, obviously, we know he's a very accurate, concrete-minded player. I think he probably just calculated this, saw that it was a forced line, played F6, and then the simplification was on, right?
Can you go back just to that moment after the exchanges and after king takes e6 here?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if rook c7 going over to h7 is a better try, but my guess, and just looking at the position, it seems that black should still be holding, but allowing the king to go back to g8 where the king can protect both of the isolated pawns seems to play into black's hands.
I think you make a great point. And now that it's over, I won't just look at the eval bar, look at the engine. Engine agrees with you, actually. Rook c7 was clearly the best move according to the engine. Every other move is equals, but rook c7 maintains winning chances. It's kind of an obvious move now that you say it. I mean, because rook g5, you can play king f4. How do you stop this? He might have been worried about rook e5 with some counterplay, perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like a position that still should be a hold because you can, after king f4, let's say, play rook e2, and white may get h6, but then black gets a2. But something like this still may retain some outside chances to win, but you also perhaps give black some opportunity to play for a little something if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's true. If you're not careful, maybe. So king f3 is perhaps the key idea, but still now I would guess f5 is probably okay. But then rook over. So anyway, well, you're right that rook c7 seemed to be the best try. We won't spend too much time trying to squeeze water out of the stone. Officially, Svidler and Shanklin have drawn. So we have 2 games left here in the open section. I believe there is still 1 game left. We'll check on the women's in just a moment. I think the only game likely to give us a decisive result is that Tabatabai and Martirosyan game, but let's go check on Durabaili and Vidit Gujrath. Oh wait, G7 did fall. Okay, Vishy was giving Vidit more winning chances here than I thought, but E2 is falling in exchange. I'm so glad I have a grandmaster with me. I wonder what he thinks.
You know, it's really interesting because Vasif Durabaili has been saying, put some respect on my name. We all heard his interview. We saw his tweets, and he is a fantastic player who's well known in American circuits because he went to university in the States and played in all the open tournaments and has won quite a number of them. But here in this position, it looks like so much has gone wrong for black from where he was earlier, because now it looks like maybe only white can be better here. I mean, how many pawns do you have? 4?
You got 4 currently, so as long as you don't blunder rook takes e2 checkmate, you should probably be okay, right? I mean,
now that would be sad.
Which one to do? You can play f4, and then white would really get going if king f5 was played. Now all of a sudden, we do like white, so I would guess it'll be f4, king d5.
Right.
But even here, like
rook d7 check, maybe.
Yeah, are you gonna offer the rook trade on d2?
Thinking about that, or maybe I can even go over to, if I go over to h7, you take on e2 and play rook e6, so you're not dropping that pawn.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. We'll just show it real quick, and maybe it's still a draw, but there's not. You don't want to do that. I will pull a Robert Hess and point out that the bishop is the right color corner, but this is not enough pawns for it to matter. Although you could take a3, and it might still matter. So as much as it seems unlikely right now, Robert, with white having so many pawns, it is unique to note that should white blunder, or somehow if Vidit pushes too far, you could lose this endgame if we get to the bishop and pawn versus king. So good to keep that in the back of your mind.
I'm proud of you. You know, that means you listen to me. You pay attention and you're referencing that. But white has so many pawns right now, it seems unlikely that he should be in any danger. And I don't think that black is really in any trouble either. It's just something to note when there's so many extra pawns for one side. Yes, there's that bishop for black, but if those pawns start rolling, then it's black who's the one who could be in trouble, which is a surprise given how good the position looked earlier for Vasif.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a game that I'm sure when the players look at it with not just, the eval bar that's used on the show, which is often, kind of a local, I call it a superficial depth engine. When these guys use their supercomputers, I'm sure there was something in the opening stage for one of these players. I mean, I don't know if you followed the game, Robert, but it was absolutely wild. There was like, it just was nuts.
Could anyone follow that game? I saw it. I just was confused the whole way through.
Yeah. So this is going to be one of those games where maybe a draw ends up being the the karmic result, because both sides had just so much craziness. But all right, King F6 has been played. White is on the move now. I'm just going to quickly flash. Marty Rosian is still much better and pushing for a win. So, in fact, now that the king is trapped on the first rank, here comes knight d2, knight f3. Maybe this is just getting. We're just going to call it here. I mean, and that would put the Armenian with white and only needing a draw. Robert, I mean, if I had asked you before the event to pick a dark horse to make the quarterfinals, I'm not sure Marty Rosian would have been on a lot of people's name, but he deserves it. And one of those young guys, again, who also had a lot of time in the pandemic. So what an amazing event he's having.
And there's so much on the line. I think that this gets missed in the bigger picture, is that the top 8 players in this World Cup, they qualify for the Grand Prix. And for somebody like Haik Martirosyan, who's 26-30, he's a great player, but not at that upper echelon exactly. They don't just get to waltz in to the Grand Prix the way that Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Shakir Mamadjarab, Lenier Dominguez, those who lost early on, who are 60 plus. So for a player like Haik Martirosyan, this may be a once in a lifetime opportunity to not just win this match, get to the final 8, but then get to play in the Grand Prix stage, which is a qualifier for the candidates tournament. Now, if we're being honest, we don't expect a player below mid 2700s to qualify for the candidates. However, just to be there, to get that experience, that opportunity for a 20-year-old, come on, that's just showing what kind of performance Haik Martirosyan and, to his credit, his opponent Amin Tabatabai have shown in Sochi.
Yep. We'll remind everybody of the prizes they're playing for as well. So making the quarterfinals is also worth a pretty penny. It's a big jump financially. But no, I think the biggest prize, as you said, obviously a chance to be in the FIDE Grand Prix cycle. I mean, you're making a point. Yes, it's unlikely he wins, but Robert, that's how careers are made, right? I mean, his fellow Armenian Levan Aronian, I mean, I've talked to Lev many times, who said a lot of things changed when he won the World Junior Championship. What happened then? Well, you get more support, more people interested. How far can your chess career go, right? What happens when you start training a little harder? So if someone like Marty Rosian, was to be in a Grand Prix cycle, it could change everything about your trajectory and the resources available to you from then on out, right? And it's just a very, very interesting thing. And if you missed what Robert said, that was an official announcement yesterday. So a very, very big piece of news coming out from FIDE, that the quarterfinalists will all be in the FIDE Grand Prix cycle. And Robert, we could be talking about the effects of this wild year we've been through for years to come in the World Championship cycle, because of all these things that are about to happen. And really interesting to see what happens to the careers of players like a guy like Marty Rosian. So,
and Danny, it's fascinating because that had not been well published. Like, that was a regulation, but nobody knew about it. I actually had top players ask me, I'm like, why do you think I know? I don't work for FIDE. I have no
Robert, you know everything. You do commentary.
I have no insights into that directly, but people actually ask me, hey, wait, so if you get in the top 8, do you get to play in the Grand Prix? How does that work? And I'm like, well, I actually just read the rules. Yeah, you actually do qualify, but the players themselves didn't know. Now they're fully aware. They only have one match to go to get to that point. And as we see in the position in front of us, I mean, this rook is just shuffling around for white, and that rook on g2 can just scoop up this pawn on g3, and then now you're up 2 full pawns. h4 likely falls next. The knight on d1 is passive. The knight on c4 is active. And unfortunately for Amin Tabatabai, now he's gonna have to win on demand with the black piece against Haik Martirosyan. That's not an enviable task.
Yep, tough stuff. And there they are from slightly different camera angle than the static cam that we've had on them through most of the day. We can see in the background there. Wait, is that a result? Let's head to there. Do we have a result between Vida Gujrathi and Durabaili? Because something, I saw them discussing something. Yeah.
That must be a draw. Agreed.
Must have been, right? So what were the last few moves? Rook e4 was played, the exchange on e2. And not a repetition from what I can see, just an agreement.
Yeah, probably just an acknowledgement that, look, we can keep this going, but there's not much happening unless black had the move and rook c4 check wins a rook. So that's the one thing you have to be careful about.
That's true. If it were black to play, rook c4 check and lights out. We assume that it would play the move g4 here.
Right.
all things being equal, that's exactly what the computer puts up, is a big donut, zeros across the board. And okay, so they draw an absolutely wild game. We see the two players kind of chatting it out. So Robert and I will head back to the only game still going in the open section. And I think we should also head over and see what's happening between Gunina and Kosteniuk. No other games were delivering a decisive result. I should note that Zhang Yitan and Katerina Lagno are still playing, but as I joke, this is a position only Vishy Anand can win with black.
And white, because white can't do anything.
So we're going to let Zhang Yitan and Lagno continue to play. But this one here, Robert, has also been a fun one. We've been, of all the games, we just happened to kind of randomly pick. We gave this one a lot more coverage than the others and kind of worked out. It seems to be a game that could have an exciting finish.
And Australian Grandmaster David Smirden had that fighting chess index.
Yeah.
And no surprises that Valentina Gunina was near the top of it. She has dropped a ton of rating from 25-30-ish down to 24-30-ish, which is a big surprise given how strong she is. She hasn't gone through a single tiebreak in Sochi. She keeps winning her matches in regulation, even against players who are grandmasters and higher rated than she is at the moment. And in this game, she has been in the driver's seat, outplaying her compatriot and longtime friend, Alexandra Kosteniuk. And I have to give Alexandra some huge credit at the moment. I would say around move 38, Danny, if we just scroll back a little bit, because there was a rook that landed on D4 with Black's 38th move here. And look at what Alexandra did. She goes king E2, rook takes H4, taking one pawn, and then plays pawn F4, just handing Black a pawn, but recognizing that with the rooks off the board, even if she's giving away material, her king can survive. And as the game continued, she recognized that her king can use the light squares, opposite colored bishop theme, to run to G4 if necessary, and live and have some chances to make a perpetual check if the Black queen runs off the 7th rank. So what a find by Alexandra Kosteniuk. And that's the type of idea you need to find if you are going to win an event as difficult as the Women's World Cup.
Yeah, no, you're right. And if Kosteniuk holds this game, given that Gunina has been putting pressure on her throughout, it would be a huge idea. And that's a great find by you, Robert. Vishy and I were spending a lot of time focused in this position on, well, how can Black convert? But we really didn't give enough credit to just how resourceful and brilliant this move F4 was. And note everyone that taking with the pawn would also get the queens off the board. Another way to draw an opposite code bishop position, take away the danger against your kind of naked king here. So yeah, a really great find and well pointed out by you. To get the pieces off the board is your best chance. And then the fact that she gets the queen to D5 guarding G2 allows her to trade and run the king up. Black is still in the driver's seat, but this is looking a lot more holdable than it was. I agree. And F4, a brilliant defensive try by Kosteniuk.
It's just to be able to see that the best defense is your king darting to G4.
Yeah.
That's really difficult because earlier there was a pawn on F3. There's all these Black's pieces hunting your king. And yet you have the ability to envision a future where your king is just running away from everything. It looks like we have a conversation.
We're going to head back there. Well, it's either a conversation or a result. We're going to.
Looks like it's a win for Heike Martirosyan.
It's a win for Martirosyan. And they are casually kind of discussing. Amin Tabatabai is maybe talking about the earlier position. But wow, okay, it's official, so we'll just continue to say it. But yeah, Martirosyan could be a round away. Not to say he doesn't want to go farther, Robert, but he could be a round away from changing the trajectory of his chess career, which as someone in our shoes, Robert, we've been watching this kid play online since he was what, like 9 years old? I mean, okay, small exaggeration, but you get it, right? I mean, like so when you have someone with an opportunity like that, you just have to appreciate the moment. So for those tuning in tomorrow, that will be one of the biggest storylines, is anybody who punching their ticket into the quarterfinals will be a part of the FIDE Grand Prix cycle next year. So there you go.
And Danny, if we take a look at the bracket overall, the winner of this match between the 86th ranked Amin Tabatabai and the 59th ranked Heike Martirosyan, both in the final 16, look at who they face, Fedoseev or Ivic. Like, if I'm not rooting for anybody, and I don't think that I have any insights of who will win those matches, but let's say Ivic wins that match and Martirosyan wins. Who would have thought that one of those two players would be in the semifinals, the Final Four? That is an absurd feat in what has been a torturous event, because players, as we mentioned, Alireza Firouzja lost his first match. Lenier Dominguez lost his first match. Mamedyarov, Caruana, Giri, you name them, they're already gone. And yet it could be a player ranked over 100 in this ridiculously tough field. This has been an event to remember.
Yeah. No, really well said. And I think I am secretly rooting a little bit for Mkhitaryan versus the Big Fish 1995. If you don't know that language, that's their usernames on chess.com. Wouldn't that be an exciting one to cover? Martirosyan versus Fedoseev. Of course, either way, it'll be interesting. And well, we are now down to then one game remaining in the entire round 5 here, and it is this battle where we see Alexandra Kosteniuk, the former women's world champion, competing against Valentina Gunina. And we're going to stick with it for a bit. We're going to take a really quick break, Robert and I, and come back now that everything is wrapped up on the open section side. We'll give you guys a recap and a preview for tomorrow in terms of what's ahead, maybe do some predictions, talk a little bit about the key games that already happened today. I'd love to get Robert's thoughts on some of the matchups that were over before he joined us. So don't go anywhere. We will be continuing our coverage of round 5 of the 2021 FIDE World Cup in just a few. And we are back now as we see a little bit of progress was made there at the break between Kosteniuk and Gunina. Maybe a draw is coming soon, or maybe there's something we don't see quite yet. But here we see the bracket, Robert. We asked a question to the chat and Vishy as well, whether at this point you would take Garashkina or the field. I think Vishy picked the field, and probably rightfully so. Garashkina is an absolute beast. Maybe only 22, so who knows where this could go. But anyway, those have been the results before you from the round of 8. And here we go with the only game remaining in the entire event, the open section or women's.
Well, Danny, there is one very important point, and not that when you ask Vish that question, he's rooting for anybody, but the other players surely are rooting for Goryachkina, the players not named Sadva Kosova. And the reason why, 3 women's candidate spots are on the line in this Women's World Cup. So if Goryachkina wins, the other 3 semifinalists are assured a spot in the women's candidate. So they're rooting for Goryachkina. They don't want Sadva Kosova to get in there, and then they have to duke it out in that 3rd, 4th place matchup, because then one person goes home without a spot in the candidate. So it's funny to have to root for a player who's the strongest player in the field, the highest rated, but that's what these players are doing. And honestly, in the open, you're rooting for Magnus Carlsen. Like, keep going until I play you, and then you can lose. That's fine with me. But there are 2 spots on the line, and if Magnus Carlsen makes his way into the Final 4, well, then things get a bit tricky, especially if he gets into the final. Then there's a 3rd, 4th place matchup, is not just for 3rd or 4th place, but also the right to play in the candidates.
That's a great point. And again, another slightly unknown thing about the regulations. We talked about making the quarterfinals qualifies you for the Grand Prix, but on the women's side of things, making the semifinals qualifies for the candidates, right? That's a big deal. That's not just the Grand Prix cycle. So so regardless of the question whether you would take Garachkina or the field, that makes a lot of sense. If other than Sadukasova, you are rooting for the number 1 player to continue to do her thing. A couple moves that happened at the break, just to show, because there was one instructive point made by Robert after King G7 and King takes F4. Queen F2 did have one potential trap to go wrong. If you had chosen to play Queen F3 instead of moving the king, there's this fun idea of sacrificing the G pawn. You see that eval ball go down, and that's because moving the king away allows Queen takes F3 and then G2, and the game is over. So that would have been a really fun way to go wrong. And of course, you can't really avoid it, because if you move here, H5 is the same idea.
And Danny, one more line. If you go King E4 in that variation instead of King G4, Queen D4 check, King F5, Queen F6, and you just do the same thing, Queen and H5.
Very nice. Followed by the queen trade. And of course, if King takes G3, you actually continue to be in a mating net where King to H3 allows G4. So, okay, wow. Well, Kosteniuk saw all that, and instead on Queen F2 check, she played the move King G4, H5, and then King H3. And with that, we have the live position. And at this point, there's still play left. And certainly if Gunina could find a way to safeguard the king, Robert, you do have a weird mating net, but most likely we're getting closer to a drawn result.
That's right. And well, Danny, we have a very special guest joining us, so maybe we should say hello.
I didn't even notice. I was really focused on the chest there. Look at that. That's a rare feat for me. But with us here, someone putting on a show in Sochi who we know well in the chess.com community. Haik Martirosyan. Haik, congratulations on the win today and on a great tournament so far in Sochi.
Thank you very much. Hello.
I'll start just by asking the obvious. What would it mean to you to make the quarterfinals and have an opportunity to compete in the FIDE Grand Prix cycle if that should come to pass?
Very good opportunity for me. All the game is very hard to play because this format is more difficult. Also now I'm very tired. I can say it's very hard to play this tournament.
Yeah, and well,
Yeah, and also this is my first time in World Cup.
Whoa. And so is their first time in the World Cup, Haik, you know that it's a different type of tournament with classical, rapid, and blitz. How did you prepare for such a unique event?
So I prepared really well, and I really like to play rapid games. Also, I played Junior Speed Chess Championship in Chess.com, and it's good for me to prepare for this tournament.
You know, Haik, you're so well known to the online community for being an absolute beast in blitz and bullet. I don't think the world has known what you're capable of in classical maybe until this event. But let me ask you, does feeling comfortable in a potential tiebreak, right? Should you reach a rapid or blitz tiebreak, I assume that you feel confident in your skills there. Does that make you feel even better when you're playing in the classical, that you feel very, very comfortable in a format should there be a rapid and blitz tiebreaker?
Yes, you're right. Yeah, it's very comfortable for me because I'm playing very rapid games.
Right.
I can say every day with my friends or online. Yeah, it's very comfortable for me to play this event.
Yeah.
And Haik, of course, the event is far from over, but earlier in the tournament, you beat Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, one of the absolute best players in the world. Do you think that gave you even more confidence as you kept going in this World Cup to say, hey, I beat this top player. Why can I beat anybody?
Yes, of course. When I beat him, I think I know if I am in better form, I can beat everyone. And I am very happy about it.
Well, before we let you go, we'll say, how do you keep yourself in the best frame of mind? You won today with black, so it doesn't get any better than that, right? As a result, but now you've got a game, you've got to focus with the white pieces, knowing that even just a draw will move you on to the quarterfinals. So how do you keep yourself in the right state of mind and take the right approach into game two?
Yeah, of course, it's very good fun with black pieces, but I'm very tired now. I will take a rest and prepare for tomorrow, because tomorrow it's also very tough for me. Because everything can happen.
Well, Haik, thank you so much for joining us. Again, best of luck. You have so many fans that are super excited to see you performing so well on this stage. And we hope to see you playing well tomorrow. And also good luck in the Junior Speed Chess Championship for the remainder of that event.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye, Haik. All right. Well, he seems to be in a good frame of mind, Robert. Seems to be focused. And yeah, you don't want to jinx yourself, but getting white in a position where a draw is good enough to move on, you got to be liking his chances tomorrow.
Yeah, I really appreciate the mindset that he had. And he also gave us some insights into how he's practicing for the event. He's saying, I play rapid games every day with his friends, and his friends aren't just his friends from grade school. No, these are friends who are
his friends are other super grandmasters. So
yeah. So he's playing these matches probably with his seconds. I don't know who they are, or with other Armenian players most likely, but that's helping him keep in shape. And as he said multiple times, he's ready for those quicker time controls. In fact, he relishes that opportunity to face off against anybody, whether it's a top 10 player or another sort of under the radar 2600 who's performing well above their rating. And Haik Martirosyan seems to be in a great place in terms of his chess right now. He's exhausted, but he has the upper hand in his match. He's up 1-0. He gets the white pieces. And he also seems to be quite humble and saying that, while I am confident in my rapid, I have a great opportunity here, up 1-0. Anything can happen in a game. I need to go get some rest, and then I will prepare myself for what is a very vital game two.
Yeah. No, well said. And it's nice to see. I asked the question, if feeling confident in the rapid and blitz tiebreakers, should they happen, makes you play even better in the classical. And he kind of said, yeah, right, being comfortable in what could happen maybe makes you even better in what's in front of you now, right? And you just, all these guys are the best players in the world, and when they're on form, you got to agree with him. He's probably capable of beating anybody, right? And so when you see confidence rolling, someone who knows they are on par with anybody, should a Rapid and Blitz tiebreaker occur, that makes them very dangerous throughout any format that you have to face them in. So I'm really excited to see what you got. The combination here, Robert, of the biggest names in the game. I think people would love to see Magnus Carlsen go as far as he can, right? I mean, just when he's playing, the world is watching. But then you got the guys like Marty Rosian, right, and everyone else. But it's just, I'm really enjoying this event, and I'm super excited to see where we get in the next stage of things. So,
well Danny, it's a pretty good segue in many regards, because the two women who are facing off right now in this final game, they also are very confident in their speed chess abilities. We know the chess queen, Alexandra Kostenyuk, her many successes in classical chess, winning the Women's World Championship, but also online. She streams, she plays very well in most of the events that are on chess.com. And then you have Valentina Gunina, who actually won an over-the-board event ahead of, I think, 50 grandmasters in the London Rapid play. So both players should not fear. And just like we were talking about Hike, Danny, these two, they also know that if it comes down to Rapid, they should feel pretty confident.
Yep. Well, we saw the danger for the White King is sort of slowly escaping. You know, again, Kostenyuk's whole plan starts with this brilliant F4 thing that Robert pointed out. And who knew that she would give back this pawn and earn it back with interest, Robert, right? She gives away the pawn, launches this idea to simplify the defense and run the king up the board with the queen guarding G2. And now she's just taking everybody, right? Gunina's trying to weave a net, but the net has holes, and Kostenyuk is taking advantage of them. So we're getting closer to a position where you're either going to mate this king or it's going to run to safety, and we're going to just probably have the hands extended for a draw.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's enough. They're not enough attackers, right? You have a queen, you have a bishop that can join the party, but that's it. And that's not going to land you a checkmate against a queen on d5, the bishop on d3 covering some vital squares as well, and the king on g3 not too unsafe. And of course, there will be many checks available for white at a certain moment. Though if black can play an accurate move here, a tricky move there, that king on g3 is much looser, less safe than that king on g7. So there are still some outside chances. I just think we see the eval, we see how the trajectory of the game has gone. It seems like Alexandra is defending perfectly and will survive.
Well, we'll keep the camera right here as well as the live board. Just want to show that I've been treating it like it was the only game, but until a few moments ago, it actually wasn't. There was still the game between Zhang Yitan and Katerina Lagno, which did finally come to a draw. I mean, this rook ending has been, they fought hard in a rook ending that, you know, I wouldn't have had that kind of discipline. Big surprise. But Robert, while we also keep an eye on Kostenyuk and Gunina and the live position, let's go back, and I just want to get some of your thoughts. You will have the call tomorrow. For those who didn't know that, Grandmaster Robert Hess will be anchoring things. Danya and I will both be off. But you didn't have a chance to be here when we had the other games going. Your thoughts quickly on any, I mean, we don't have to go to all of them, but obviously we saw Magnus failed to get anything against Esipenko as white, and didn't seem comfortable at all, right? At any point, taking the time he did in the opening. Do you have any thoughts about that game or any of the others that happened earlier in today's action?
Well, it's complete speculation, but I think at this point, the headlines might say Carlsen kryptonite, and that might be Andrei Esipenko, because Andre beat him convincingly in Vaikonze and Tata Steel Masters tournament back in January. Now he holds comfortably with the black pieces, and there is something psychological about all this. Magnus beats everybody without fail. Perhaps the exception is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Their lifetime head-to-head in classical chess is in Jan's favor, but with the exception of Jan and now Esipenko, doesn't Magnus have a winning record against every single player he's faced in the world? So. Right. It just, he beats everybody. And now he's playing this younger player who's very talented, who's still a bit unknown. Magnus and Grishuk and others made this point earlier in their interviews, saying, we do better against the top players. We're familiar with them. So we know exactly what to expect. Even if we can't predict an opening on a given day, we have that practical experience against them. But Esipenko, not even 20 years old, he's shown that he is a force. He knocked out Daniil Dubov. He actually blundered away. He fumbled near the end of a game when he was completely winning, and then he made a draw, and yet he still won the tiebreak. That shows that he is a very well-rounded, versatile player who also can come back from what is almost a traumatic experience over the board. So for Magnus Carlsen, of course, he is the stronger player. There's no denying that, but there might just be something about Yesipenko and his style that gets in his head and just doesn't allow him to flex his muscles the way we see him do against other players. So Yesipenko gets the white pieces. I wonder what mindset he will have going into tomorrow's game. He had no issues whatsoever with the black pieces today. And actually, there's one moment, speaking chess specifics, the 18th move for black after white went queen to b3. I love moves that stop one square short of capturing. And those are some of the easiest moves in chess to miss. And it's not just because the hand is extending its way towards your piece, but because we often see a trade being offered. And then it's often with rooks where the rook stops one square short of the capture. Here, queen b4 was really a marvelous move, I thought, because it says, please take me and help my remaining pieces, instead of just capturing on b3 and leaving black with some pawns that need some tending to. So I thought queen b4 was a classy decision by Yesipenko, and he really never had any issues throughout this game.
Yeah, really well said and great summary. I'm glad to get your thoughts on it, because like you said, the question will be, what will Yesipenko's mindset be with white now, right? How hard does he push? I mean, he's got a 1.5 out of 2 record against the world champion. Not many people can say that. And I didn't want to dive into this point too much in live fashion, but I did tend to agree with you, because it wasn't just that Magnus wasn't getting anything. The kryptonite word was kind of odd, because it was that Magnus, we have not seen him play uncomfortable chess at all so far in Sochi. It's even if he maybe fails to convert on a win or something, he's better, he's pushing, he's doing the things that Magnus does. This game, just the way he managed his clock, the way the game went, it was odd. Like, he wasn't ever comfortable. And of course that, could be a combination of what you said. These guys don't know some of the younger players yet. And so if you add a little bit of a stylistic challenge to a formula like that, that's how you get bad results against someone. And so maybe Yesipenko's style, combined with just Magnus not quite ever knowing what to expect because he is so young, is how we got here. Vachier Lagrave and Sergei Karyakin had a Berlin. I just wanted to give you a chance to throw the Berlin under the bus. You have the floor. Whatever you want to say about the Berlin, go ahead.
Well, Maxime sounded quite confident. I actually asked him, I said, not to pull a Danny, but I'm going to pull a Danny. Who would you rather face, Karyakin or Artemiev? And he just said that he'll be ready no matter which opponent he faces. And this Berlin, of course, Karyakin could come to expect it. I think I was really just glancing at the games. Karyakin was spending no time at all, and it was Maxime who was using clock. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, Maxime used a ton of time. He actually used 25 minutes before playing the move. I remember we were looking at it live before playing the move G4. He used 25 minutes. So
it's just a bad sign, right? You have the white pieces. It's your pet line. You're always playing the same stuff. And yet here comes Sergei Karyakin, the Minister of Defense, just blitzing out an opening saying, I'm going to have no problems. And now you've spoiled your white color. It's not the result. That's, I don't think, is the issue. The frustration stems from when you don't actually have any pull. You want to make your opponent work for every single half point. And if they're just making a draw, spending no time, seeming like they have the upper hand despite not having first move advantage, that's an issue. And then you may be a little less confident now that you're going to game 2. Wait, how good is that guy's prep? If Karyakin is doing that with the black pieces, what does he have in store for me with the white pieces? Karyakin is a challenger to the world title. He has won the candidates tournament. He has won the World Cup in the past, down 2-0 against none other than Peter Svidler. So that doesn't feel great if you're Maxime Vachier Lagrave, who's been in a slump for months before winning the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz event. So he does have that accolade in his recent trophy case. However, there's been something off with Maxime in recent months. I do think he's showing great form in Sochi, but something about this game doesn't register well with me. And I think that Sergei now has the upper hand going into game 2.
Yeah, agreed. And to reiterate the point of what Robert's saying, it's not just the result. It's sometimes the way these results happen, especially as we've been seeing these guys play forever. It's what we do, right? Chess commentary. So it's the time management or the uncomfortable approach or something that's indicative of why would you take a ton of time here? Were you really... There's no way you were actually out of your depth. You are maybe one of the most well-prepared players in the world on the white side of a Berlin. So why choose this line? How you managed it from there. If you just look at the timestamps, anybody can do that at chess.com, the events portal. You can see that White was never comfortable. I mean, Karyakin, just look at the final time in the end. Karyakin didn't think for, he almost pulled a Hikaru, right? Had more time than he started with here. It was borderline. So wow. And again, if you're just tuning in, those were the two biggest name games. I guess that's not totally fair to say. The other game that maybe had some things that could have gone wild, and another guy who is just really playing well, Jan-Christoph Duda, has not had a single one of his matches go to tie breaks, if you didn't get the memo on that. And he's drawn the first game several times. So, if that formula repeats, he now has drawn pretty easily with Black against Grishuk. He will get the white pieces tomorrow. And what have you seen from Duda in the few days you've had the call here, Robert? And how well do you think this guy could do?
Well, I've seen one very nervy game where he had the white pieces against Idani, and he was pretty fortunate at points just to escape that. Then with Black the next day, he was incredibly convincing. So we've seen not a Jekyll and Hyde from Jan-Christoph Duda, but we've seen him play some stellar chess. He's had some shaky moments, but as he said, he wants to avoid blunders. He had an iffy position, but he wasn't blundering. And that often is the key, because it's difficult to put away one of these top guys. You can get a great position. Every single grandmaster in this field can get a good position against a super grandmaster. That's not the problem. It's winning those games. And so for JKD to draw like that with Black, to impress you and Vishy with that knight F3 fine, I'm not going to pretend like I even knew what was going on there.
I think he kind of embarrassed me. I mean, I don't get embarrassed because I have my pride left me years ago. But I think me and Vishy were a little bit like, I saw Vishy was like, oh, we didn't even see knight F3. Like, oh yeah, duh. And like all of a sudden that was the problem. So.
It's a beautiful find by Jan-Christoph. And one thing that I guess should be said, and it's unfair to him, is I think people built up all these expectations for him. He was about 2750. He surpassed Radoslav Wojtaszek, his compatriot from Poland. There's all of this weight on his shoulders of how he's the next challenger. He's this and that. And now he's dropped some rating points to 2730-ish. Those 20 points may not seem like a lot to maybe less experienced viewers, people who are newer to the game, but those 20 points are really difficult to obtain. So I think that for Jan-Christoph, there's been a certain onus on his shoulders that everyone's putting on him. He wants to be the world champion, of course, but I liked his interview. I did catch that, where he was saying, he is happy to play against Sasha Grishuk, and he feels confident. He gets the white pieces. He's not going to tell you, of course, what he's going to play, but we'll see it over the board.
I do my
tomorrow.
best, Robert. I try to do everything I can to get some info. I feel like Peter Svidler's the one guy who would tell me. I don't know why. I just feel like he would tell me. Like, hey, what are you going to do tomorrow?
I feel like that's actually probably true. He would tell you.
Yeah. Because he would probably say, well, I'm probably going to play Hearthstone for a few hours and then just like look at E4 for a little. That's what he'll say, right?
Well, I think what he'll say is he might be a little bit disappointed about his game today, because he did seem to have a pull and the exact type of position that he thrives in. And it was, completely out of any kind of book. And that's where Sam Shanklin is, generally speaking, one of the leaders on this planet in opening theory and coming up with great ideas and being able to play quickly out of the gates. But in this game between Svidler and Shanklin, and Svidler had a better position, and he has that wealth of experience where he's played in every single World Cup he's been in. He's made the top 16, made it to the final, been such a champion of the game for so long. And yet it seemed like that critical moment that you and Vishy were talking about.
Yeah, with E5.
He just allowed some trades to happen and made Black's life easier.
Well, and we had just got done, highlighting like, hey, everyone, don't look at this position and think there isn't progress to be made. At some point here, F4 will advance. And I had finished my, how I feel about pawn structure lessons, highlighting the idea that, there was a plan here, and then D5 was played. It feels like the most sure way to keep the edge was E5. And I know Black does have some things with A4, Knight B5, but this felt like really the way to continue to play for two results. But he didn't. And I wonder do you have any idea? What do you think he saw here that he didn't like, or you agree with us?
Yeah, probably some kind of Knight B5, A4, and maybe he felt like he couldn't make true progress, but it's not like Black is threatening anything. So I was appreciating the lines you and Vishy were talking about. I think that it's a clear pull for White, and Black will just be forced to shuffle a bit and make a likely draw, but have to work for it. And that's the thing we just talked about before, Danny. You want to make your opponent sweat. Oftentimes players, they don't really regret the result so much as the fact that they made it easy for their opponent, because at this high level, you see the ratings next to their names, 2,700 plus. The way you beat these players is not by hoping for a blunder or just going for a checkmate and saying, oh, I'm going to beat you. No, you need to make it as difficult as possible. Move after move after move after move. And then little mistakes happen. One inaccuracy leads to a slightly better position. Another leads to a position where maybe you only have one way to save the game. And we are imperfect beings in a game that often requires perfection. And that's the way you beat a player like Sam Shankland. But Sam, kudos to him. He is not going down in any game without a tremendous fight. And he was able to liquidate and hold the balance.
Well, you highlighted it well as far as how you win games. It's a perfect game, and we are imperfect beings, right? And Magnus Carlsen does that better than anybody, right? And he creates opportunities for his opponents to go wrong. Those are the games you regret if you had an edge and you let them slip, because you may not have another chance. And speaking of not having another chance, we might not have another chance to talk about this game between Gunina and Kosteniuk, because I get a feeling they're getting closer to a draw. Wait a second.
Wait.
Queen A1 was just played?
What was Queen A1?
I literally thought after Queen E2 that we were about to see Queens trade in a draw, but Queen A1, and does White have a chance to flip this around?
Oh my God. Well, actually, I can understand why Queen takes E2 was not played, because you're starting to get worried about the end game, where if you look at the number of pawns on the board, 4 versus 3, that's less of an issue than the fact the pawns are split. And this should likely still be a draw, but you have to be able to visualize this 20 moves away. It's not just about seeing the current position. And as you've highlighted, the B5 pawn is going to be lost. Then you have the A and C pawns, the G and H versus the G for black. You're not making any progress, because once you exchange pawns on that side of the board, the light square bishop will just go to on the H1, A8 diagonal and say, no more moves for you. So it's easy to stop black's pawn. It's not so easy to stop white's pawn, especially because the king is on H6. So now we're in a situation where Kosteniuk, who has fended off every single possible checkmating attack, now she gets to flip the script, as you would say, and go for an initiative of her own. And honestly, Danny, I get the feeling that, I don't want to say it, she definitely has pretty good chances to win this game.
No, I have the feeling too. I think that these things happen, and one of the dangers of chess is, like, you're in a position like this where, you know, maybe what's going on through your head, right? Maybe you're a little frustrated. Maybe you feel that your opponent kind of got away. There's like this nagging feeling you get that you should have got something earlier. And that's such a dangerous feeling to have as a chess player. I was given so much advice about the emotional hangover of previous moves not affecting my current status. When I was playing actively, it was one of the mistakes I made often. And I think if you put yourself in Gunina's shoes here, Robert, she thinks she's winning. She's probably a little frustrated she didn't get the win, that nagging feeling. And that can kind of cloud your vision to the reality of the present. And so she continues to push and loses yet another pawn. And in reality, she shouldn't be the one continuing to push for a win here, but she does. She keeps doing so. And all of a sudden, you've gone a little too far, where now, like you said, you can't trade queens because, or you could, but you might lose. So all of a sudden, who's playing for a win here? It's not Gunina.
No. And Danny, these are scary moments as a chess player, where you go from much better, if not winning, to murky territory, to wait a second, what's going on, to wait, I have no attack anymore. Oh my gosh, I'm down a pawn and my king is no longer safe. And I have a minute on my clock. So this is a scary moment for Gunina. She should objectively, we have the eval bar, they do not, be able to hold. But you look, there's a checkmate in one threat on G6 or H7. You're freaking out. You have no time. The game has slipped away from you. Now you're like, wait, do I trade queens or am I losing that bishop endgame? I think this is getting away from her, Danny. And oh my gosh, I think you have to play King G7 here to run your king away to not get mated.
But she finds it right as you say. A good call, Robert. What an only move to find, walking into the face of danger here. And it's, of course, key. Look at the whole board, everybody, right? Queens move backward. That's the reason it holds. So King G7 has been played. Kosteniuk gives check on D7. Don't blunder King H6, because that is checkmate on H7. But yeah, like the vision, it was clouded. She's lost her way a little bit. The danger is real now with very little time on the clock. objectively, I agree with you. It should still be a draw, but I mean, I would not be surprised if Kosteniuk gets this one.
She can even just play queen takes b5, just steal that pawn,
Stole another pawn,
and then try to push the a pawn. Like this is an unbelievable turn of events, and it happens to all of us. I can remember specific games where I didn't make that mental switch, where I was like pressing, and then I never made the thought, wait, I could actually be in trouble, so I should just make that draw. And here, queen takes b5 was in fact played. The players get new score sheets because they're approaching move 60. Danny, I don't even see a clear way for black to just like try to make a draw. That's what you want, is can I find a series of checks that lead to a repetition? Do I have a way to ensnare the enemy king? What's going on here? But after queen takes a2 for black, just pawn a4, and it's getting really troublesome.
Well, you see, Gunina has not played queen takes a2. She decides she's going to force this king into the open and hope for a draw. But I say the word hope based on what Robert just said, because I also don't see a clear perpetual. So it is a bit of a hope, because you give a check and let's calculate. I mean, there's queen e1, queen g4 as the next couple options, but neither of them lead to anything but, hey, this king might walk up the board depending on how you check. And yeah, we're going to stay right here until they reach time control. We are now on move 59. So
there's no time control.
What?
There's no time control.
There is no time control. I thought they get more time at move 60.
No, they do not.
Oh my gosh. I was like, I thought there was relief coming here with the oh, poor Gunina. This could really be a problem. There's no 15 minutes or 20 minutes added like you often see at move 60. So don't go anywhere, folks.
No relief for you, and do not relieve yourself, Danny. You are on camera.
I would not relieve myself without excusing myself unless it was an absolute emergency. And
well, looks like a code red emergency for black's king, because if you take that pawn on g2, then that king gets into e6 with tempo against the bishop on f6. The king on f8 is lonely. That queen is going to come in and help deliver a checkmate, it looks like. So I do not think you could take that pawn on g2. It is the forbidden fruit. It's with check, so it's even more tempting to steal that pawn and get past pawns of your own. Do not capture the pawn on g2.
Yeah, I just showed it. King e6, and now you can't check without losing the bishop, and moving the bishop is going to allow some sort of mating net. So queen takes g2 is the one pawn you can't take, but that means you have no good checks, right? Because if queen d4, king c6, and you just feel like you're forcing the white king to where it wants to be.
And it can still even go to e6 because the queen covers e5 very much.
Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, the queen guards e5. So this is, you know why this is so hard, Robert? Because the best moves here are for sure not going to be checks. I don't even know what they are, but it's one of those trap positions, right? She may have found it.
She played bishop e7, which is probably a good move. Yeah, you're right. Yep. It's a non-check, but it does give your king a little bit more shelter.
Right.
Can run a g7. There won't be a second check. That's the thing about these positions, is like you look at one check and you say, that looks scary, but you need a combination of checks. And here for Kosteniuk, she can defend the g2 pawn, and then eventually her pawns will start pushing on the queen side. But that king on d5 is either a great piece for the endgame or a piece that can get in huge danger.
She plays the move you anticipated, bishop e4, a great one to both guard the g2 pawn. It can solidify itself on f3, as I'm highlighting, just so that it's protected. And then again, checks are going to force this king up the board. Queen f4 threatens queen to d6.
Okay, but how big of a threat is that? I'll go back to c4. No imposing secondary check. Your queen c7 check. I've run back to b3 perhaps. So I might just play pawn a4. If you don't have a series of checks that will really hurt my king, I might just start pushing my pass pawn.
The other check that scares me is queen f7, but likewise, it also doesn't have a follow-up. My king can run away.
And I can't quite see where Kosteniuk went, but Alexandra seemed to have moved. And she went queen d7. Okay. She's
oh my God, for a second, I thought it blundered with queen d2, but okay. No.
But actually, that's one of those where maybe you didn't see it at first, but it's a blundering into a great thing. White wants to trade queens. As soon as white trades queens, we have that dynamic we spoke about. Black has an extra pawn on the king side that will not mobilize. The bishop on e4 is perfectly placed. And those pawns on the queen side for white will start pushing, especially with that advanced white king helping out.
Yep. if you're black, you might have to consider at some point whether you can snap this pawn before it's too late. Not that it solves all your problems, because white still has 2 of them on the queen side, but I mean, at this point, every pawn matters. Now she's getting down. She's down to less than 20 seconds. Queen f7 check was immediately responded to. We see Kosteniuk playing quickly on queen e6.
You know,
It
Danny,
hurts. Yeah, go ahead.
you may not be able to see the conclusion, myself included, but I think you might have to take that pawn on a3 and offer the queen trade, because if you don't do it, look, white's pieces are imposing. Queen h6 check will be a threat if the queen moves away, or queen c8 check, or queen f5. Actually, you probably cannot avoid a queen trade at this point. So I think you just have to grab that pawn on a3 and hope for the best, but it's not going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a position you're groveling for a draw for many moves to come. What an unfortunate turnaround. And I'm glad we spent the time we did here, because this is what we do and why we enjoy it. Robert and I were covering some of the big moments that happened earlier today in the open section as we anticipated this one ending in a draw. But valuable lessons learned: when you push a game too far, lose sight of the fact that you can still lose because you feel kind of emotionally frustrated that maybe you should have won earlier. I've been there, guilty. And now she might lose. How do you win this, Robert? I mean, I know that's asking you to come up with maybe a deep plan on the spot, but like, first thoughts, like, are you looking to keep the king and to help the pawns advance, or is it a position where you try to immediately go for some sort of principle 2 weaknesses? What would be your thoughts?
I'm using the king to help my pawns, although if that black king can run over to c7, that looks like it should be a draw. So this is really close, and I do think that black should hold this just based on the fact that the pawns are close together. But maybe the black king will just be kept out, and if the king is kept out, and goes c4, king c6, c5, it's really a close call, because if that king gets the b6 for white, now we're talking. Like, I get to b6, my pawn can go to c5, c6, then you'll have to move your bishop to stop my passed pawn. Then I go a4, and now I have both pawns marching up the board.
This is such a strong move. Even if it's not the perfect engine move, I don't care. From a practical point of view, cutting these squares and being in a position where now you don't really ever have to worry about these pawns anymore. If the H pawn pushes, you've got them blockaded. If the G pawn pushes, you can never move the H pawn without it being taken. So this is such a strong find under time pressure. It makes the threat of king c6, king b6 even stronger. And I don't know, man. I think Kosteniuk's going to get this one. This is just getting so hard to hold under time pressure.
And it's really important. You're emphasizing this point. Great call, Danny. Keeping the pawns on the king side, at least one, that g2 pawn, is essential, because black in many positions can trade the bishop for both of those queenside pawns. But if that g2 pawn stays on the board, you will lose the resulting position. Whereas if those pawns get traded, then the bishop just needs to sacrifice that dark square bishop for those 2 pawns. It's immediately a draw. So very good call by you. And the fact that black's pawns are stuck. You play g3, well, then I have my bishop stopping your pawns. You can't go anywhere. And it's starting to look winning. It's really starting to look more difficult, move after move for black, and king c6 is coming. If you ever move the bishop from a3, a4, pawn just goes up the board.
Yeah. And remember, when the Roberts plan is the one that we're threatening here, if you're white, you're not, you never want to allow your opponent to have established a blockade on the color complex that you can't challenge, i.e. opposite code bishops. So the threat of keeping the dark squares constantly under control is the real problem that Gunina is facing here. And as Robert said, you'd love to get the bishop on a diagonal that would prevent progress. Well, then you have problems with the A pawn. These endgames are often drawn, Robert, when black was able to establish a blockade while the pawns were still on, for example, a6 and c4, and the long diagonal gets controlled, because then the black king gets to kind of help in the process of holding those squares with the bishop. When you've got this lack of coordination, right? Not an ideal setup. Maybe an engine could find the exact way to do it, but as a human being, I'm looking at this. I don't see any way that black gets the ideal setup in time.
No, this is starting to look just lost. And I see on Gunina's face, she recognized that. Kosteniuk moving confidently. You can just even see the way she's moving the pieces now. She moves the piece, hits the clock, not aggressively, but pretty strongly, firmly. And, well, she had king to b6. So
what a crazy turnaround this game was. I mean, wow.
Wait, can you go back a half move? Because was king b6 the right choice? Oh no, it's okay. The EVA bar still is where it is, but it doesn't look very high. Oh, now it is.
Okay, it just took a second for the for the depth to catch up apparently, but
King d8's the only move, yeah.
Oh, she went. Okay, now she's all in on. Yeah, this
c6.
This can't be good. c6. I assume the idea is bishop d6. If c7, we can take.
But that pawn you might be winning for.
Oh, the a pawn's just too fast. Maybe.
No. Black is. I'm just confused now.
You know what idea you could have is you could try to give up the bishop for the pawn, but you can't do it. You can't do it with c6 first.
Wait, why not? And then take on g4.
Oh, you can do it before c7 as long as you don't play c7 with check. You're right. Okay, but she doesn't. She runs away instead.
Uh-oh. And that should still be good enough, right? Because the white king is ideally placed, as we've been talking about.
Right. But that idea might have actually worked. Maybe not taking first, but c6 bishop, then you take, and then c7. But okay, that's a very hard thing to commit to when you also don't have a lot of time. But if you're Kostyniuk, you might want to slow down a second and take a breath and be like, oh my God, I've completed the comeback. Now I need to convert this accurately.
Yeah, I think she knows she's won. I get the feeling both players know that white is winning this game. I saw Gunina's face turn a bit flush at some point, which is that really sinking feeling that we've all had as chess players.
Yep.
How could I possibly go from the earlier position to this? And now not only am I spoiling an advantage, I'm going to lose this game in a 2-game match. Oh no. So I actually think that c6 kind of just ends it because the bishop has to remove itself from the blockade of the a2 pawn, and then that a pawn runs off the board.
Yeah, we see a real up close and personal view. So Kostyniuk repeats with bishop f5. Not a bad thing to do when you're confident, but Gunina may not volunteer. She might go back to d8 the second time around, even though she's still losing there. I do agree with you. I feel like king d8 was because at least with king d8, you can see that when the pawn pushes, you can play the bishop back. Yeah, so a second time around, she does the right thing here. I think this makes it a little harder for Kostyniuk.
I agree, because c6, bishop d6, the bishop can come to c7. And that way, if the white king goes up to b7, you can't push your pawn to a5. So note that for white, who has that a2 pawn, you want to push it up the board. And the only way to just ram it through to a5 is with the king protecting that square. So the king would likely have to back up to b5 rather than go up the board to b7. So it's counterintuitive, I would say, Danny.
Yeah. But at least with the king on d8, just to show the line we were saying, now if you push, the bishop comes here, and okay, white likely still winning a combination of advancing the king and still using the a pawn, but this at least has some work. And I'm just going to show like the obvious idea, like if you push and I check and you go here, if I could say pass, at least I'm holding. I'm sure there's a way to break it down, but I'm just saying. So
right, and then you play a5.
Yeah, okay, just a5 there, I guess. And okay, but all right, what is the live position? King d8 has been played. Kostyniuk is on the no, she played the move g3. Okay.
Wow. Talk about a move that I never would have considered, but it's probably extremely good because black can't move.
Yeah, Zugzwang.
Wow. I would never put my pawn in a dark square because
I know that's it's so counterintuitive.
Oh, but she mapped it out. Danny, that is brilliant, because if now you play c6, bishop d6 does look scary. You'll lose your g3 pawn, but black has to move. And if your king moves, then you won't cover the c7 square twice. So I go c6, c7, you have to sacrifice your bishop for that pawn. White wins. And if you move your bishop to anywhere, a4, a5, and so on, that is just class.
That is such a strong move. I mean, to the point where the best move is like h4, sack the pawn and delay the inevitable. But no, she plays bishop b2. It looks like Gunina has put the bishop on b2 from what we can see. The live camera. c6 has been played.
Nope, king b7 looks like.
Oh, it was king b7. Okay, king b7.
Which
I'm surprised she didn't just play a4. But I guess the idea was she didn't want to allow... No, king b7. Now if bishop e5, the a4 pawn runs too fast.
Exactly. Although you were right, did a4 look very good at that moment as well. I think she's spoiled for choice, so she's just selecting her options.
Yeah.
And you can have the g3 pawn, right? And that's the funny part. You really caught this a while ago, Danny, that even if you take G3 and like obviously white's promoting, and you move your bishop anywhere, and I don't try to promote, black's pawns are going nowhere because I'll give you a free moves like bishop like F4, bishop E6, whatever.
Right.
And you play G3, then I just go my bishop to H3 and your pawn still
Yeah,
can't
it doesn't
move
matter.
anymore. So it's hard for
Wow.
many to recognize this, Danny, but sometimes having the split pawns is a good thing, even
Right.
though we typically like our pawns connected so that
Yep.
they can move up the board together.
I was just going to highlight that in one of those rare positions where the bishop is easier defending because the pawns are connected. And in the live position, we now see A4 has been played. I'm expecting the moves to be played out because at this point, if you're Gunina, you're just can't bring yourself to even acknowledge maybe that a resignation is in order, but it basically is.
I'm also in a bit of disbelief because Gunina played such a good game in the early stages, even up to move whatever it was 40, 45. And then now we're at move 75 almost, and she's in a completely hopeless ending. And you have to feel for players. Chess is such a brutal game. So many things happen within, the game within the game, as we like to say, but it's an unfortunate turn of events for Gunina. But on the other side of things, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, she'll be thrilled with the victory. She'll be displeased with her play early in the game that got her in such a bad position. And she'll know that she has a tough task tomorrow. The black pieces against Valentina Gunina, who's the ultimate striker in chess. She's always, on the offensive and makes your life difficult. So the match is far from over, everybody. It's just a deflating moment for Gunina.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we see viewership continuing to climb. People wondering what happened. A lot of things happened today in round 5 at the FIDE World Cup, but this particular game has been a really a joy to watch, despite the up and down heartache and obviously the disappointing result for Gunina, a wild one. And it is the only game left. Kostyanyuk now, I saw her hand hovering over the bishop. I think she'll play bishop G6, Robert. It seems to be the most straightforward. No, she chose C6 instead. That also works.
Right. And the point is that black is stuck. You need to cover the A pawn. And if you go bishop A5, you invite king A6 with an important tempo to attack that bishop and allow the A pawn to start pushing up the board.
C6. And again, if the bishop goes this way, the A pawn runs. The ideal defensive diagonal is right where it sits, but doing so will allow Kostyanyuk to slowly gobble both of these pawns. And then the blockade is no more.
And I think we just show the specific line, and it's probably going to happen. Bishop A5.
Yeah.
And you play, let's say, king A6.
Okay.
And if the bishop goes back to C7, then you can probably just push A5 and black's out of moves. Now she took on G3, so it's not even.
If you take, again, it's just too much. The king comes back. You can't hold both diagonals. In fact, it seems that in the live game, Gunina did take on G3. And Kostyanyuk has played A5, and it's over. It's over.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm curious to see how the players, they are our teammates for the Russian national team. They've known each other for such a long time, played so many games. But Danny, you can't even feel for your friend and your teammate because you're playing again tomorrow. So you probably want to console her, but you also want her to feel bad into tomorrow's match, for being honest.
You'll console her if you move on, right? And right now, you're probably a little bit afraid of the type of Gunina you're going to face tomorrow, because she's going to be an angry Gunina. I mean, that is a dangerous Gunina with the white pieces, having just lost a game that she had no business losing. All right, well, Robin and I are going to wrap up our final thoughts on everything that just happened and give maybe one final educational breakdown of that amazing obstacle bishop ending. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very quick break. When we return, it's the final moments of round 5, the 2021 FIDE World Cup from Sochi, in just a few. And we are back after what was a thrilling day here. Round 5 of the FIDE World Cup is in the books. Only one decisive game in the open section. That, of course, was by Haik Martirosyan, who took down Amin Tabatabai. This is an updated bracket of the open section. And boy, do we have a lot of fun games for tomorrow. We'll let the bracket do the talking in regards to the preview, Robert. But last thoughts again on Martirosyan getting that decisive game and what's at stake for him tomorrow with the potential qualification to the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yeah, he gets the white pieces. Has the chances, his fate is in his hands, we should say. But people have won with the black pieces on demand. In just the previous round, we saw that Nordibek Abdusattorov, he won black against Vasif Durabeli to force a tiebreak. Other players have done the same throughout this World Cup. And as Haik himself admitted, he is tired. When you're exhausted, when you've been playing chess for weeks on end against such strong opposition, mistakes do happen. And if he can just play his game, not focus on the result, but just play his normal brand of chess, he will make his way to the top 8 into the Grand Prix tournaments. And well, why should he stop there?
On the women's side of things, there was also only one decisive result, and it was in shocking fashion. Alexandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion, proving her experience pays off, right? It's one of the things that we know both Gunina and Kosteniuk are very experienced, but Alexandra really so, right? She has played matches for the highest of stakes, and come out successfly. And today was one of those games where she defended, held in there, and then took the opportunity that was given to her when her opponent pressed too far. What can you say? Final thoughts about Kosteniuk, who also was, by the way, having her game covered on her channel. Go to twitch.tv/chessqueen and give her a follow, please. They just went offline. Alexandra Samaganova was covering it. So congrats again to Alexandra. And Robert, your final thoughts on that crazy game.
Well, first, I'm just looking at this bracket and see seeds 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. And it's the Kosteniuk-Gunina match. The only upsets have happened on that side of the bracket. But that just goes to show how strong these two players are, perhaps underrated at the moment. And for Kosteniuk to win that game, I don't know if you noticed this, Danny, after she was signing the score sheet, she shook her head. That's a sign of somebody who is not happy with the quality of chess she just played, even though she did win the game. That weighs on you. As a chess player, we demand the most out of ourselves, as close to perfection as possible. And when you play a game like that, it was sloppy. Her opponent had the upper hand with the black pieces. You then start to kind of feel a little bit uncomfortable heading into game 2. And so for Gunina, it's going to be painful. Tonight is not going to be a night where she's going to sleep particularly well, but she should fully realize that if she plays the same quality of chess she did in the first 40 moves of today's action, she gets the white pieces. There's no reason she cannot win on demand with white against her friend, her compatriot, a longtime rival, if you will, but she can do it. And for Kosteniuk, of course, the odds are in her favor, but there was something a little uneven about her play today that she'll have to fix before tomorrow's match.
Yeah, well said. And you know, it's such a weird mind game for yourself, right? Where you're happy you got the result regardless of how, but man, I am not playing well. The other person just has to focus on the fact that they basically outplayed their opponent until they let their head get away from them there and just kind of lose sight that they were still losing chances. But I love the point you made about whatever the seeds were. If we bring up the bracket one more time, because honestly, if you asked me ahead of time to predict winners of the women's section at the FIDE World Cup who aren't Garachkina, two of the names at the top of my list would be Alexandra Kosteniuk and Valentina Gunina, right? Not just because of their experience, their household names, but we also know they're very good rapid and blitz players. So yeah, I mean, great point that the top seeds seem to be winning almost all their games, and Kosteniuk and Gunina, although they are not one of the two of the top seeds coming in, two people I would not pick against. So, all right, tomorrow's schedule, Robert. You will be here with the call. July 26th is the date, mañana, for those of you forgetting where we're at. I mean, I was speaking for myself. I literally was looking over to my left to make sure I was getting the date right. So what a fun day this was. Huge shout out to all those of you who stuck with us and watched the entire day. A lot of educational, interesting moments, and a lot at stake tomorrow. Will Esipenko proved to be kryptonite for Magnus. He's got something to prove there. There's a lot at stake with the FIDE Grand Prix on the line. And of course, we continue to see in the later stages, Robert, experience really paying off for some of these more seasoned players. So thanks for tapping in, dude. Sunday afternoon, what are you going to do now? I mean, do you want to go You want to go get some pizza or something? I mean, I could.
You
go
can
for
what?
some pizza.
You can Venmo me some money so I
Venmo
can get
you.
that pizza.
I don't know. You order me pizza. I'll order your pizza. We'll do that. Seriously, man, thanks so much for being here, and good luck tomorrow, crushing it.
Oh, it'll be fun. And Danny, thanks again.
All right, bye everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Tune in tomorrow for game 2 of round 5. The FIDE World Cup continues. We'll see you then.